Rise Again, a Zombie Thriller by Tripp. Narrated by Kirsten Potter. Copyright 2010 by Tripp. This unabridged audiobook is recorded by arrangement with Gallery, a division of Simon & Schuster Incorporated, and was produced in the year 2012 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Part 1. Forest Peak. 1. Kelly Adelman hadn't written this many words since the history final in senior year. Her fingers were cramping up. The buck-a-dozen ballpoint pen left globs of ink in its wake, and the police notebook paper was so thin she could read the impression of her words 3 sheets below. These words were going to make an impression on Danny, too, Kelly figured. If they didn't, it made no difference. Kelly was gone either way. But she needed on some level, to know that she would have Danny's undivided attention, just for once, even if it meant not being there when it happened. On the muted TV by the stove, news footage of foreign wars alternated with 4th of July celebrity chef barbecue tips. The quartz clock on the wall ticked off the seconds around the printed fishing scene on its face. The mountain wind sang its lament in the trees outside, and it was a night like any other night in Forest Peak, except it was Kelly's last one. She realized she had stopped writing. Kelly was staring at the big black revolver that lay on the plastic kitchen tablecloth, and it was staring back at her. Dear Danny, when you went to war, you promised me you'd come back, but you didn't. I don't know what I'm waiting for. It's over for me. I know you never much liked to read, but I wonder if you remember a play from high school by Thornton Wilder called Our Town. One of the characters says something big that I never forgot. He said, the dead don't stay interested in the living after they're gone. Gradually, they lose hold of the earth and the ambitions they had, and their pleasures, and their suffering, and the people they loved. Kelly felt tears of self-pity pricking her eyes, or maybe it was plain old sorrow. The end of the ballpoint was pretty chewed up, like she could gnaw the right words out of it. She thought of switching to pencil in case she got something wrong, or she could write out a clean copy later. But high school was done. All she had to do now was tell Danny what Danny wouldn't hear. No extra points for neatness. I guess you figured you came back alive, and seeing as you're the sheriff, who's going to tell you different? Everybody nods and smiles when you go by, but inside they're scared of you. When you get mad, that war in the desert comes out of your eyes, and everyone here has secrets they don't want you to know. She summoned the town of Forest Peak in her mind, this place she knew so well but hardly recognized, like a once-beloved grandparent gone senile. The foremost thing was the forest, dark and shaggy, the pelt of an immense animal draped over the mountains, the trees going on and on. Then there was Main Street, halfway down the mountainside along a flat shelf of land. It was narrow at the ends and wide in the middle, like a guitar strap. There were uneven rows of buildings on uphill and downhill sides, some with concrete sidewalks, some with the asphalt road lapping at their foundations. This holiday weekend, the whole place was strung with red, white, and blue bunting and cheap Chinese-made American flags on dowels. The locals had decorated the entire street, with money left over for fireworks, out of a $1,100 city projects fund. It offset the shabbiness a little, and also emphasized it. Mostly the decor helped attract a few hundred tourists. Main Street was nothing but a wide place along Route 144, the old road that once took Model T goods trucks from the flatlands of San Bernardino to the mountain ski resorts of Big Bear and Alpine Glen. Mentally gliding down into town, Kelly pictured one particular house along Main Street, Jack Carter's place. Mr. Carter was the local science teacher, his career spanning the 10 years between Danny's and Kelly's attendance at Skyline High. Mr. Carter owns more than 1,000 pornos. Did you know that? Not just your basic action. You could spend a week watching movies in his basement and never see the same act twice. He has a closet by the water heater full of rubber and leather bondage gear as well. Just for him. I guess he's lonely. Kelly thought of old Mrs. Dennison above the junk shop next door to Mr. Carter. She was known to be an avid bird watcher with formidable ex-military German binoculars. It was less known that the bird she most observed through the binoculars was Jack Carter, into whose basement window she could see from the corner of her upstairs bedroom. The angle wasn't very good, but she would wait for hours to catch a slice of the solo action going on down there. She kept a notebook describing what she saw. She was thoroughly scandalized and believed Carter was a pervert who should be arrested. She hadn't missed a Carter-watching session in 11 years. If only he knew old Mrs. Dennison is always there with him. Kelly fed Mrs. Dennison's cat when she was away. Kelly had read the notebooks, a dozen of them, filled with meticulous observations of Mr. Carter's habits. Despite herself, Kelly relished revealing the shabby dark secrets of Forest Peak to Danny the cop. God knew what Danny would do with this information. Probably try to arrest everybody in town. Kelly could almost regret that she would miss all the fun. But wait, there's more. Forest Peak was the same as it ever was, clinging to the shoulder of the mountain, in desperate need of new roofs and fresh paint. With her eyes shut, Kelly could see Wilson and Pine Streets branching off Main Street to twist away uphill and down. The tangled ways were peppered with frame houses, trailers, and broke-down vehicles. One of the little peeling houses was Zap Owler's, the one with the Camaro parked on the verge in front. There was a rusting 1938 Ford in the ravine out back, crashed there by Zap's grandfather the same day Germany invaded Poland. Kelly could picture the kitchen of the Owler house, conveniently located well out of sight in the back. The precision scales, the skillets, coffee machines, double boilers, a sea of bottles and boxes and plastic packaging materials, contact tablets, codeine, acetone, iodine, heaps of batteries. Hanging over it all, a metallic smell, like rotten garlic. Zap Owler cooks speed in his kitchen and sells it down in the flatlands at go-kart tracks, including that place by the freeway you took me for my 7th birthday. That would settle Zap Owler's lecherous ass. Danny was crazy for sure, but a powerful instrument of vengeance. Kelly had an insight as the ballpoint hung above the page. She was confessing the collective sins of Forest Peak to ensure she would never, ever change her mind about what she had to do. There was something religious about it. What the hell, Kelly thought, while I'm at it. Jimmy Dietrich killed a man in 1975, and the body is under his garage. Kelly had seen the irregular oblong patch in the oily concrete floor with her own eyes, right at the foot of the gun cabinet. She dreamed for weeks afterward of the horror festering beneath the patch, a sightless, lipless thing in the dirt with skeletal hands still raised in supplication. Betty Mills uses roadkill down at the Wooden Spoon Cafe to make the hamburger go further. Wolfman Gunner brings it to her. That's why I never ate at the Wooden Spoon. Maybe I should have told you. She scribbled out another half-dozen samples of the unpleasant doings that went on under the skin of Forest Peak. Perverts, criminals, shameful secrets, and wrongs done. Then Kelly was staring at the gun again, its muzzle a black disk like a shark's eye. With the tip of the pen, she nudged the barrel around until it pointed away from her heart. She glanced up at the clock on the wall, without absorbing what time it was. She looked over at the framed picture of Danny and Amy as teenagers, sitting together on a horse. Then she looked back at the clock. 20 minutes past midnight. Might as well lay it all out there. Even your best friend Amy Cutter. She's a lesbian, did she tell you? I guess she didn't. How come I know all this and you don't? Because nobody knows I'm here. I'm the invisible girl. I've seen everybody do everything, and nobody's seen me do anything, because I haven't done anything. You're the big war hero with your Purple Heart and Silver Star, key to the mountains and all that. I'm only the accidental kid sister. You went off to war, and I spent 4 years in foster homes and learned all the dirty secrets." 20 feet away, Danielle Adelman quit pacing back and forth in her narrow bedroom and thumbed up the volume on the police scanner next to the bed. The blat of chatter between cars and dispatchers down in the flatlands could sometimes drown out the noise in her head. The scotch helped, too, and the little yellow pills. Danny shook a drift of them onto the nightstand and pulled up the button on the alarm clock. It was set for 8 in the morning, which meant Danny would wake up at 6 to beat the bell. Or 5, or 4. She didn't need the alarm, but if it wasn't set, she'd stay up all night to make sure the morning didn't catch her off guard. Tonight could be especially bad because of the friggin' holiday with its crowds of illegally parked, littering, jaywalking, shoplifting, vandalizing tourists. Not to mention the ceremony in which she was supposed to take part. Danny pulled the tan uniform shirt off over her head, necktie and all. No need to unbutton the entire shirt, only the top 2 holes. She tossed it on the rocking chair, along with the side-striped pants. She would iron the whole rig in the morning before she went into town, set some kind of an example for the trogs of Forest Peak. Especially her 3 shambolic deputies. Danny glanced in the tall boudoir mirror that had been her mother's, arched an eyebrow. Dark rusty hair, strong features, and a firm, womanly figure with an ass you could cut steaks off, as Harlan used to say before he rolled over that bomb in Seder City. Yes, indeed, hell of a woman. Then she turned her back to the mirror, fetching a come-hither look over her shoulder. She caught sight of the scars. Someday she would turn the mirror around to face the wall. For now, a couple of pills, washed down with the watery remains of the last whiskey of the night. Second to last. She slopped a little more in the glass, a finger or 2, or so. Did she need more ice? Kitchen a mile away. Kelly probably sulking on the couch watching some dipshit cop show on TV, because the cop show right in front of her wasn't suitable to her tastes. Forget the ice. Knock back the shot, neat. Splash it down the throat without hitting the tongue. Burn, baby, burn. Her bedroom seemed to be slipping sideways, gravity moving out of plumb. Pretty soon she could catch some sleep. Danny fell back on the bed to watch the ceiling revolve. It was her favorite show. "I thought things would change when you came back. Instead, you spend your days being a cop and your nights fighting the war again, and I'm still the invisible girl. You keep that police scanner on all night, but I can hear the things you yell in your sleep. Post-traumatic stress disorder doesn't make you a bad person, but it sure makes you a crappy sister." A fat tear plopped down on Kelly's notebook page. She shoved the wet out of her eyes with the back of her wrist. There was something deliciously tragic in writing a note of such finality. All those bottled-up feelings, all those things left unsaid, they could all come out now, just as long as she could keep writing. And, always assuming Danny didn't emerge from her bedroom down the hall in one of those escalating rages, starting off with the irritable trip to the fridge for more ice, then the trip to the bathroom, then the circuit around the house to turn off the lights, muttering about the price of energy measured in blood and so on, and finally pacing up and down the length of the place, ranting and shouting about anything there was to shout about. Often as not, Kelly. Kelly's boyfriends, any male under the age of 50 who looked in Kelly's direction, were a favorite subject, and how soft and spoiled her generation was, as well as anyone else that had not served in combat. Danny was also fond of ranting about how nobody knew what it was like to be a cop, how hard it was, even if it wasn't as hard as serving in combat. Sometimes Danny would stand there in her plain cotton panties and olive-drab tank top and yell about the horrible brown-gold upholstery on the couch or the awful nicotine-colored wood print paneling on the walls. Anything that took her fancy. She'd wind down around 2 in the morning, or sooner if Kelly left right away to sleep on the pull-out bed at her friend Ashleen's house. Why was she even writing to Danny? Because it felt good to put it on paper? There was so much else to say, so many things to slap her sister in the face with. But on some level, all Kelly could blame Danny for was leaving her, who had no more choice in the matter than did Kelly. There was supposed to be some military rule regarding sole guardianship that could have gotten Danny out of the 3 tours she did over there. But the military machine was bending all the rules to keep boots on the ground without a draft, and in any case, Kelly wondered sometimes if Danny would have waived the right, simply for another chance to get out of Forest Peak for a while. Maybe Kelly would have done the same. Danny had become a parent to her little sister far too early in life, head of the household at age 18. Maybe she had preferred patrolling death's door to watching over a moody kid who wouldn't eat the local hamburgers. And yet, despite it all, Kelly felt a tug of sympathy in her heart for Danny, even pity. Losing Kelly was going to be hard for her sister. Probably. Maybe. Kelly wasn't entirely sure. She thought about crumpling the note up and burning it to ashes out on the driveway. Where Kelly was going, there wouldn't be any satisfaction in having been cruel to her sister. But that was only part of the reason she was writing. She also needed Danny to know, going forward, that all was not right in her world. Tomorrow, on the 4th of July, Danny would be receiving the so-called Key to the Mountains Award, an idiotic publicity stunt dreamed up by the town council. Every year, the one person in town who accomplished anything beyond putting up the window screens was given an oversized, yellow-chromed church key. Congratulations, and by the way, it don't open shit. Danny was dreading the presentation, as Kelly knew, but in some way it probably validated Danny's dream state of okayness. She might not be great, but she was okay. She got the key to the mountains, didn't she? Danny needed far more than a chrome-plated key, a prescription from the VA, and a couple of annual interviews with a shrink, though. She needed to reinvent herself from front to back. Maybe get out of Forest Peak. This house, this town was full of ghosts, those of their parents, their ideals, their threadbare thrift store lives. Danny might finally figure it out when even Kelly was only a ghost. But I won't be a ghost, Kelly thought. I'll just be free. So, for the sake of Danny, Kelly kept writing. She wrote more about their neighbors, what she had discovered during her years as the invisible girl, staying with people she hardly knew from whom Danny had extracted the favor of a few months' house room, putting up with being a burden and an object of pity in equal measure, hiding herself in plain sight. When she ran out of local dish, Kelly turned back to the subject of being the younger sister to a modern-day Spartan. She wrote about her yearning to have Danny back while she was on tour in the distant desert, and how sad she was when Danny returned on leave and seemed even more distant, right in front of her eyes. She wanted to write about how Danny seemed to love her stupid candy-apple red 1968 Mustang with the 302 V8 more than she loved her little sister, but it all seemed petty, given the matter at hand. The car was probably easier to love. Kelly found herself staring at the clock again, watching the second hand lurch around the face. It was time to finish this. She turned her attention back to the note, searching for the right way to end it. Kelly pushed the pen along for a few more lines, swallowing the knot of grief in her throat. Then she signed her name at the bottom, squared up the pages of the letter, and blinked back another flood of tears. Enough. Kelly reached across the table and dragged the big, ugly gun toward her. Danny watched the ceiling turn and listened to the scanner as the highway patrol took a drunk driver into custody down on the 10 freeway. Maybe she should call the Forest Peak Sheriff's Station to make sure everything was ship-shape. Deputy Dave was on night shift tonight, and he had no problem with insomnia, on duty or not. Could be asleep at his post. But Danny didn't think she could speak without slurring her words. The empty glass bumped up and down on her chest in time to the beating of her heart. The whiskey must have evaporated. Only a splash more, and she was definitely done for the night. She reached for the bottle on the nightstand among the pills. The bottle slipped out of her fingers and hit the plywood floor. Bang! Danny bolted upright. Hell of a loud noise. "Kelly? Are you still up?" She listened. Nothing. If she had to get out of bed, Kelly was going to catch hell. Then Kelly's faint voice came through the door. "Go to sleep, Danny." "What are you doing awake?" "Same thing you are. Waiting for you to go to sleep." Kelly opened the bedroom door and looked in. She had that hunted look that made Danny crazy. For fuck's sake, nobody was hunting her. Kelly had no idea what it was like to be hunted, not for real. But her eyes looked red and puffy. Maybe Kelly had her own troubles, overblown as they might be. Danny ought to ask if everything was all right, have a little sister-to-sister time. Incoherent and stinking of booze. Maybe not. "I can't remember if I took my pills." "I don't know." "I know you don't. It was one of those questions." "You mean rhetorical?" "Yes." Danny searched her brain for something else to say, something to move the conversation forward a few inches. Nothing occurred to her. Kelly broke the silence. "You want some water or something? Some ice?" Danny lay back down on the bed, wanted to say something meaningful. Nothing volunteered itself. "Good night, Kelly." Kelly closed the door. Danny tried to remember whether she had taken the pills or not. She was pretty sure she had, but they were a lifeline. She found a stray pill on the nightstand, pinched it between numb fingertips, and managed to get it into her mouth. It left a dry, bitter streak down her throat. She should talk to Kelly tomorrow, find out what her plans for the future were. The summer was coming, the season for temporary jobs cleaning rental cabins, playing lifeguard at the recreational lake. Then college. Did Kelly want to go to college? She was smart, smarter than Danny. Maybe she could get out of this one-horse shithole of a town. They should talk. Danny tried to follow events surrounding a burglary on the scanner, the Fontana cops dealing with a freaked-out woman speaking rapid Spanish in her backyard. Somewhere around the third time they tried to get a description of the perpetrator, who might have been the woman's nephew, Danny drifted into unconsciousness. They followed the M1A1 Abrams tank toward the MSR, the main supply route around Al-Fallujah. 2nd Tank Battalion was rock solid. You couldn't relax merely because there were tanks for protection, but you knew they would pitch in fast and hard if there was a fight on. The trick was to drive straight down their tread tracks if you could, because there wouldn't be any operational ordnance buried there. Danny hadn't felt safe in months, but she figured she was with the best guys she could ask for on a regimental combat team. Harlan had her back, and Ramirez too, even if all he did was give her shit. Spassky and Duke were good men, but she didn't really know them. They had replaced the casualties of last week. They found the burning mud brick house about a mile before the appointed rendezvous. Whoever owned the house had been building a concrete addition when the war broke out, because there were 3 walls with rusted rebar sticking out of them, empty doorways and window sockets cast in place but without doors or windows. No roof. Just as well, because the place was a write-off now. There was gunfire in the air, but they couldn't tell where it was coming from. It didn't seem to be headed their way, but nobody knew who was doing the shooting or who was being shot at. Could have been some of the multinationals, or a squabble between the locals and the so-called Iraqi security forces, a bunch of dangerous tribal gangbangers. Whatever it was, gunfire was combat team business. They pulled around the burning house, and in the flat distance men were running. Requests and orders cracked around the radios. Air support on the way. But sometimes these incidents were intended to draw air support. The Blackhawks limped home with holes in them. Danny's team was going to have to go out there and attract some attention. Tanks first, however. But there was a woman in front of the tanks. She was standing beside the house. Danny's instincts told her it was a setup, but her instincts always told her that. because the whole fucking war was a setup. The woman looked like the Grim Reaper, black-veiled from head to feet, maybe a hardcore Shia Islamist. These were still rare in Iraq, though less so now that fundamentalism was on the rise. Or maybe she was the woman of a mercenary from Iran or Saudi Arabia. Harlan flicked his eyes at Danny. Would she do the honors? Danny dropped down out of the Humvee, Spassky covering her topside with the M249 saw gun. Her eyes probed every shadow. Her hands were wet on the grip of the Mossberg 12-gauge, but she strode almost casually across the dirt patch that served the house as a front yard. Just a friendly visit, neighbor. Couldn't help notice your house was on fire. You mind stepping aside so the tanks can roll through? The radios inside the vehicles were going crazy. Danny couldn't quite hear what they were saying, but something big was going on. Not here. She didn't see anything here. But somewhere, something was going down. The bell wouldn't stop ringing. Danny sprang awake as if shot up from the bottom of the ocean. Her alarm clock was ringing. It was 8 o'clock on Saturday morning, 4th of July weekend, and she was an hour late for roll call at her own sheriff's station. Dispatcher Dave was calling for her on the radio. "Sheriff Adelman? Where the heck are you? Come in, Danny." Danny rushed through the house, shoving her rumpled shirt into her pants, jamming feet into boots. Hat over there, gun belt on the chair, gun on the table. Note from Kelly. What the hell was this? Out of the official notebook, no less. Danny shoved the gun in the holster, snatched up Kelly's note, and ran out the door. She had been awake for no more than 3 minutes. As she jumped in the cab of the Sheriff's Department Ford Explorer, another bell rang in the back of her mind. Danny's blood turned cold. Something was missing besides Kelly. She blinked at the driveway. Kelly took the Mustang. The road descending from the Adelman place into Forest Peak was a scribble of tar a lane and a half wide through the steep woods. It curled upon itself like a rattlesnake gliding through the immense trees, heavy-browed ponderosa pine, Douglas fir with their thick-scored skins, young black oaks coming up in the gullies where the big trees let a little sunlight get through. The slope of the mountain was so steep here that the crowns of the trees on the downhill side were at the same height as the roots of the trees on the uphill side. It was a beautiful place, especially with the morning sun cutting through the mist. Danny took the hairpin turns at 40 miles an hour, the Explorer's tires screaming as they skated from shoulder to shoulder. She could make town in 5 more minutes. One hand grasping the radio mic, one hand on the wheel, she called in an all-points bulletin on her runaway sister. A dark shape emerged from the brush at the next hairpin bend. Danny thought for an instant it was a bear, but it was a man, a shambling, filthy man moving with uncertain gait down the steep rocks above the road. Then he was on the pavement, and Danny's heel jammed the brake pedal to the floor. The SUV lost purchase and stuttered over the asphalt in an increasingly sloppy arc, Danny fighting to correct the wheel. She passed within a foot of the red-eyed thing that stumbled across the roadway, and when the Explorer stopped, it was facing the wrong way up the road in an acrid cloud of scorched tires. Another 2 feet, and it would have gone over the edge. "Jesus Christ!" Danny said, and threw the door open. The passing of the big vehicle had only just registered to the ragged creature now standing in the middle of the road. He blinked at Danny as she climbed down, one hand hooked behind her belt to the handcuffs she kept there, the other hand raised in front of her. "God damn it, Wolfman, this is it," Danny said. She grabbed the man, a foot taller and 40 years older, and spun him around against the hood of the Explorer. He moved with the underwater grace of the profoundly drunk. Danny could smell the alcohol yeast coming off him in waves, even above the raw onion stench of his armpits. Wolf Gunner was what they called a homeless person down in Los Angeles, but a tramp up in Forest Peak. He lived in abandoned hunting cabins and moved around some, wintering in the low desert. Made a little money at odd jobs in town, a kind of thorn in the side of the community, Danny thought, but there was something necessary about him, too. like an old stray dog to remind people they weren't so bad off. But today Danny was in no mood for strays, and the adrenaline in her system wanted to punish the son of a bitch clean off her mountain. She clapped the handcuffs around his dirt-varnished wrists, and he slumped for support on the Explorer, cheek against the metal. "Gunner, I warned you last time. You can drink yourself to death, but you can't do it in public." He squinted at her, forming his words with difficulty. "So shoot me, then." "I about ran you down. That would have done it. What the hell are you doing out here?" Wolf looked carefully around him, as if here was anywhere particular. "Keeping out of town." "And I told you to keep out of town, didn't I?" Wolf scratched his beard on the shoulder of his grease-blackened fatigue jacket. "Yes," he said at length. Danny was at an impasse. She could let him go, and he might stumble on down the mountain to Ferndale, or he might loop around until he got to Forest Peak and stink out the tourists and puke in the old horse trough. In either case, Danny was now seriously late. To hell with it. She hooked Wolf's elbow and steered him into the back seat of the Explorer, where he lay down on the molded bench and blinked at the armored plexiglass panel that divided front seats from back. Danny kicked his immense, rotten boots into the compartment and slammed the door. No handles on the inside, so he couldn't open the door and fall out. Danny got back up in the driver's seat, restarted the engine, and stomped the gas pedal. There was a dense thud as Wolf bounced up against the back of the seat, then rolled off onto the floor. 2. Danny took the alley along back of the downhill side of Main Street and parked behind the sheriff's station, a red brick block with a glass front entirely out of keeping with the local architecture. It had been the new post office in 1954, but there wasn't enough mail to justify keeping the lights on. The building had been requisitioned for the library after that, but nobody went in for reading much around Forest Peak, and the librarian was suspected of being a Red. So, in 1971, the sheriff's station was moved out from behind the firehouse on Sawyer Road and into the refurbished post office building. The place hadn't seen any improvements since then, but the roof was sound, and the back room was air-conditioned. Danny had been a deputy for a couple of years before she went off to Iraq. When she came back and needed a job, she ran for the office of sheriff against Stanley Curtis Booth, the 20-year incumbent. He figured she didn't have a chance, so he didn't campaign very hard, but referred to his red-haired opponent as that little carrot-top Adelman girl, until it became clear Danny's house-to-house canvassing, with her Veterans Administration issue cane, was eating away at his advantage. By the time the vote was 3 days away, he was calling Danny that gun-crazy bull dyke, and on Election Day he called her a high-toned cripple bitch to her face, and that was that. Danny had never painted Booth's name out of the placard that marked the sheriff's parking space. Every time she pulled up into it was a little like kicking his ass out of the job all over again. There wasn't any relish in parking the Explorer today, however. Danny leaped out of the driver's seat and sprinted for the back door of the station, twisting her mid-length hair up under her hat. Way to go, she thought, and entered her domain. Deputy Dave Thurin was in the back room at the communications desk, 10 minutes from the end of his shift. He lurched to his feet as Danny came in, the radio headphone cord stretching to its limit. Danny waved him back into his chair. "Anything, Dave?" "Mrs. Davis reported her son Barry left again." "He's 18, it's his privilege," Danny said. Clear the bullshit off the blotter. Dave scratched his ear, trying to remember what else was happening, even though it was written right in front of him. Danny felt a bubble of anger rising inside her. There's an RV illegal parked out by the gym," Dave continued, as Danny was about to bark at him, "and some kids with firecrackers." "Dave? Kelly. Anything about Kelly?" Dave shook his head. Danny usually wanted the shift incident reports in detail, but now her thoughts were on her sister, not to mention the midday ceremony. And she was late. Danny would have to make up for lost time and get her shit wired down tight. And even as Dave changed tracks in his slow-working brain, Danny was suddenly, monumentally hungover. All the moisture left her head at once, and her brain was high and dry, resting on bony spines inside her skull. "Sheriff?" Dave said. Danny flapped a hand at him and headed for the water fountain on the wall. She sucked down icy drafts, and a little life flowed into her along with the chill in her stomach. The prisoner. Danny had forgotten about Wolf. "I got Wolf Gunner in the back of the Explorer, Dave. Process him for me. Public intoxication or something. I gotta make the rounds before they do the business with the key." Without waiting for Dave to think it over, Danny headed into the glass closet that served as her office, dropped the blinds, and did her best to rearrange her uniform so she looked a little less like the Wolfman herself. The back room of the station contained almost everything police-related. An evidence locker with a padlock on it, the communications desk with its radio, switchboard, and the walkie-talkie charging station, a couple of desks for whoever needed to do paperwork or take a statement. There was also Danny's tiny glass-walled office, a conference table, a gun cabinet with an impressive arsenal, mostly impounded, and at the back by the outside door, a pair of cells, complete with old-fashioned iron-barred doors. It was a trim little operation, as long as nothing went too wrong. Danny emerged from her office as tidied up as she was going to get. Dave was half-carrying Wolf through the door of the nearest cell, grimacing as the old man's smell was transferred onto himself. Wolf was complaining in a sing-song murmur, but offered no resistance. Danny passed through to the front room of the station, emerging behind the glass partition that spanned the space, a legacy of the post office days. A high countertop was let into the middle of the glass for dealing with the public. Danny unlocked the partition door and stepped into the waiting area. Beyond it were a couple of old plastic love seats, a restroom, and a potted plant that Danny had assumed was artificial for the first 4 months she worked at the station, until she saw Deputy Ted watering it. On the public side of the partition were taped-up official notices, FBI Most Wanted lists, and government information posters. Some of the posters had become outright bizarre since the federal government began its Secrecy is Strength campaign. The latest one featured an extreme close-up of an American eagle's eye and the motto, "Help us watch over you." Outside the plate-glass front wall of the station, a growing crowd of out-of-towners was moving down Main Street. Looked like the usual mix of families and retirees, working class mostly, with a few upscale seekers of quaint Americana mixed in. Not many teenagers, Danny was pleased to note. Her head still felt foul, although she'd swallowed a couple of Advil tablets from the bottle in her desk drawer. She probably needed to eat something. The wooden spoon was right across the way, but the thought of the usual fried egg breakfast sandwich was nauseating. And Christ, another thing had slipped her mind, the chili contest. In a couple of hours, she checked her watch, 3 hours, at 12:30, the chili cook-off would begin, and as recipient of the Key to the Mountains, Danny was expected to be the official third judge on the tasting panel. The permanent judges were Gordy Morton, who ran the True Value hardware store, and Eleanor Dennison of The Junk Shop. The thought of watching the 300-pound Gordy Morton eating cup after cup of chili was enough to make Danny's stomach juke left. She swallowed hard and stepped outside into the gathering warmth of Main Street, her eyes stung by the crisp sunlight and her ears set ringing by the bleating of the Skyline High marching brass band. They were belting out the theme from Rocky, more or less. I'd be better off dead if this keeps up, Danny thought. Inside the wooden spoon, Weaver Sampson and Patrick Michaels watched through the window as the sheriff of Forest Peak emerged squinting into the sunlight. They had the 2-seat window table. It was Weaver's RV, the White Whale, that was illegally parked in the gymnasium lot, not far from the bandstand at the far end of Main Street, upon which the Skyline High marching brass band was sacrificing musical goats. Patrick observed Weaver's eyes as they followed the sheriff on her way down the sidewalk. "It's the heat," Patrick said. Weaver grunted. He had an eloquent range of grunts, being a man of few words. It was one of the things Weaver did that kept Patrick guessing. Weaver looked like one of those rugged, lean men in the old photographs who built the Hoover Dam and the Chrysler Building. He had that silent sufficiency about him, in direct opposition to Patrick's incessant babbling and complaining. Lately, Patrick had been waking up alone in the master bedroom with the chocolate-colored walls and cream trim. He no longer went stomping off to the guest room to confront Weaver, whom he invariably found sitting up in bed with his hands laced together behind his head, accentuating his veined rock-climber's arms, staring thoughtfully out the balcony window at the view of the Sunset Tower Hotel, which had incidentally been renovated by that bitch Paul Fortune. But of course Paul Fortune didn't have his own show on cable television. That honor belonged to Patrick. Was Weaver dreaming of another man when he gazed out the window? Of course not. Weaver was simply looking out the window. He had no interest in decor or fashion or any of the refinements of life. That was what Patrick loved about him, and also what he loathed. They had nothing tangible in common. The more distant Weaver became, the more frantic Patrick became, and Patrick knew damn well the whole thing was a vicious cycle, and if he shut up occasionally, the problem would most likely go away. But he couldn't. Not to save his life. Not even to save the relationship. Please, shut up. Can't. Even as the thought went through his head for the millionth time, Patrick spoke. "She looks like she's in a very poor mood. Are you sure we're okay to park across all those spaces like that? I mean, shouldn't we just, park along the street or something?" Weaver disengaged his eyes from the sheriff and fixed them on Patrick. He considered carefully, and then spoke. "I think there's something going on." Patrick's heart bumped in his chest. Did Weaver know about the intern? Only once, and 8 long months ago, when Weaver was on location in Hawaii for 3 weeks. But maybe that's why he was slipping off to sleep alone. Patrick pursed his lips as if to ask, "What?" but no sound came out. Weaver hooked his chin at the television up above the counter. "Something weird. They keep showing part of these disasters in other countries, and then all of a sudden they cut away to cute stuff like babies watching parades and don't go back. Something's not right." Patrick simply couldn't understand the man. At this moment, the eggs and toast arrived. Danny found Deputy Ted eating a churro in front of Vic's barber shop. He saw her emerge from the crowd a few moments after she saw him, and made the tactical mistake of trying to consume the entire thing before she reached him. Ted was probably too fat for his health, and certainly too fat for his uniform, and Danny refused to order him another one because she felt to do so would be to condone a failure of personal discipline, hence a failure of team discipline. Danny was a firm believer in the slippery slope theory. She accelerated her pace and reached Ted while he still had so much dough in his mouth he could barely close his lips. "Eating on duty, Ted?" Danny said. Ted held a finger up. "Hang on a second." Danny crossed her arms and waited. Gluttony was one of the 7 deadly sins, as she recalled, whereas drowning your sorrows in alcohol and pills is A-OK, the unhelpful little voice in her head observed. Danny uncrossed her arms and pretended to watch the crowd, while Ted struggled manfully to swallow the mouthful. "Sorry, ma'am. No breakfast this morning, 'cause we had to split our shifts." Danny's late arrival this morning must have created chaos at the station. The fact that things were running smoothly was due to successful improvisation by her deputies. She would have to acknowledge that when things quieted down. Tomorrow, after the fireworks and the drunk drivers. "Any word on Kelly?" No, ma'am, but this isn't the first time she ran away, neither. She took the Mustang. Ted gasped. There were lines a person did not cross, not even family, but Danny was already on to the next thing. I'm going to be tied down from at least noon to 1 with this key thing and the chili contest afterward. I want you to be the point man if anything happens while I'm up there, okay? Nick will be at the radio, but if you need extra hands, he can jump in. There was a highway patrol interceptor parked at the curb down by the barber shop. Danny hadn't been notified there would be a state presence in town. She didn't see the uniform that went with it. Maybe somebody was moonlighting, or had to drop off a subpoena or something. Still, professional courtesy said you tipped your hat to the local fuzz. There was something bothering her, a sense of off-balance. It was probably only the raging hangover, but Danny never wrote off one of those feelings. Ted was noisily clearing his throat. Some sugar had gone down the wrong way. He gave Danny the thumbs up, unable to speak. Danny thumped him on the back and turned toward the wooden spoon, because the churro and the throbbing in her head had reminded her of something. The prisoner in Cell 1 would need to eat. And in Forest Peak, the jailhouse kitchen and the local cafe were the same place. The big woman who delivered the breakfast had aluminum-colored hair and a smiley face name tag on her blouse that read, Betty. Weaver asked for Tabasco. Patrick tried to change the subject, whatever that had been, anything to take his mind off the squalor of this rustic little fly pit in the mountains. It's like Deliverance without the river, he whispered. Just eat, Weaver said, accepting the Tabasco from Betty with a gracious John Wayne inclination of the head. I want to see the news. Then a red-eyed fellow turned around to face Weaver. He looks like that singer from that band, Patrick thought, or a drug addict. You see it coming, right? Red-Eye said. He was sitting at the next table, submerging a plate of pancakes in syrup and ketchup. He tapped the air with a finger. His nails were bitten down until the tips of his fingers looked like raw steak. Weaver stabbed his eggs in the eyes with a sharp piece of toast. What's that, brother? Patrick could see Red-Eye thought he maybe had a sympathetic ear. Emphasis on the pathetic part. His teeth were awful. Something, the man said. War on DRUGZ, war on poverty, unliteracy, cancer, dietary supplements, and terror. 1 in 100 Americans is behind bars, and people keep celebrating the 4th like freedom meant something. It's bullshit. They're up to something. At the counter directly behind Red-Eye, an old-timer in caterpillar cap and suspenders turned from his hash browns to inspect the author of these treasonous words. Zap Owler, you communist asshole. We stop celebrating Independence Day, the terrorists win, the old-timer reasoned. His name was Eugene, or at least his coveralls had a patch that said Eugene on the breast pocket. Zap Owler turned in his chair as if Eugene had flashed a badge at him. What terrorists? They could be anybody. Could be you. Eugene obviously figured he had Owler trumped. Patrick ate elaborately, hoping to demonstrate he wasn't part of the conversation, but Weaver turned to face the clashing locals. Day like today means whatever you bring to it. Eugene nodded in agreement. You got that right. But Weaver wasn't done. Then again, can't mix patriotism with going along to get along either. That's what happened to the Germans a while back. But you can't say there are no terrorists, Eugene protested. I'm not, but we better damn well stop using them as an excuse for what we do to people. Zap Owler was about to add something when Betty interposed her massive behind between the men to cut off any further argument, pouring coffee refills. Eugene's eyes drifted saint-like to the taxidermied deer head up above the front door. I didn't slaughter all them Koreans just so I could sit here and watch some dingleberry piss on the flag. No, sir. We get into a war on terror, we finish the job." Patrick pinched the bridge of his nose as if to clear his mind of suffering, a gesture he'd perfected on television. Zap Owler muttered under his breath and went back to his short stack. Weaver was pissed off. He slapped the table hard enough to make the coffee slop out of his mug. He was composing a statement, and it was going to be short and to the point, at which moment a merry jingle sounded, the front door swung open, and Danny Adelman walked in. Zap Owler shrank himself until he was hidden behind the rest of the patrons. Betty appeared to take Danny's arrival as her cue, addressing Danny but speaking to Weaver. "Okay, mister. Here's one of our local heroes right now, Sheriff Danielle Adelman. She done 3 tours out of Iraq, got wounded, but she won't say where. You tell 'em, Danny. You think America ought to walk away from all the sacrifice we made, or do you think we ought to finish the job?" Danny took in the room, scanning the faces that turned in her direction. She moved a lot like Weaver, Patrick thought, same way of speaking slowly. She took off her hat and leaned on the counter. "Sacrifice? It doesn't look like anybody here is suffering much." Betty squeezed herself in behind the counter. "You know what I mean. The usual? 1 egg sandwich, however Wolfman likes it." "He finally in the lockup?" "Let me know when it's ready." Danny strolled on over to Patrick and Weaver. "Sorry to barge in on you like this. I saw that land yacht outside, and I figured it belonged to one of you gents." "It's ours." Patrick looked extremely guilty. Weaver gave her the Lone Ranger smile. Patrick blurted, "How did you guess?" The sheriff considered this. "That's an expensive bus, and you got the most expensive clothes in town. Thing is, you're taking up too many spaces. Got to park it up the road well off the shoulder. But take your time. Up here, the shoulder goes down 500 feet in some places." Betty called up Danny's order. Danny put her hat back on. "You all have a great day," she said, and walked to the door with the go-bag. Then a string of firecrackers went off in the street, and Danny flinched involuntarily, half ducking back through the open door. Wounded on the inside, Patrick thought. Maybe that was Weaver's problem, too. Back in the station, Danny strapped on her walkie-talkie with the shoulder microphone, told Dave to get some rack time and be back on second shift at 8 p.m. He welcomed the overtime, and pushed the sandwich in its paper bag through the bars of Wolf Gunner's cell. The man was still heavily asleep on the narrow cot bolted to the wall. To hell with him. Nick was supposed to take radio duty at the communications center now, but he was on his way back from his tour of the neighborhood. Danny resisted the urge to look in the bathroom mirror, contenting herself with a glance in the reflection on her office window. Then she went outside again. Forest Peak was only an hour from downtown Los Angeles, traffic permitting, and might as well have been in another country. It was so small town and quaint, so it made for a convenient day trip getaway from everything L.A. No palm trees, only evergreens, snow in the winter. The hip, ironic Angelinos enjoyed Forest Peak for its guileless Americana. For others, the town was a reminder of where they came from, other small towns in other places, left behind for the biggest big city. Then again, many folks simply liked the fresh mountain air. The crowd was picking up, babies on fathers' shoulders, kids with balloons, Los Angeles bottle blondes with their Gucci shades and $50 tubes of sunscreen, lots of Latino families from the flatlands, some with 5 or 6 kids. There was a guy on stilts dressed as Uncle Sam, probably hired by Gordy to attract business to the hardware store. The band played on. It might have been Lady Marmalade they were playing, or a polka, it was hard to tell. An intense vinegar smell of bubbling chili wafted across Main Street from the dozen or so cooking stations set up in front of the Quick Mart. Danny saw a for Unlawful Carnal Knowledge t-shirt, the initial letters far larger than the rest, but she didn't have time to issue a citation to some mullet-wearing tool who couldn't dress himself for public occasions. Past the crowd was the official ceremonial flatbed truck, parked up under the shade of the town's lone ash tree. Danny's belly tightened with anticipation. She didn't love public speaking. Gordy Morton and Eleanor Dennison were already sitting up on the back in folding chairs above the richly draped red, white, and blue bunting that hid the truck's chassis. Also up on the flatbed was Zach Greer, the fire chief, Hillman Jones, who ran the Public Works Department, and Mayor Cy Crocker, checking his notes at the podium they'd requisitioned from the gymnasium. Cy was dressed in the ill-fitting George Washington outfit he'd originally put together in 1976 for the bicentennial. Danny walked toward them through the crowd, muttering a last checkup on her deputies over the radio. The noon bell on the firehouse was ringing as Danny stepped up onto the flatbed and stood with legs apart and arms behind her back in the at-ease drill stance. Cy tipped his braid-trimmed tricorn hat to Danny and waved down the street at Julius Argandonia, the music teacher. Julius made a throat-cutting gesture, and the student band abruptly stopped playing, precisely as the last ring of the bell sounded out. Now there was only crowd noise, laughter, and murmuring voices. Most of these folks couldn't care less about the ceremonials, but at least they turned in the correct direction. Danny's heart was racing. She did her breathing and brought it down. Cy tapped the microphone, then launched into his speech. "Ladies and gentlemen and local folks, welcome to Forest Peak's 4th of July celebration. Every year we get together to cheer on what's great about our nation and our community. And by way of raising money for the fire department, we also sling a mean chili." People cheered at this. They'd cheer for anything edible, Danny thought, part of the eternal holiday spirit. "And every year we celebrate somebody who made a difference in our community, who gave more than they took, with our annual Key to the Mountains Award. This year we honor somebody real special. She was born and raised here in Forest Peak, and before she took the job of sheriff, she took the job of serving with the U.S. Marine Corps. That job sent her overseas to a place very different from here. Like going from a birthday party to a fist fight is how she put it one time." Laughter was followed by more cheers. Danny could feel a hot blush crawling up her skin, making her back prickle. For starters, she'd never said any such thing. Cy was making it up. "Let me introduce Sheriff Danielle Adelman. She won a Purple Heart and a Silver Star, got wounded, but she won't say where." Cheering, rebel yells, a hell yeah from the guy in the FUCK shirt. Cy patted the air down, indicating the crowd should let him finish his speech. "And as you can see, she came back alive, and she is still serving our community today as sheriff of our small but capable peacekeeping force. So here's to you, Danny. It's not fancy, but it's the 35th annual Forest Peak Key to the Mountains, our award to an outstanding member of the community and a great American." Cy flipped open the official key-presenting box, revealing within its red velvet lining the gold-colored 5-inch key on a ribbon. He took the thing out and held it up for the crowd to see, then attempted to lower the ribbon over Danny's head. Her smoky hat was too big, so she took it off, and her hair fell heavily around her neck, to the tremendous delight of the crowd. People were cheering and hollering, and it was about as embarrassing as anything Danny had been through, except maybe the moment S. Curtis Booth called her a high-toned cripple bitch in front of the locals. At last, Cy got the ribbon on her, and the key hung there on her chest across the radio handset cable. From this elevated vantage point, Danny estimated the crowd at 800 or 900, about half the usual attendance for the holiday. Blame hard times for that. But enough of such matters. It was time for her speech. She stepped up to the podium, and her walkie-talkie squealed feedback through the microphone. The crowd fell silent, genuinely interested in this local hero. "Thank you," Danny said, her voice painfully amplified, and held the key up and sat down on the chair between Gordy and Eleanor. That was it. The crowd went wild. A woman of few words between them and the chili. What a great American indeed. The cheering and clapping went on, and Danny gratefully accepted a bottle of water from Hillman Jones. Her throat was as dry as cardboard. It was finally time to judge the chili. 3. The man ran through the trees, his mind a cyclone of fear. He ran as if hell itself had opened up to swallow him alive. He ran, screaming until his throat bled, until his legs were on fire with the pain of oxygen-starved muscles and branch-whipped skin. And then, in mid-stride, he was dead. 4. Danny was on the 5th Dixie cup of chili, and the world seemed to be growing dim. But she figured it wasn't as bad as a Baghdad sandstorm, so she kept on eating. The water helped. She'd probably swallowed a gallon of it by now. The chili from Rosarita's down in City of Industry was best, she thought. Spicy, but you could still taste the ingredients. But honestly, it could have been Chef Boyardee and she wouldn't have known the difference. The key to the mountains was heavy on her neck. Spicy, but you can still taste the ingredients, Danny said to Eleanor. 3 13-year-old boys, the Bixby twins and their cousin Cub Moss, were running for their lives. They had propped the stick of an immense illegal rocket firework, Sky Penetrator it promised, in gaudy orange letters on the side, in a 2-liter Mountain Dew bottle. The fuse was fizzing away at terrifying speed. The boys hurled themselves behind the recycling dumpster in the alley back of the hardware store just as the rocket lit up, a pillar of white sparks blasting out from among its tail fins. The 2-liter bottle crumpled and caught fire, and a carbonized star was permanently scored into the concrete yard. The rocket took off, not ponderously like a space shuttle or an Apollo rocket, but more like something from a cartoon. One moment it was blasting away at the pavement, and the next it was gone into the sky on a crooked pillar of smoke. The twins saw it go, but Cub was too afraid to break cover until it was well up in the air. They all saw it reach its zenith and hang there. Then it exploded with a mighty roar they could feel on their cheeks. Danny hit the deck, in this case the deck of the flatbed truck. Her gun was in her hand before the thought occurred to her, and then she was up on one knee with the firearm out in front of her, watching the red, white, and blue firework blossoming overhead in a drum roll of explosions. Zach Greer leaned over, folded his enormous mitt over the gun, and pushed it down, but a number of people in the crowd had already seen. A ripple of concerned remarks mingled with the laughter and cheers at the early incendiary display. Even a war hero should think twice about waving a gun around. Danny heard the concern beneath the crowd noise. Even as she shoved the gun back in the holster, the blush of humiliation was back, roasting her face. She had an egg-shaped chili stain on her knee. "It's the 4th of July, Sheriff," Zach Greer whispered. He'd been in the Army during a rare lull in the endless National War program. "Lot of bang-bang gonna happen today." "You guys go ahead and finish the chili. I gotta find out who did that and skin him alive," Danny said, and hopped down off the flatbed. "I vote for the Rosaritas," she said, and hurried away. Danny called the station to see if anybody was on to the perps yet. Nick answered the radio. Someone said it came from behind the hardware store. But he had more important news if Danny could come to the station right away. When she asked him what the news was, he said he didn't think it was an open radio kind of thing. "Kelly?" Danny said. "Something else." "There's not a 10 code for it?" "Let's say you have a visitor," Nick said. Danny wanted to ask him if it was Kelly, knew she already had the answer to that question. There was no way Kelly would dare return, and bit back further remark. She signed off. There was nothing for it. She had to get over to the station, and the dickhead with the fireworks could meanwhile make his escape. Danny was weaving through the crowd when Amy Cutter called her name. Over by the barber shop there was a petting zoo, as there was every year, with miniature goats and giant rabbits, several weird varieties of chicken, and Diggler, the pot-bellied pig that would, if you knew the magic words, shit on command. Amy, being the local veterinarian, was called upon to officiate over the squealing kids who chased the animals around the wire pens. Danny didn't want to stop, but she also wanted very much to get some buddy time with Amy. A reassuring word would help a lot right now. "You look like you just died," Amy observed. "Love the key, though. It matches the gold in your teeth." Danny shrugged. "Kelly ran off, did you hear? With the Mustang." Bless her, Amy was immediately dismayed. "She took the Mustang? It must be serious. Did she say anything, or leave a note?" Danny had forgotten about the note, too, in all the activity. "Yeah, a long note. I haven't read it yet." "Maybe she said where she went in it." "Not if she took the Mustang. She knows I'd hunt her down without remorse." Amy separated a kid from a struggling rabbit. "Okay, honey, bunnies can't breathe if you squeeze their necks. Try this nice piggy. They don't have necks. Danny, here. Now smile." Amy handed the rabbit to Danny, who didn't smile, and there was a bright flash, and the regional newspaper had its photo of the heroic sheriff with her key to the mountains and a cute bunny for the 4th of July wrap-up edition next week. They could Photoshop the chili stain off Danny's knee. People congratulated Danny on the way down Main Street. It might have been gratifying, except by now she had been through too much to imagine any of these civilians had enough experience in life to qualify their opinions. A small boy pointed his finger at her and said, "Pew, pew," in imitation of gunfire. Danny was grateful to have made it past the gauntlet when she stepped through the doors of the sheriff's station, and then she came up against a tan uniform of the highway patrol. A big trooper was at that moment ducking his head into his hat, so he didn't see Danny until they collided. "Pardon. Oh, are you Adelman?" he said. He didn't offer his name, but it was on his chest tag, one of the 5-year safety award pins. Jordan Park. Although they moved apart, Danny's nose was still full of his cologne. He kept close and dropped his voice to a whisper. "Glad I ran into you, Sheriff. We got a situation I wanted to run by you. I drove up here to keep it off the radio." "I guess it's important if you went half an hour out of your way." "It's important." Danny nodded. "Follow me," she said, went through the partition into the back room, and held open the door to the ladies' room. "That's who I told you about," Nick volunteered from the radio desk. "Thanks, Nick," Danny said, meaning sarcasm, but instead coming off as uncharacteristically polite. "This is the one place I can get any privacy around here," she said, and Park stepped past her into the inner sanctum. He needed to talk, and he didn't care where he did it. Anybody who has been in police work for more than a week is accustomed to the necessity of barging into the most private realms of strangers. Without the slightest display of awkwardness at being in the women's toilet, Park took up a position by the sink, with his elbow resting on the top of the tampon vending machine. He was a big man, Asian, with hair buzzed short. He tapped the knuckle of his forefinger against his chin, unable to be still. Danny could feel the energy fizzing off him. She leaned against the door and gestured for Park to speak. He took a breath and held it a moment, as if trying to determine where to begin. "You haven't had any weird incidents up here," he said. "No," Danny replied. "I mean, weird how?" "Started yesterday. My grandparents are in Korea. They called to tell me there was some kind of incident in Busan where they live, and there was all kinds of problems in Japan and China as well, in the cities. When I say yesterday, I mean it was very early this morning for us. and now I can't get through to them. Is this a personal matter? Danny couldn't figure out why he was telling her these details. Haven't you seen the news? Heard on the radio? Danny was ashamed to admit she'd been in a self-induced coma and hadn't caught up with events. The holiday keeps us pretty busy around here, she said. Okay, Park said, in the same way a man speaks before he jumps off a high diving board. Okay. Well, you know as much as anybody, probably. Fact is, it's all rumors now. If you haven't seen the news, you haven't missed much. They're not reporting it. I mean, they keep going to their reporter in New Delhi or wherever, and there's what looks like rioting, and then they cut to something low-key. You follow? It's like there's a news blackout, but nobody told us about it. Everything seems pretty cool around this area, though, Danny said. No more activity on the radio than usual. Maybe it's only in Asia. Are you worried about your family? If that was all I was worried about, I sure as hell wouldn't come crawling up this damn mountain, Park said, irritated. Then he relented. Nothing personal, obviously. My boss told me to come up here. This community is on the Eisenman plan. I don't know what the Eisenman plan is. Danny was already feeling off-kilter. This conversation was rapidly making it worse. She felt sick. She sat on the lid of the toilet, her elbows on her knees. Park wiped sweat from his upper lip. Me neither, until this morning, he said. It's some kind of Cold War nuke evacuation plan, okay? Based on the idea of radio communications being disabled. Anyways, according to the plan, individual officers are supposed to spread out to any designated evacuation community and tell you all about it. All about what? Danny muttered. Tell me what's going on. She wanted to take a nap, or have another drink. If something like what's happening overseas happens in Los Angeles, Park said, you're going to inherit 100,000 displaced persons. Forest Peak is on the designated community list. Forest Peak was at maximum capacity with 1,000 or so tourists in the street, and they would almost all be gone by midnight. 100,000 people stuck in town indefinitely during an emergency? There wasn't enough shelter to house them, not even if 30 people moved into every structure in town. But that wasn't what had shut down Danny's mind. It was the broader implications of the thing. Was there actually an emergency, and the powers that be had decided not to mention it? And the emergency plan was what, 50 years old? Did nobody learn a thing from New Orleans? And how could Park and his superiors possibly think a break in the 24/7 news cycle from someplace on the other side of the world meant impending disaster in the local area? Or did it? Park was clearly working with an incomplete set of facts. He was low-ranking, so he got this kind of assignment without being told much. Danny's temper was heating up rapidly. So they sent you up here with next to no information except what your Grampy said? What the hell do they expect me to do about it? Park was perspiring freely. Danny waited for an answer, although the answer was obvious. Nobody knew what the Eisenman plan meant anymore, or at least certainly not Park. You can call my supervisor. Will it help? Maybe with specific stuff, once there's more information from the government. There's 3 regions. We're the western region. Information gets relayed somehow. Danny was fully awake now. What I mean, she said, clipping her words, is not how the plan works, but what are we supposed to do? Are we on terror alert status? Is this a security emergency? A safety emergency? Bad weather? Did Iran launch nukes at us? They didn't activate this plan thing just because your grandparents called. I don't know anything else, and neither does my command, Park said. I'm here telling you what I can because that's the first part of the plan. After that, none of it works anyway. Used to be they'd drive a fleet of trucks up here in advance of the situation. Loads of blankets and canned ravioli, right? No such trucks anymore. So it's just me, telling you. Danny twisted the golden key on its ribbon. Can you tell me anything about what happened in Korea, or why it could happen here? No, Park said. That's what rattled my cage. The lieutenant tells me, Drive up to Forest Peak and tell them to be aware there might be a need to shift populations around per Eisenman. And that was it. I had to look up what Eisenman was. Connected that with what my grandparents said. My grandmother told me people were running and screaming down the street like Gamel was on the block, but there wasn't anything there. There wasn't an explosion or people with guns or anything. It was simple panic for no apparent reason. If that's what's been happening everywhere... He ran out of words and his shoulders drooped. He picked at the decal on the front of the tampon machine, unaware he was doing it. "Okay," Danny said. "I guess you did your duty. You told me there might be a situation, and if there is, there used to be a plan to deal with it, and good luck. Well, I got a situation here, as it happens. I don't have enough deputies to handle the crowd as it is. So, unless you're in a hurry to get back, I could sure use the extra uniformed presence. Can you stick around another 3-4 hours? By then I can call down the hill, and if I learn anything, I'll let you know right away." Park let out a long, gusty breath. Danny had thought he would resist staying an extra minute after he discharged his duty in this remote corner of nowhere, but, in fact, he was relieved. "Please," he said. "Welcome to Forest Peak," Danny said, and they went out together into the back room, where Nick glanced up from some paperwork at the radio desk. He seemed intensely interested to know what was going on, but knew better than to ask. At this moment, a boy charged into the waiting area. He hollered, "There's a dead guy!" bent double, and threw up in the potted plant by the door. Weaver was eating soft-serve ice cream. Patrick never touched the stuff. Weaver seemed to be happy, and the watchfulness he'd developed earlier had faded away. For once, in this reassuringly hick town with its simple pleasures, Patrick was content. They'd both seen the lady sheriff go Rambo up there on the back of the flatbed truck, and this had furnished them with conversation for several minutes. Nothing relaxed Patrick more than someone he didn't know making a fool of themselves. It diverted his self-ridicule. He even felt like Weaver was his old approachable self again. "I should get Rachel Ray up here next year," Patrick said. "Do you know her?" "She was the little bitty brunette I introduced you to at the party." "Who was the tall guy again?" "Nathan Fillion. He's hot." Patrick, his insecurity rushing back, immediately craved soft-serve ice cream and the comfort only sugar and fat can provide. Then he realized there was something else nibbling at his fleeting sense of contentment. There seemed to be a lot of upset people on mobile phones, asking for repetition of information, asking for someone else to be put on the line, demanding their auditors calm down. The reception was terrible up in the mountains, but it was more than that. It vaguely reminded Patrick of the day Princess Diana died, and the shocking news rippled out into the world accompanied by an equal measure of disbelief. It hadn't been the same with Michael Jackson. It was probably nothing important, just a coincidence. Patrick was finely tuned to pick up discord in his environment, that was all. Weaver was generally far more impassive and consequently happier. Patrick wished he was like that himself. "People acting weird," Weaver remarked, and Patrick began to perspire. He lay face down in the woods, a quarter of a mile downhill from Main Street, where the mountain was too steep to build on, but ideal for dumping hard-to-discard trash like window glass, bald tires, washing machines, and scrap drywall. There was junk strewn all down the slope, with various articles of rubbish fetched up against the roots of the trees that clung to the stony ground. Danny remembered being cautioned not to play around there when she was a girl, and how, consequently, they played in that area almost exclusively. In childhood, garbage is a kind of treasure, a discovery. The stuff that adults just want to get rid of turns into spacecraft, forts, and the raw materials of 100 unfinished ideas. What were a few stitches and tetanus shots to the value of such riches? Danny hadn't been down this way in years, and whatever magic she'd found there as a child was gone now. But the new generation hadn't abandoned the place. She saw a large fort made of rusting sheet metal and lumber built up between two trees, and there was some sort of shelter made of tires and plywood as well. A little way below these projects, Danny saw a couple of kids lurking behind a tree, their attention focused downhill. Officer Park was at her side. Mike Bixby, the twin born 1 minute after his brother Carl, trailing along behind them. Danny followed the boys' line of sight and saw something sprawled on a passage of naked rock that jutted out from the steepest part of the slope. She knew immediately that it was a corpse. Any combat veteran can recognize a dead body without hesitation, regardless of its pose or condition. There's a certain slack gravity to the dead that is absent from anything else, whether it is a realistic shop mannequin, a fallen-over scarecrow, or a sack of leaves. 2 questions immediately sprang to Danny's mind. First, who was it? And second, how did these kids stumble upon the body? Because Danny had noticed, even with the sour smell of puke, that Mike Bixby stank of gunpowder. If these boys had been fleeing town in a straight line from behind the hardware store— "That's a body," Park said. It wasn't a question, but Danny heard the uncertainty in his voice. They had called an ambulance from the station before they set out after the Bixby twin, with directions for it to come along the state forest trail at the bottom of the mountain. Not as direct a route as Main Street, but with the crowds and unwanted attention, Danny thought it would be easier for the paramedics to hike up from below. "Keep these kids under control, will you?" Danny said, and made her way past the other boys and down onto the rocky ledge where the corpse was tumbled. Based on Park's body language, she didn't think he'd be offended at a great big state policeman being told what to do by a mere local cop. He probably saw his share of road fatalities. The woods were spookier, however, than the 210 freeway. Or maybe he wasn't sure how to secure a scene halfway up a cliff. Danny had to descend toward the remains sideways, as if snowboarding, and several yards to the left so she wouldn't send cascades of leaves and dirt over the corpse. This was probably a simple case of someone falling in exactly the wrong way while taking a leak, but you never knew. Danny got parallel to the scene, then worked her way closer over what certainly appeared to be evidence-free rock. It could be a body dump, she realized. Someone could have rolled it down the slope, hoping it would make it another couple of yards to the edge and flop down the steepest part of the mountain, where it would be well out of sight. She knelt low and examined the body. Male, late 20s, Hispanic, eyes open, face twisted as if with fright. Probably rigor mortis, not fear. The human face generally goes slack upon death, and its expression means as little as the apparent smile of a dog. This wasn't a body dump. The corpse wasn't covered in leaves or dirt. Its arms weren't tangled around the torso, as with a rolling descent, but bent beside the head. The man looked like he'd fallen headlong right where he lay. "What's the story?" Officer Park asked, his voice raised. The 3 boys were talking among themselves behind the tree, possibly getting their story straight. Danny wished her colleague would keep a closer watch over them, but it was too late now. "Male, deceased, COD not apparent." It was nobody she knew. Danny reached out and laid the backs of her fingers against the cheek of the dead man. She felt razor stubble there. The skin was still warm, as if alive. But he was certainly a corpse, his open eyes as lifeless as boiled eggs. "Not dead long," she added. "We saw him fall down," Mike Bixby said, his voice hitching. He was almost done crying. His curiosity had largely overcome the shock. "How so?" Danny asked. She wanted to sound casual, like they were discussing a television show. Keep him talking. Cub Moss spoke up next, excited by the chance to be part of a police investigation. "He was running right at us and yelling," Cub said. "We thought he was chasing us." "Chasing you why?" Danny asked, casually. "Just because," Carl Bixby said, evasively, by way of warning to his cousin. We were running, Cub said, and knew that wouldn't be the end of it. Danny wanted him to keep talking, however, so she relented. Okay, he was chasing you along here, and what happened? He fell and hit his head? He fell over, Cub said, at a loss for words. Carl pitched in now, apparently the ringleader of the boys, looking more confident since the dangerous part of the story had been gotten past. I saw when he fell. Cub didn't. Cub was too busy running away like a girl. That dude was motoring and, screaming as well, like this, with his hands on his head. Screaming. I thought he seen a bear or something. Then he, went down, right? He fell right here. He didn't roll down the hill? Danny said, indicating the corpse. Yeah, I seen him go Here Carl grabbed his own head at the temples, then jerked and pitched forward, catching himself on one leg before he fell all the way, hands still on his head. Like that, you know? So he tripped on something, Park said. No, Carl said. I can't explain it. He just fell, boom, like he got cold-cocked. Danny studied the dead face resting against the rock. Certainly there were no major injuries on the part of the face she could see. He was missing one shoe, though, and his white sock was filthy, tattered, and dappled with blood. So he hadn't lost the shoe at the moment he fell. He'd been running through the trees like that for some time. Did he throw his hands out in front of him? She asked. No, that's exactly why it looked weird. Carl was relieved somebody figured it out. He hadn't articulated it clearly to himself. He fell with his hands still on his head, Danny said. Huh. It didn't make sense. Maybe he'd been drunk and his reflexes were shut off. Or he could have been on amphetamines or something like that. Somebody was dealing in the local area, but Danny hadn't figured out who, which would also make his reflexes go haywire, and would explain why he hadn't stopped to retrieve his shoe. It was probably good old-fashioned death by misadventure. Danny very much doubted the man was chasing these boys in any case. Whatever the circumstances that led to this, she was going to have to spend the rest of an already busy day dealing with a dead person, and that meant whatever else went down, her deputies would be dealing with it. The thought made her despair. She wanted a drink now more than ever. Her radio clicked, and Deputy Ted's voice came over the speaker. Sheriff, come in. We got a report from down to the Chevron station. Shoot, Danny said. Kids present here, FYI, she added, in case there was anything unsavory to report, like the time a man was gassing up his car and set his pants on fire. That made the papers all the way down in the flatlands. Ted had to think about it. He wasn't fluent with the 10 signals, and Danny hadn't demanded he learn them as they were becoming obsolete. 10:53, he said at last. Drunk and disorderly, Danny thought. It was hardly past noon, and the drunks were already on the move. You're going to have to deal with it, she replied. I got a 10-105 here, misadventure. Danny was entirely sober for once, so this was her chance to feel superior. Her radio came back to life. You still there? Ted asked, and continued without waiting for a reply. The thing is, he was running and screaming like crazy. He got away from me, and I don't think I can get to him in time. He's headed northwest. Same direction as this one, Danny thought. Nick, do you copy? She said. 10-4, Nick promptly replied, caught up in the radio game himself. Intercept this one for me, will you? I can't leave the body unattended. Nick, in the station, was at the correct end of Main Street, but it would leave the station itself unattended. Sheriff. Officer Park came downhill a few feet and said, confidentially, I can stay here if you need to get back. Danny was grateful. She flicked a salute off the edge of her hat and started up the mountainside. You gentlemen come with me, she said to the boys. They fell into line behind her. Halfway back to Main Street, Danny looked over her shoulder and saw Park speaking into his radio mic, probably reporting the situation to the brass back at his home base. Whatever was going on, it had gotten Danny what amounted to an extra deputy, and that was a big advantage. The way things were going, she thought she would need it. What worried her most about the 10:53 as described by Ted was the running and screaming. Second case of running and screaming that day, if the boys were to be believed. He was inside the Forest Peak patrol car, a Crown Victoria that should have been auctioned off to a taxi company long ago. He had shoulder-length brown hair and no shirt, his skin covered in abrasions and cuts. The back seat of the Vic, like that of the Explorer, was a seamless plastic form, similar to the benches in a fast food restaurant. It was spattered with blood. The man was completely out of control, shrieking and flailing his limbs. It looked as if he was trying to keep on running, even inside the vehicle. His wrists were cut through the skin from the zip-tie handcuffs that bound them together. Danny was sweating profusely and so out of breath she could hardly see through the dark purple fireworks behind her eyes. She could smell herself, the sweet, yeasty stink of an alcohol binge. 3 times before he stopped swinging long enough to get the cuffs on him, Nick was saying. He had an ice pack pressed to his cheekbone. Danny had arrived after a brisk 10-minute slog along the mountainside to the Chevron station, and she was still doubled up with her hands on her knees, trying to get her wind back. The police car was parked around behind the gas station, next to the LP tank for filling barbecue cylinders. The deputies had shown some good sense, getting the perp out of sight of the general public before a crowd gathered. Highway Patrolman Park was posted by the corpse. The Bixby twins and their cousin Cub were in the hands of a neighbor. The situation was stabilized, Danny estimated. Now she had to figure out what to do with this maniac who was beating himself to a pulp in the back of the cruiser. "You tasered him 3 times?" Danny said, because she hadn't been listening. "I had to," Nick said, defensive. In fact, Danny didn't care if he'd beaten the man senseless with a shovel, not today. But Nick was conditioned to expect disapproval if any situation escalated out of his control, as this one certainly had. "What are we going to do?" he added, when Danny failed to reprimand him. "I don't know," she said. And this was such a rare admission that both Nick and Ted were startled into looking closely at Danny's blotchy, sweating face. "Quit staring at me," she said. "Think of something yourselves." All 3 of them stood there and pretended to think. The manager of the Chevron station, Artie Moyes, was leaning against his old Toyota by the trash cans, waiting for them to get the nutcase off his property. Until then, it didn't seem decent somehow to leave the police standing around alone. A couple of tourists were peeking around the hurricane fence, but from their perspective there wasn't much to see. Through the back window of the cruiser, the perp looked more like laundry bouncing around in a commercial dryer than anything else. But everybody within 30 meters could hear his discordant screams, muffled by the glass, but still excruciatingly sharp. Danny drew a normal breath for the first time since she'd left the corpse on the hill. She could think. She'd have the deputies hog-tie this individual in the free cell back at the sheriff's station, then get the paramedics to have a look at him when they were done fucking around with the dead man in the woods. Maybe they could take the wild man away with them alongside the corpse, or Patrolman Park could drive him down the mountain after them in his slick, late-model vehicle. Then somebody was going to have to clean the back of the Crown Victoria with bleach and paper towels. She wiped the sweat off her face with her hands and stood upright, ignoring the pain in her side. Time to make a statement to her minions, outlining the plan. She drew another breath to speak. At that moment, the man in the back of the patrol car went limp and collapsed. "What the fuck?" Danny said, instead of her prepared statement. She strode over to the car, her legs sore from the hike, and examined the now still man through the window. He was dead. Had to be. His naked ribcage wasn't moving. Nobody could scream for half an hour and flail around like he did without gasping for air. Danny waited. If the captive was somehow holding his breath as a ruse, she wasn't going to let what was left of her humane impulses put her in harm's way. The deputies were exclaiming loudly to her left and right. "Shut up," she barked, and popped the door latch. They all stood well back, and the weight of the man's legs was enough to push the door open a few inches. One of his sneakered feet fell through the gap. Danny saw the shoes were chewed up. He must have run a long way over some pretty rough terrain. She remembered the shoeless foot of the corpse in the woods, bloody and matted with dirt. Danny swung the door all the way open and stepped back again. If he was going to try to kick somebody, she didn't want to make it easy. But he didn't kick. He didn't breathe. He lay there on the hard plastic seat, unmistakably dead. "Ted, put on some gloves and check his vitals, but I think he's gone," Danny said. "Artie, you got a tarp or a sheet or something we can put over him for the drive down Main Street? I don't want any looky-loos. They'll think we beat him to death." "Rabies," said Artie. Nick drove the body back toward the sheriff's station. It was concealed beneath a vinyl advertising banner that proclaimed "Cleanest Gas in Town," a gift from the Chevron Corporation. Only gas in town would have sufficed. Danny rode shotgun. Ted could walk back once he was done taking statements. Do him some good. They were halfway there, along where the first houses sprouted up to signal a human settlement was ahead, when the radio went crazy. Park had patched through the transmissions coming from the flatlands so he could explain what they were hearing. "This is happening everywhere," the highway patrolman said, his voice cutting in over the rest. "People are running around and falling down dead, like up here, but a lot more of them." Beneath Park's words, a continuous din of voices crossed and recrossed as law and order attempted to get a handle on the situation. At first it was confusion, the formless back and forth of a vast network of individual radios and incidents that could only be followed once you could separate one conversation from the rest. It took Danny 20 seconds before she could sort out any of it. "We got 10 or more down here on Crenshaw," someone said. "More like 50. The same voice amended a few seconds later. Then another voice. "They're running straight up Highland. Must be 1,000. Lot of them falling. Something's in pursuit. Can't see what. We're driving by." "The Costco parking lot looks like a battlefield. There's hundreds," said another. And then, "Jesus, it's coming this way!" Officer Park interjected. "This situation is happening from L.A. to at least Claremont. I should get back down there. Please advise. Over." Danny was about to reply, the hand set at her lips, when a woman in bra and panties ran past the police car, screaming. A lanky man with a beard, dressed as if for a hike, charged after the woman. He was also screaming. "Hit the gas," Danny said. They had to cut these people off before they got to the crowded part of Main Street, or there could be a panic. Patrick and Weaver were about ready to give up pretending to look at the crafts booths. The atmosphere had gotten very weird, the most distinct case of bad vibes Patrick had ever experienced, with the exception of one evening at a nightclub in Idaho. The phone calls had continued, and then people bundling their families into cars and driving away too fast through the one lane open along Main Street. 2/3 of the crowd was oblivious to this undercurrent of alarm, but more people were figuring out something was wrong by the second, and the number was expanding exponentially because now people were honking their horns and cutting each other off with their vehicles. "Let's go," Patrick said. Typically, Weaver would have taken his time to respond, putting on a show of unflappable cool, but this time he simply nodded and set out through the crowd. By the time they were near the motorhome, half the crowd was in on the excitement, those who hadn't gotten phone calls now overhearing what the others were saying, or assuming there was a fire or something like that. Otherwise, why were people screaming? The screams weren't coming from the crowd on Main Street. They were in the woods, it sounded like. People running and crashing through the undergrowth up behind the buildings. The band had stopped playing, and within a minute, almost the entire crowd had stopped speaking. They were all listening, trying to make sense of the cries off in the distance. Then people were dropping their beer coolers, their shopping bags, abandoning empty strollers on the curb. Panic spreads as fast as sound. The voices of the crowd rose up in a roar of confusion, everyone trying to develop a reaction at the same time. Weaver took Patrick's hand and towed him straight through the remaining ranks of open-mouthed holiday-goers to the railing around the parking lot, and from there, nearly getting hit by a florid man in a station wagon, they forged on toward the White Whale. They locked themselves inside and sat up front. The exit to the parking lot was pandemonium. Patrick was all for joining the motorized exodus. "We don't know what's wrong yet," Weaver said reasonably. Patrick folded his arms. "I don't want to be stuck in this place when we find out." "Patrick," Weaver said, again with that irritating lack of panic, "we're sitting in a 36-foot rolling hotel room. We don't have to go anywhere. Unless it's a forest fire, we're probably better off sitting still in here than joining rush hour over a cliff." "As soon as traffic lets up, though," Patrick said, going for a threatening tone. They stayed parked where they were and listened to the talk on the CB radio and sat very still while the smaller vehicles surged and honked all around them. People were using their cars like rams. A couple of fender benders happened right in front of the RV. Only the first one excited any interest. The second didn't even get the drivers out of their vehicles. They just kept on going. Patrick watched a couple shove their screaming kids into a minivan. The kids had balloons tied to their wrists. The back door slammed on a string, and the balloon was cut loose to drift into the sky. "I'm not going to suggest we try to do something about this," Weaver said. "This isn't a crowd control situation." It hadn't occurred to Patrick to do anything, so this came as a relief. The CB radio seemed to be mostly occupied with truck drivers describing an immense traffic jam to each other, people trying desperately to get into the city in one direction and out of it in the other. The drivers with police scanners reported the authorities were on it, but overwhelmed. It was all happening with bewildering speed. Hundreds of accidents and stalled cars in lane from downtown to Santa Monica, and the roads were getting impassable to the east as well, in the direction of Forest Peak. Then one of the truckers described thousands of people streaming past his rig on the 405 freeway, on foot, moving through the standstill traffic. He said people were abandoning their vehicles. He said, "I can see right down the hill at the top of the pass between Hollywood and Studio City, and there are people swarming up the hill here. God damn, it's like bugs. The cars can't do nothing. I ain't moved 10 feet in 10 minutes. Folks are going past the truck right now, scared shitless. I don't know what's going on, but it's bad. I don't see no smoking gun of a mushroom cloud, but it's bad." Christ, they're running now. People running up this big damn hill through the cars. People getting out of their cars, and they're running too. The squelched sounds of screaming could be heard in the background as the unknown trucker lowered his window. "I can't make it out. They're yelling about something coming, but I'm a good 9 feet off the ground. I don't see shit coming. But some folks are falling down. I can see down the hill they're falling all over the place. Jesus, they're falling all around." That was the last thing the trucker said. In the silence that followed, Patrick realized he was holding his breath. Weaver was watching the radio as if it had a picture. After a few seconds, the rest of the voices on the CB radio started up again, all going crazy trying to figure out what happened to their good buddy. Someone with an open microphone started to sing loud psalms, and Weaver switched the radio over to FM band, where the emergency broadcast system had just kicked in. Some stations continued to play pre-programmed music. On the rest, the weird, fax-like tones of the EBS screeched out. Then a recorded voice said, "Stand by for an important bulletin." In the police cruiser, Nick and Danny caught up with the bearded hiker. He'd fallen on the yellow lines a little way outside town, dead like the others. Cars were creeping past him on the way out, pale faces pressed to the windows. The screaming woman and her skivvies had run off behind the houses into the woods. They couldn't hear her cries anymore, but there were others coming now, charging through the trees and hollering like banshees. A mass of traffic was quickly tangling up where the road widened at the end of town, too many vehicles trying to get around each other, clogging the street. The situation was devolving with the speed of a wildfire. "Find out where Dave is," Danny said to Nick. "Get him out here. We need all hands now. Tell Ted to haul ass back here. I want these people to stay right here in town until we know what's going on." Danny hopped out of the car and jogged the rest of the way into town. It was faster than driving at this point. The sheriff's station was only a few hundred yards away, but with the confusion reigning in the street, it took Danny twice the time she could afford. A lot of people were shouting at her from their vehicles, even climbing out to make demands she couldn't possibly meet. Get us out of here. Take control. Do something. Danny ignored them and kept on going until she was through the station doors, where Highway Patrolman Park was trying to organize a crowd of some 30 people jammed into the front room, standing room only, the air rancid with fear and anger. Danny forced her way through the crowd, took a position next to Park, and banged the flat of her hand on the counter until most eyes were turned her way. "Listen up!" she shouted. "You all need to get to your vehicles or find a quiet place to wait until we have things calmed down. You hear me?" Danny's voice sounded harsh and ragged to her ears. It sounded the way it did back in the foreign desert. "We do not have the personnel to deal with individual situations. Please leave in an orderly manner, and I'll get back with everyone as soon as possible." This last detail was patent nonsense, but it helped. The people nearest the door, complaining loudly and bitterly, went back outside. The others filed out after them with the heavy, head-shaking tread common to all thwarted taxpayers. They can write their representatives, Danny thought. I'm about ready to cap the fuckers. "I can't keep you here," Danny said to Park as the last of the civilians slammed the door on the way out. "But you'd better get going, because traffic isn't getting any better, even if you light up the bubblegums." Park drew a long breath and let it out at the same slow rate. I guess I'll stay here. I haven't heard anything from my department in 15 or 20 minutes. Be an hour at least before I got back there. I might as well stick around and be useful as get myself caught in rush hour on the mountain." "Thanks," Danny said, and meant it. Park went outside after a brief conference about Danny's objectives, which were at this point limited to keeping injuries to a minimum and maintaining general order until the nature of the situation was clear. Danny took a few moments at the radio desk to call around to other police and fire departments, but didn't get much useful information. They were all in the same boat, trying to catch up with events. Wolf Gunner was complaining from his cell, demanding to know what was going on outside, and it gave Danny a small pleasure to ignore him. Forest Peak was lucky to be on the margin. Down in the thickly settled areas, if the radio chatter was to be believed, circumstances were devolving at a pace not even a military presence could slow down. This thing was going to have to play itself out overnight, at least. Danny was trying to find somebody at the federal level who could tell her what the hell was going on, but the FBI was not answering any of its phones, and the civilian government snarl of automated touch-tone phone assistants sent her around in ever-decreasing circles. She was setting the handset of the phone back on the cradle when Nick came in, dragging the dead man from the back of the cruiser. The body was wrapped in the vinyl banner from the Chevron station. "Somebody gotta tell me what the fuck is happening," Wolf growled when he saw the corpse. Nick left it on the floor alongside a desk. Danny relented. Wolf did have a right to know, especially if she was going to keep him locked up. She couldn't remember if he'd been charged yet. She turned to speak to him. They all heard glass breaking on Main Street, and screams. Not the screams of those crazy people running through the woods, but screams of fear, anger. Danny rushed out the front doors of the station onto the sidewalk, heard an engine racing, and an instant later got clipped by the wing mirror of a BMW with a Trojan's frame on the license plate. She stumbled back into the wall and gritted her teeth, feeling the big muscles of her thigh contract with pain. Nick came rushing out and thumped into a woman holding a small dog. The dog leaped to the ground and ran off beneath the idling cars. The woman spat at Nick, "Asshole!" and threaded her way between the cars after the dog, shouting, "Puff! Puff! Stay!" The BMW, meanwhile, was tearing down the broad sidewalk space between the old-fashioned wooden telephone poles and the doorsteps of the businesses on Main, leaving behind it a strew of upended trash barrels, the town's lone post box, a cardboard display of wiffle balls and bats, and a couple of knocked-over crafts booths, and there were several other cars coming after it. Almost at the end of Main Street, the Beamer hit an abandoned chili cart and slowed to a halt, the windshield covered in beans. The driver jumped out and started scraping the chili off the glass with his bare hands. An irrelevant voice flickered through Danny's mind. "I hope that's not Rosarita's." Danny considered for a split second making an example of the driver, hauling him out and handcuffing him, but the real crisis wasn't this one driver. The entire town appeared to have gone insane. From end to end, Main Street was jammed with vehicles, all heading south toward the flatlands. Before, it had been a mess, like getting out of the parking lot after a football game. Now it was impassable, and people were flipping out. There was a shouting match across the street that looked like it might escalate into a brawl. The crawling vehicles spanned both lanes of the road, incoming and outgoing, with more nosing out of lanes, daring to attempt the shortcut down what passed for a sidewalk in Forest Peak. Horns and engines and voices rose in an unholy din. Dogs were barking through back windows. The same as she did in the Marines, Danny gathered what she knew and assembled a quick working hypothesis, subject to constant revision. Some kind of disaster had happened, as far as she could tell. What it was, nobody knew, but it seemed to be spreading fast. People were fleeing the major urban centers, or trying to return, and there were others running and dying, like the ones they'd seen here in Forest Peak, but in huge numbers. All over the place. "Out there in the wide world where Kelly is," said the voice in her head. It had been less than 15 seconds since the mirror hit Danny's thigh, and she could almost move the leg again. As she had learned when she threw away the cane after the town elections, you don't heal an injury by treating it like a friend. "You hurt, Sheriff?" Nick said. Danny didn't have anything useful to say. This was not the time to bark at the minions. So she drew her sidearm and gestured with the weapon, "Follow me." Nick did so. Danny fed orders into her radio mic, summoning the remainder of her tiny peacekeeping force. Highway Patrolman Park would do what he could in town. Danny wanted Dave, Nick, and Ted to assemble down on Route 114. What they needed was a roadblock, something she knew a great deal about. Patrick thought traffic was light enough so they could start moving. Weaver switched on the video screen that showed the view to the rear as seen by an all-weather camera mounted on the roof. There was an overturned baby stroller behind them, but the cars were cleared out, room enough to back up. Weaver switched the screen off again. "All those cars are going to be stuck on Main Street for another hour," Weaver said. "We'll only be stuck behind them." "But Weaver—" "Panic is panic. You think it's going to help?" "When do I not panic?" Patrick said. "Patrick?" "Okay, I know. I'm shutting up." They waited as a few stray cars that had been parked up the hill on Sawyer Road drove past to join the fray. Then they were almost alone except for the few locals who stood at the end of the parking lot to watch the pandemonium on Main Street. The locals weren't freaking out because they were already where they belonged. Patrick knew dislocation was a powerful feeling, and it drove as much mindless fear as did the threat of bodily harm. He watched through the tall windshield of the motorhome, but Weaver was examining his geological survey map, one of those outdoorsy charts that were more geared to topographical details than useful features like restaurants and outlet malls. To Patrick, the map was a mass of meaningless wavy lines, like an op art painting. "Check it out," Weaver said. "Everybody's heading downhill, right? That's here." Weaver indicated the road with his finger. Then he tapped the other end of town, where they were now parked. "But if you go the other way—" Here he followed a line that twisted up deeper into the mountains. "You get up to Big Bear, and from there you can go down the other side to Scobie Tree and hook up with Route 66 again. It's a bitch of a drive, and it's probably 3 hours extra, but I guess it will put us back in civilization before any of them can even make it past the Forest Peak Chevron station." Patrick nodded. Weaver was right. Then something else occurred to him. What if there's trouble down there, too? Weaver gave him that slow cowboy smile. "Light dawns on Marblehead. We got caviar, crackers, and beer. We got a queen-size bed and a flush toilet. While everybody is losing their minds, I suggest we wait things out right here in Forest Peak." Officer Park, responding to Danny's urgent inquiry, thought he could hold things together on Main Street, although the sheriff told him not to hesitate to call down some of Greer's firemen if things got out of hand. Anybody in a uniform would help, especially if they happened to be carrying fire axes. Danny tried to put her priorities in order. What mattered the most? Public order? Keeping the town safe? Getting everybody out? Preparing for whatever was coming from down below? There ought to be a huddle with Mayor Crocker and anybody else in a position of authority, too. It seemed like she had to make all of it happen at once. Danny had Dave take the Crown Victoria along the disused logging road down the hill, the one that came up on Route 144 about a half-mile outside Forest Peak, behind the Chevron station. He wouldn't get there any faster than Danny and Nick could do on foot, because the road was dirt and mostly washed out. Not ideal terrain for a sedan. It was the way the locals took to dump their trash in the woods below town, down where the first corpse had been discovered by those boys. "There's no hurry," Ted said over the radio. He was at the gas station. "Things have gotten pretty hectic here. People going feral for a chance at the gas pumps, and there's more of those screamers in the woods, too." Danny turned to the deputy at her side. "Nick, I think I want you here on Main Street," Danny said. She had a feeling things were going to get worse before they got better, and if that happened, Danny was going to have to fall back, and town was the only place they could fall back to. Dave at last reached the station in the Crown Vic and radioed back to Danny with a slightly better description of the situation than Ted could provide. Nobody was going anywhere, according to Dave. The road was jammed in both directions. The 2 lanes of southbound travelers were head-to-head with 2 lanes of northbound traffic coming up from the flatlands. There was a fist fight winding down at the Chevron pumps, 2 angry fathers duking it out while their kids shrieked inside the cars. And there were people on foot coming up the mountain, exhausted by the steep grade, leaning forward as if into a high wind to ease their aching legs. A few SUVs were trying their luck along the steep verge above the road, pushing the limits of what gravity would allow. One of them had already overturned, cutting off the breakdown lane on the uphill side. Ted almost wept with relief when Dave showed up. He got into the police car, and Dave switched on the lights and the siren and used the nose of the vehicle to push a space through the traffic. Even in this extremity, people still responded to the presence of the law. Ted jumped out in mid-road and set up the collapsible sawhorses they kept in the trunk. Between them, the deputies were able to block the road completely, although people were shouting death threats before they were finished. The line between law and anarchy was stretching thinner and thinner by the moment. Danny went back into the station, ignoring the ongoing complaints from Wolf's cell, and liberated some hardware from the gun cabinet. The dead man was a lumpy shape beneath the banner. Danny went out through the front room and locked the door behind her. Then she pressed her way up Main Street, making a presence out of her guns, uniform, and hard stare. She turned off between 2 buildings, reached the alley behind them, and found Amy's white cube van with Cutter Veterinary Ranch on the side, parked at the back of the junk shop. Danny had a Remington 1100 tactical shotgun in her hands and an old Ruger rifle slung over her shoulder. Amy was busy cramming the last of the pygmy goats into the back of the van. Her white veterinary coat was smeared with animal dung. Danny put her hand on Amy's shoulder. "I got a situation. You remember how to use the police radio?" Amy nodded. Danny knew Amy had a similar unit in her veterinary barn. Her work often involved angry bears, wounded deer, and rabid coyotes, animals that required the intervention of the law. A rabbit saw she was distracted, leaped out of the van, and zigzagged away down the alley. Amy started after it, but Danny grabbed her arm. "Amy, this is more important. I know you prefer animals, but it's people time. My deputies are all out there trying to keep the peace. I need somebody with a working brain to stick with the radio and figure out what the fuck is going on. Are you with me?" "I can't leave all these little guys stuck in the van. They'll roast." Danny did a slow burn. This was Amy's thing. When it got too crazy in human world, she retreated into sacred animal world, where nothing could get between her and her fuzzy little charges. Danny, who used to enjoy hunting deer before she went overseas to hunt men, found this self-indulgence unspeakably irritating. "Then open the van," Danny clipped. Amy shook her head no like a child. Danny tried one more time. "They'll get hungry later and come back." Amy stared at Danny. This was too much to ask. But someone on the Main Street side of the junk shop chose this exact moment to smash into another vehicle. Plastic crumpled and horns blared. Then hysterical voices rose up over the rooftops. "Amy," Danny said, "something is happening. Something big. I don't know what it is, but I can't handle it alone." Danny didn't normally admit any obstacle was too big for her to handle. Amy started to protest, but there wasn't any meaning in it. She opened and closed her mouth. A chorus of horns blared over the rooftops. "I can't handle it." "You owe me," Amy said. She opened the rear doors of the van, and all the animals inside stood where they were, watching her. So far, so good. Danny told Amy which radio frequencies to call in on and how to identify the Forest Peak transmitter so other police units would know she was the real thing. She wondered how much she should tell Amy, how much would be overwhelming or would sound plain crazy. What about this Eisenman plan? Was that why there were so many people coming up the hill? Or was this mass hysteria, animals scrambling to high ground before a flood? Danny's thoughts were tumbling too fast for her to catch them and put them in order. She found she was concluding her instructions to Amy, but couldn't remember the last 10 things she'd said. "So, listen," Danny continued, winding down. "Keep out of Main Street. Stay inside the station until I come back. Door locked. I wish I could tell you more." Amy held up her hand. "Nobody knows anything. I heard something from some woman who thought I was a doctor. She told me her sister called and people were dying. Dying, okay? Then a bunch of people were asking me what to do, which is why I'm back here with the goats, because I have no idea. I told them I was a podiatrist. What about the mountain rescue or something?" Danny realized she was squeezing Amy's arm. She relaxed her grip and patted the arm instead, in the least reassuring way possible, but she tried. "They don't exist anymore, remember? Budget cuts. See if you can raise the highway patrol or fire and rescue to send us a chopper. We might need an airlift. There was an ambulance on its way at least an hour ago, but there's no way it can get here. And keep your head down. That's all I can tell you." "And you?" "I'll be okay," Danny said, and felt like more was required. "I got a fancy police hat." With that, Danny started back down the alley. She considered covering the distance to the roadblock on foot, but her thigh was stiffening up. So she slung herself up into the Explorer behind the sheriff's station and turned it down the alley toward Pine Street, from which the logging road extended. Thank God it wasn't on the tourist maps, or that would be clogged with cars too. It was now 3 in the afternoon, but it felt like 10 days later as Danny reached the roadblock manned by her deputies. They were scared nearly witless. There were now at least 200 people shouting at them from across the hoods of the foremost cars in both directions, and some hot bloods were racing their engines as if to charge. Beyond this locus of the standstill, the traffic stretched out of sight, uphill and down. A cloud of exhaust fumes was boiling up out of the legion of vehicles. Danny couldn't hear the distant screams in the woods anymore, but she didn't know if it was because they were drowned out by the revving motors and horns and angry voices, or because the scattering of wild people had passed this location by. She hoped they were gone, or they might all be dead now. Once the rest of this was dealt with, they might still be finding corpses in the woods for the next 10 years. More and more of the refugees from the flatlands were abandoning their rides and walking up the slopes past the barricade, and now a few of the cars that had been heading downhill were trying to reverse course and head back up to Forest Peak. But anything with an engine, including the motorcycles, was stuck in gridlock. Danny whistled under her breath. Time to come up with a new plan, even if it was meaningless. Otherwise there would be violence. She dropped the Explorer into low gear and rolled it up to her deputies, the roof lights flashing. She stepped out and handed the rifle to Dave, but kept the shotgun for herself. "Is the bullhorn in the Crown Vic?" she asked. Ted pulled the horn from the police sedan's trunk and handed it to Danny. His thick face was pale and wet. She worried he was going to have a stroke. Maybe say something reassuring? Nothing came to mind. Danny stepped up on the fender of the Explorer and from there onto the hood and the roof, placing her high enough to get a long descending view of the file of traffic twisting down the mountainside. It extended as far as she could see. Being exposed in a high place like this was something she would never ever have done in Iraq. Even here she could feel the snipers watching. But high visibility was part of this. She raised the bullhorn in one hand and cradled the shotgun in the other, and knew what to say. "Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. We are going to open up a lane of traffic, and I want 2 vehicles at a time to come forward real slow, and we will give you instructions on where to go. 2 vehicles at a time. Anybody who does not comply will be stopped. We will begin with the southbound vehicles and proceed with the northbound." In a few minutes, the nearest cars had been organized until a narrow escape lane had been established, leading to the logging road. Deputy Dave was walking back down the deeply rutted path to establish a waiting area. They could hold a couple dozen vehicles along the logging road and then walk them back into town in an orderly fashion, meanwhile staging the next group. It was probably pointless, as there had to be several thousand cars on the road, but unless people saw something being done, there would soon be chaos. Danny knelt on the roof of the Explorer, keeping her presence felt with the shotgun propped up against her hip, watching the more aggressive personalities on the downhill side of the situation. Refugees, Danny thought. These people are refugees. The thought hit her with palpable force. These people were basically fleeing something, driven from the course of their lives. Refugees in California. A cascade of facts fell into place. Danny knew how crazy refugees could get in other parts of the world. These were Americans who had never experienced refugee status before, unless they were from New Orleans. Things could get a lot uglier. The motorists who had been in Forest Peak earlier and were attempting to leave had begun to realize that rushing down into what could be a fatal situation wasn't going to help their loved ones, alive or dead, so the traffic pointed downhill remained orderly. Deputy Ted was letting some of them go first, to be followed by a group of the northbound refugees. Danny stood tall and tried to look like a show of force. Amy called in every few minutes and kept Danny posted with results from her efforts on the station's radio. "No word from L.A. Pomona PD says the traffic on the 210 is at a standstill and there are thousands of cars with dead folks in them, dead all over the road." There are fires in El Monte and Riverside, and nobody can put them out because they can't even get close except on foot, but nobody wants to go near the bodies. Nobody knows what's happening, but it sounds like this dying thing has run itself out on the west side, and it's moving this way. Amy, let's not speculate on the open radio. Am I a deputy, by the way? Yes, Deputy Cutter. Cool. Okay, I'm going to keep looking for news. Danny never ceased to wonder at Amy's ability to find irrelevant things interesting, like being deputized, even as their world was turned upside down. She started her next transmission. Come in, Nick. What's your situation? Over. Lots of 1124s. That's abandoned vehicles, right? On Main Street. People on foot are, gathered around the TVs at the Wooden Spoon and the Quick Mart. They're crowding into lanes, but nothing's moving. It's a standstill. Over. Anything on the news? Danny asked. Worse than useless, Sheriff. Crying relatives and car accidents. A bunch of talking heads in Washington blaming the Muslims. Lots of detail stuff, but no big picture. It's happening all over the place, is all I know. Nick explained he had 3 of Greer's firemen in full firefighting regalia to help him organize things, so Danny felt Main Street was reasonably secure. Hey, Danny? Amy said. Come in, I found some stuff on your computer. I checked all the twits and status updates and whatnot. People are going crazy, but nobody knows what's going on. Danny watched a couple of excited dogs run by, most likely escaped from cars. She watched another group of vehicles file past the roadblock toward the logging road, frightened faces peering up at her from the back seats. She remembered the roadblocks in the Iraq desert, those volatile, beleaguered people huddled in their beat-up cars and pickup trucks for hours in the blazing heat, twice as hot as it was today in the mountains of Southern California. It was another world over there, every face the mask of an enemy. And yet it was exactly the same. She was the alien, the figure with the gun and the rules that stood unwanted between them and their goals. People in crisis preferred, Danny realized, individual action over imposed order, even if the price was bloodshed and confusion. Maybe that was the primary freedom they were celebrating every 4th of July, the right to act like fuck-ups now and then. She hoped there was more to it than that. It was a pity the sheriff's department of Forest Peak didn't have a .50 caliber machine gun. Danny remembered those rattling bursts of gunfire that answered a rush on one of their roadblocks in the war zones, the high, thin scream of an engine, the higher screams of those inside the vehicle as the heavy weapons opened fire. She could almost hear the screams now, though distant with time. She could hear the screams now. Her mind whipped back to the present, and she stood fully upright, leg protesting. Her view included glimpses of almost 5 miles of road as it curved down the ruffled flank of the mountain, a glittering coil of motionless vehicles. There were tiny figures running among the vehicles almost at the limit of her vision. The screams must have been coming from there, transmitted through all that air across the ravines. They weren't the ones who had been in the woods before. Maybe Danny was the only one who could hear them from up here, high up on her perch atop the Explorer. Her heart was kicking into high gear. Until this moment, she had hoped the weird disaster that was sweeping the lowland world would mostly pass her small community by, as everything else did. Apparently not. She might have a couple of minutes before the nearby civilians caught on to the screaming, and then there was going to be pandemonium. Unless she was very much mistaken, Forest Peak was about to enter a world of shit. There were demanding voices out in the waiting room of the sheriff's station, but Amy didn't think she was qualified to address the public. She was still at her post at the communications desk, headphones jauntily set over one ear so she could hear if the phone rang, which it was doing every few seconds. She answered those calls as best she could. Mostly locals were calling. Out-of-towners dialed the 911 system, which put them on hold for a couple of minutes and then hung up. Forest Peak residents wanted to know what was happening and what was the sheriff doing about it. "Something is going on down in the flatlands," Jim Rumant said, his voice shaky on the other end of the line. Amy doctored Jim's horses. He didn't worry easily, so that tremble in his voice unnerved her considerably. "Where's the sheriff? There's people all over the place and nobody to keep order." "The sheriff is taking care of it," Amy said, keeping her own voice level, if high-pitched. "Like you say, there's a lot of people out there right now and not a lot of police. In an hour or two everything will be hunky-dory, okay? No danger here, except people acting like big dopes, so don't do that." "It's that I'm worried about," Jim said. "People go crazy. That's why I live all the hell and gone up here in the mountains. People in large numbers are dangerous." "I have a lot more calls to answer," Amy said. "Hang in there." She hung up on Jim before he could reply and took the next call. Meanwhile, over the headphone on her other ear, she was hearing reports that entire police forces were going silent in distant towns, as if they had abandoned their posts. And now Amy was hearing something else, too. Wolf was awake in his cell, and he was making his opinions known. "I got rights too, Cutter. I've been in here since morning, and nobody processed me or nothing. All's I got to eat today was some egg crap. And what the hell is going on? You ain't a cop, you're the vet. They got a sick cat in here? Jesus H. Christ, come on over and let me out. I'm no danger to anybody. I got rights. Come on, let me out." Wolf eventually ran out of things to complain about, although it occurred to him to ask the vet if she knew anything about Itchy's scalp. His head was raging with worn-out drink. There was a taste in his mouth like vampire piss, and he was confined and bored, the two things he hated most. That big boots, little tits Sheriff Adelman was a goddamned fool, and he'd known her since she was a baby girl, and she was a goddamned fool then, too. And so was Amy Cutter, and so was he for getting liquored up so late in the evening that he was still hammered come the morning of the 4th of July. But of all the holidays, that one left him the most bitter. Adelman would start feeling that way, too, before long. Wolf guessed the sheriff was on the same road to ruin that he'd traveled down. After all, the only difference between the inside and the outside of a drunk tank was an inch of door. Wasn't that far to go. The screaming, though still distant, was unmistakable now, like the sound of an arena rock concert from the far side of the parking lot. Some civilians were getting out of their cars to better hear the noise, and others were getting back into their cars because it was about time to do something drastic, and the people on foot were starting to close in around the roadblock, as if a couple of cops could do anything about the entire population of the San Gabriel Valley running in their direction. Deputy Dave, too, looked up at Danny for orders, and for some kind of information as to what he was hearing. He couldn't see, as Danny could from on top of the Explorer, that the running people were no more than a mile away. Her mind was blank. Their vehicle organizing plan didn't really go anywhere in the first place. It was simply a way to clear the road so this immense file of refugees could move on through to Big Bear or wherever. Now they needed to move a lot of people very quickly, and then deal with several thousand more who were in a blind panic, if those oncoming screams meant what she thought they did. There were the dead men, the one in the woods and the one who had died in custody. They'd been screaming too. Again, Danny thought how much easier things would be if she had a high-caliber machine gun, or one of those M1A1 Abrams tanks. Not to shoot anybody, but to reassert authority with a few rounds over the crowd. These thoughts went through Danny's mind in an instant, and in the next the bullhorn was at her lips. "Your attention, please. I need you all to get into your vehicles, lock the doors, and roll the windows up. Turn your engines off. Pass the word down the line. I don't want to see anybody outside a vehicle. We got some people coming, and it is imperative that we separate you from them. That means you inside your vehicles, doors locked, windows up, engines off. Now."
And God bless them, most people did exactly what Danny said. Even Dave. He headed straight for the Crown Vic. "Dave, not you. You stand tall." He resumed his post at the barricade. At this moment, Deputy Ted came trotting up from behind the chevron station, massaging a stitch in his side. "Sheriff," he panted, "Zach Greer's guys in the fire observation post say there's thousands of people." Ted had to stop for breath at the side of the Explorer, hands on thighs. Danny discreetly held a finger to her lips. "Keep your voice down." Ted continued at a stage whisper. "Thousands of people running up Route 144. He cocked his head, hearing the approaching screams for the first time. Danny opened the magazine on the shotgun. It was fully loaded. "Ted, Dave, I want you two up on top of the Crown Vic. Don't worry about the paint job. I want you both up there with your long arms in your hands. We need to stop all those people running. The three of us need to make a human firewall and stop this thing in its tracks before it hits town." The screams were distinct now, so close Danny had to raise her voice. The deputies looked as if they might lose control of themselves. Danny thought it was time to get serious. She racked a shell into the chamber of the shotgun one-handed and let the barrel swing out over the river of stopped traffic, sweeping across all those terrified faces watching her through windshields. Not everybody had listened to her orders. A steady trickle of people was running along the roadside toward town. It couldn't be helped. The consensus on the police band was that this thing was some kind of contagion. Danny figured if a person was running, she had to assume he or she was exposed. And she was about to get exposed herself. 5. The first of the runners came charging between the cars on the left-hand side, a thin woman in a tank top with dusty-colored hair and a face mottled from the exertion of running up the hill. Her mouth was a red O as she ran. There were a few people standing outside their cars to watch the action. They jumped back as she approached, then dived for their vehicles. Danny knew she was at a turning point. Whatever happened in the next few minutes would determine whether Forest Peak joined the historic disaster that was unfolding down below. There were a dozen runners behind the first, and from the almost continuous screams coming up the road, Danny knew there were hundreds more around the next bend. She discovered the shotgun in her hands was aimed at the woman. Shoot her down. It might stop the rest of them. She tried the bullhorn one more time. "Stop where you are. This is a police barricade. We will use force." The woman kept on running. Now Danny could see her eyes, and there was no recognition behind them, no mind. Time to make an example. Stop one, maybe stop 1,000. But that was crazy. This was an American, not some cipher from another world. Yet no different, not really. Danny ought to be able to kill this woman as easily as she had killed others in that previous lifetime beneath a crueler sun. Or had it ever been easy? Danny never got to find out whether she could pull the trigger or not. Instead, the woman with the dusty-colored hair dropped in her tracks. One instant she was running full out between the cars, no more than 100 feet from Danny's perch. The next, she was tumbling limp against the trunk of a maroon Honda Accord. Her face bounced off the sheet metal, and she dropped out of sight. There was a girl screaming in the car directly behind the Accord. Then 2 young men sprinted into range, waving their arms around their heads as if the air were full of bees. The legs of the one in front buckled under him, and he fell on his back. The other man kept running, and now more people were coming through the cars, running at full tilt. It was too late to use force. Deputy Ted hollered, "Sheriff, what do we do?" Danny figured on Deputy Dave to hold his ground. She was wrong. As the surviving young man ran around the end of the Crown Vic and charged through the roadblock into the south-facing cars, Dave jumped down to the pavement and threw his gun at Ted. "I'm out of here," was all he said, and he ran after the young man in the direction of town. That did the trick. Suddenly everyone was starting their engines. Cars were surging forward into the 1 or 2 feet of space between them and the car in front, and a human stampede was pouring around the vehicles, screaming and waving their arms, and some of them falling, always some of them falling everywhere Danny looked. It was as if a tide of human beings was washing up the mountainside, and now the foamy crest of the wave was swirling past Danny's position on top of the Explorer. She saw a late 80s Buick leap forward from its position at the front of the northbound cars, attempting to make it around the barricade. Instead, the long nose of the car pinned a young woman, Kelly's age, the voice said, against the fender of a pickup truck. Danny heard the long bones crack in the woman's legs, and her wild screams went up 3 octaves. The Buick lurched backward, and the woman collapsed, both legs shattered, but kept crawling on. Then another car smashed into the back of the Buick, and more runners were tumbling over the obstacles. A couple of them stayed where they fell, and the others leaped up and scrambled onward. Deputy Ted held his position, rifle pointed downhill, but not at anyone specific. He stayed there until a knot of runners smashed into the Vic, rocking it on its shocks, and several of them clawed their way over the hood. When Ted tried to shove them off it, they swarmed over him, and he went down heavily beneath the churning limbs. Danny's instincts kicked in, and she fired the shotgun into the air. A few of the faces behind their steering wheels ducked, but nobody in the scrum paid any attention at all. It was as if they'd gone crazy. And then it occurred to Danny that maybe they had gone crazy. Maybe they'd been exposed to a nerve gas that made them run until their hearts failed. She thought of the woman with her mangled legs, crawling away between the cars. Ted emerged from the crowd, bleeding from the nose. He looked up at Danny, and she reached down to pull him up, but there was nobody home inside his head. His mouth fell open, and he screamed like the others, then bolted away into the crowd of runners with his hands thrown out in front of him. The Explorer rocked on its shock absorbers as a big man slammed into the driver's side door and flopped to the asphalt with his head twisted around. Danny almost fell. The ground trembled with the pounding of human feet. There was a solid mass of people swarming past now, like a marathon, and with these numbers the Explorer might even end up overturned, parked across lanes as it was. But it wasn't the runners that she needed to worry about. Above the screaming and the arrhythmic thump of bodies hitting metal, she heard the sharp blatting roar of an illegally muffled exhaust stack. Then a cloud of black smoke leaped up from among the northbound vehicles. A huge, jacked-up Toyota pickup with vertical exhaust pipes, a winch, and tires like mill wheels lurched out of lanes and ground its way up the shoulder, scraping against lesser cars, peeling off side mirrors. There was a rebel flag decal in the back window of the primer brown cab. Maybe Danny was going to have to shoot someone after all. But a shotgun wasn't worth shit against an angled safety glass windshield. Not the first round, anyway. She kept one eye on the screaming mass of bodies rushing below her and one eye on the Toyota. He wouldn't be able to make it past the Buick, she estimated. She was mistaken. The Toyota belched smoke, the bark of the exhausts as loud as the shotgun, and the silhouette at the wheel floored the accelerator. The truck rose up on its quad shocks and plowed through a mess of running figures, even as Danny brought the shotgun around. There was no aim. Runners were hammering full body against the Explorer, causing it to sway and bounce. Someone's face made a crimson rosette on the Toyota's matte brown hood as it bounced off the panel. Then the truck T-boned the Buick, shoving it sideways across the pavement. The driver's side door collapsed as the truck bit deep into it. Danny saw the airbags fill up the passenger compartment, then deflate, and then the Buick was obscured because it was slamming into the Explorer, crushing bodies against it so that grape-sized globs of blood and tissue spewed out. Screams became banshee howls. Danny got a bead on the truck at last. She fired the shotgun, and a giant snowflake appeared on the Toyota's windshield. The Explorer lurched beneath her, 2 feet, 4 feet back, and her hat flew off. Danny was on her belly, sliding along the roof, squeezing the trigger again, but the pellets flew wild, off into the trees on the uphill slope. Then the Explorer was mashed up against the guardrail and tipping over it in a cloud of sooty exhaust, the Toyota climbing the hood like some kind of imbecile metal-eating beast. Danny wanted to leap onto the hood and punch the driver in the face, the red, meaty, reverse baseball cap-wearing face she glimpsed behind the shattered windshield. But Danny wasn't on the roof anymore. She was flying. Her guts turned to feathers inside her as she tumbled, and now trees were going past her, and the Explorer, with its bubble light still flashing red, white, and blue. Patriotic, the voice said, was looming end over end above her. There was a shower of sparks, followed by a message that said, "Pain," but Danny never got it. The last thing she saw was the Forest Peak Sheriff's Department medallion stenciled on the door of the Explorer, coming at her from above, upside down. Danny was posing for a picture with a couple of gap-toothed Iraqi kids. They wore grimy shirts much too big for them, so you couldn't see their shorts, only their skinny brown legs. Both of the boys were holding plastic bottles of water given to them by Harlan. Danny was holding her rifle across her body, away from the kids. Then she was watching a camel spider crawl away from its tormentor, a herring-bellied puppy they weren't supposed to have on base. The spider was all jaws, but too heavy for its own good. It didn't have the speed it needed to get away from the puppy. Danny was nauseated by the sight of the spider, a pale, corpse-colored thing with crab-like limbs and those immense jaws, a pair of razor hooks so big that its eyes were mounted at the root of them. The woman in black from head to toe stood next to the burning farmhouse. Danny walked toward her as casually as she could manage, as if it was just another day in the life of the occupying army. Which it was. But there was no such thing as just another day. Only another day survived. Danny could see the horizon rippling like water in the heat from the structure fire, and the same shivering heat coming off the exhaust grills on the tanks idling not far from the woman. Then the woman was moving toward the foremost tank. Danny saw that her arms were folded protectively around her belly, as if she was cradling a child. But it wasn't a child. Danny began to run, her boots slipping against the grit of the yard, hands wet on the shotgun. She began to run, not knowing. It was fully dark, but there was a moon riding over the mountain top. She was up against a tree root, and a few yards away the Explorer, with the Forest Peak Sheriff's Department medallion stenciled on the door, was upside down against a tree at the base of the retaining wall below Route 144. It was quiet up above the road. As the initial blast of pain dialed back to a loud throb, details of her situation were coming back to Danny. Confusion and pain made her mind ripple like the heat from the burning farmhouse. She had been on the roof of the Explorer with a gun. Where was the gun? Somewhere around. Never lose track of a weapon. She groped for the 4-cell flashlight on her belt. Didn't carry the preferred 8-cell because it pulled her pants down. Her fingers were unresponsive, but she got the light on and shone it around. Carpet of rusty tree needles. No shotgun. The Explorer totaled, blood all over it. The town council was going to love that. There was a plowed path through the tree litter that showed why she hadn't been crushed underneath the big Ford. She had kept on sliding after she hit the ground. Fetched up against this root. See? Detective abilities working fine. Body found some yards from scene of accident, ejected from roof of vehicle. Clear as day, Your Honor. But Danny couldn't for the life of her imagine why she'd been holding a gun on the roof of the Explorer. Good way to get shot by a sniper. A small hatchback was over the side some distance away through the trees. Nobody hanging out of the windows. Good. There was another vehicle at the end of the flashlight's power to reveal, hanging halfway over the guardrail. What the hell had been going on? She was on the roof of the Explorer, she knew that much. Everything else was gone from her mind. Danny was still in the position she'd awakened in, lying on her back. Time to get up and find out what she had missed. There were fireworks lighting up the night after all, inside her skull. Danny must have hit her head on the root pretty good. She felt a massive knob on her skull that hadn't been there before.
It was wet. Fingers in the flashlight beam? Yes, blood. Awesome. Was she concussed? What was the approved procedure for concussion? She didn't recall, but she knew it wasn't climbing up a man-made stone wall 15 feet high. However, that's where the road was, unless she wanted to hike over to the logging road. But Danny wasn't feeling entirely certain she could find the way without getting lost, and if she'd been on the roof of her vehicle, the reason would be right above. She needed to see. She didn't end up climbing the wall. Her sense of balance was nowhere to be found. Instead, Danny groped her way along the dry-laid stone, keeping herself steady against it. There was a loud bagpipe-like droning in her ears that never stopped. The ground sloped up toward town, so she eventually reached a point she could climb over on her hands and knees. Then she inspected the situation up on the road. It all started to come back as she swept the flashlight back and forth over the frozen scene of chaos around her. Danny was glad she wasn't standing up, or she might have fallen down. The droning noise in her ears was deafening. There were cars everywhere, cars and trucks and motorcycles, and rubbish like foam party coolers and sweatshirts and McDonald's sacks and broken glass. Accidents had stopped in mid-course, vehicles with bumpers tangled together, front ends pushed up on trunks, motorcycles spilled under the wheels. But the vehicles weren't the main thing. That would be the blood. There was blood everywhere, and dead people, heaps of them. Danny's mind was reeling as she swallowed these huge chunks of information. Danny remembered all the people running. She couldn't remember why. There weren't many children among the dead here, probably because children simply couldn't run as far before they fell down dead. She made her way to her feet and approached the nearest car, a station wagon, shone the flashlight inside. Nobody there. In the next car, she could see the outline of a driver, head tipped forward against the steering wheel. And there was the Toyota truck with the giant tires. Danny struggled to remember why it angered her. Then she remembered it had something to do with the upside-down Explorer. This was as much deduction as anything else. The truck was climbing up onto the bent-over guardrail right about where the Explorer went down. She approached the truck on unsteady legs, stepping over dead limbs sprawled on the pavement. The Toyota driver was slumped against the B-pillar, wedged between the door and the seat. Somebody had shot him through the windshield. Lucky shot. Not much penetration on those angled safety glass windshields. A lot of people had died in their vehicles, but not from gunshot wounds. Danny's light found them in almost every other car, usually slumped forward or flopped across the back seats. Then Danny realized the loud droning sound she heard in her ears wasn't from the blow to the head. It was the sound of thousands of dead people slumped against the horn buttons on their steering wheels. If the horns were still going, that meant it could only be a few hours since Danny lost consciousness. Otherwise, the batteries would have died. But it had been afternoon, last Danny could remember, maybe around 5 o'clock. She'd been out of commission for at least 5 hours. Why she was alive when so many others were dead, Danny could not imagine. But she was not grateful for it. It was high time she got back to Forest Peak and found out what the hell she'd missed. 6. By the time Danny made it halfway to town, she was pretty sure she was the only living human being left on Earth. The dead lay 3 deep on the roadway. Not far from the beginning of Main Street, she saw the tan shirt and brown pants of a deputy among the corpses littering the road. She turned him over with her toe. It was Deputy Dave. His face was slack, one eye wide open, the other half closed. He hadn't made it far before he died, unlike some of the other victims. If this thing was a disease, Danny thought, maybe she shouldn't be touching the corpses, or be anywhere near them. But she wasn't up to a hike through the woods. And if she wasn't dead yet, the worst was probably over. Danny passed the first couple of houses in town without seeing them, dark and silent under the trees. No auto horns blaring in town. Maybe nobody had died in their cars here. Maybe someone had moved the corpses off the steering wheels. Danny passed the first commercial building in town, the one with the real estate office and the VFW she'd never been into, although she was eligible. The whole place was dark, even the apartments upstairs. The street lights were working, so it wasn't a blackout. Nobody had turned on the lights. All the way down the street there was darkness in the windows, except for a couple of shops and the gymnasium way down at the far end. Danny could see the side door was open, a rectangle of greenish fluorescent light. Beneath the street lights there were more cars parked helter-skelter or abandoned where they stood, doors hanging open. And on the ground, everywhere she looked, more bodies. They lay under the lights and in the shadows, most of them face down, most of them with their heads pointed to the north. They had died running. Danny switched off her flashlight and thought her boots had never sounded so loud on Main Street. She was too late. She wondered what she could have done differently. It seemed to Danny these people were dead because of her, on some level, and not a level very far below the surface. If she had taken the Eisenman thing seriously, or come up with a better plan of her own, could some of this disaster have been averted? These thoughts she stowed away in a compartment in her mind. Forget them for now. Maybe forever, if she was lucky. She saw smoke billowing from the top of the doorway of the Wooden Spoon. The last thing this town needed was a structure fire. Danny climbed up on the hood of a car and crossed from one vehicle to the next to avoid the heaps of corpses, then jumped down in front of the cafe. Her bruised leg almost gave out, but she propped herself against the doorway until the pain dulled down. It was dark inside the Wooden Spoon, except for the exit sign at the back and the television over the counter, blank and glowing. There was an almost delicious smell coming from the galley kitchen, but there was something else with it, too, that reminded Danny of something she would rather forget. She stepped over what looked like an entire family that had died on the threshold. More bodies under tables. There was a dead man slumped over the counter, arms flung forward. Danny moved to the counter and found Betty at her feet, the big woman's face a mask of shock, a weird parody of the smiley face on her plastic name tag. The smoke was coming from behind the counter, where the cook, Mitchell Woody, had collapsed on the grill. Danny didn't want to get any nearer the source of the cooking flesh smell or the hissing sound. Her stomach was leaping already, and her back prickled intolerably. But she couldn't leave Mitchell there. She went around behind the counter, stepping over a number 10 can of jalapenos that had spilled on the floor. The stench of pickled peppers, burning meat, and scorched hair and fabric sent stinging bile into Danny's throat, but she reached out and pulled hard on Mitchell's apron strings. He was stuck firmly to the grill. Danny's reason caught up with her gut reaction, and she realized the first thing to do was turn off the heat. This meant reaching around Mitchell, which meant she could see his face. It was blackened, with rivulets of melted fat running out and sizzling on the steel plate of the grill. His hair was reduced to tightly curled fluff. The eye nearest the heat was a hard red knuckle protruding from blistered eyelids. With profound misgivings, Danny reached down and tugged the spatula from the dead man's hand. Then she grasped his shoulder, which was hot to the touch, and started scraping his face off the stove. It took something like 30 hard strokes before the weight of the body pulled the remaining skin away, and Mitchell flopped heavily to the floor. When his charred, smoking face hit the pepper juice, a puff of steam rose up into Danny's nostrils, and she had to run outside. She vomited on the curb in a small space not occupied by corpses. For a long minute she stood there with her head down, a headache pounding behind her eyes, watching a long string of bile stretch from her lip to the ground. Tears leaked from her eyes. What a crappy evening, all told. Then she forced herself to get moving again. Danny crossed to the sheriff's station, where there was faint light from inside. She stepped over a woman and 2 kids sprawling down the front steps.
Several corpses in the dark front room. There was a light in the back, the partition door standing open, another couple of strangers dead on the floor in there. Danny wondered if Amy had run, or if she had held her post, if she was lying under the communications desk where the single light was burning. Something was under the desk. There wasn't any reason Danny could come up with to suggest Amy should be alive when so many others had died. Danny moved through her silent domain past the corpses, stopped breathing, and looked under the desk. It was the chair overturned beneath it. Amy wasn't there, but she could be anywhere, growing cold on the ground with the blood settling into the lowest parts of her body, stiff in death. Danny drew a long, stuttering breath. The voice in her head was working overtime. She could remember the first runner now, a woman. Maybe she should have fired the shotgun at that woman, scared some sense into the rest of the runners. But it was impossible, and it wouldn't have worked. There were too many of them, thousands, and these people were crazy, running like maniacs. Maybe it was one of the symptoms or side effects. They wouldn't have stopped even if she shot every second one. Then again, she could have formed a defensive line with some vehicles, created a physical barrier, or even set some fires across the road. There were all kinds of ways to shape panicked people's behavior, and Route 144 was a natural bottleneck. If only there had been time to think. Now that there was time, though, beating herself up wasn't going to help. If she was alive, other people were alive. She had to find them, organize them, and see about cutting any further losses. Then take a little rest. Her head hurt, and her leg, and the scars were prickling. Danny looked around at the station, probably the only living member of her force, and tried not to feel the grief and remorse that were coming at her out of the shadows. It was so quiet she could hear the ticking clock on the wall. And then a voice like crushed gravel came from the darkness. "Let me out!" It was Wolf Gunner, forgotten in the back cell. Danny jumped, but controlled the reflex to go for her gun. Wolf saw it, though. "Don't like surprises, right? I know the feeling. And loud noises, and people raising their voices." All true, but Danny wasn't in the mood to chat about the personal legacy of combat. She flipped the switch for the ceiling fixtures, rows of sickly tubes pinging and flickering before they flooded the interior with cheap government-issue light. Her eyes contracted painfully. "You're the only other person I seen alive since this afternoon," Danny said, and found her keys in their snap-down pouch. She unlocked the cell and threw the door open. "How come you're not dead?" Wolf scratched his chin, considering the question as he strolled out of the cell. He looked around at the corpses. "Let me have one of them rifles you got. The Winchester Model 70. "No." "I heard a whole shitload of screaming and running around. Then your buddy, the dog doctor, said she had to go find you. She run out the back. That was when it was still daylight, sun over that way. These ones run in and fell down a minute later. It got real quiet after that. What the hell happened?" "Come on." Danny led the way toward the back door. Wolf crossed over to the communications desk and picked up a pile of loose paper. "Your buddy said this here was yours. She read it and said you better ought to read it yourself." He handed the paper to Danny. It was Kelly's note. Danny's eyes unexpectedly stung with tears. Her lip trembled. This wasn't the time. Not now. She took a few hard breaths, stuffed the feelings down, and carefully folded the pages until they would fit in her breast pocket. She buttoned the pocket, careful not to look at the note, careful not to see the looping Kelly handwriting. She went straight out the back door, where the exterior area light was blazing down on the dumpster and the parking spaces. Nick's motorcycle was there, and some civilian's car with the door open. No bodies. Danny was holding her breath again. She focused on breathing, on denying the madness of the situation. It was like a raging river. She had to stay on the shore. If she went in past her ankles, it would sweep her away. Wolf trod along behind her, impassive. With the bush of hair and beard and his barrel chest with drooping, crooked shoulders, he did look like a bear, and smelled like one. She'd smelled worse on occasion, though, and Danny would take his company over a carpet of corpses any time. So she welcomed the old ruin of a man that followed her down the alley, then up Pine Street past a heap of bodies that had accumulated at the corner. The whine of distant horns was fainter. Maybe the batteries were dying. Danny noticed there were no dogs barking. You could always hear a dog or two in Forest Peak. They must have fled earlier in the day. She remembered seeing dogs running up Route 144. In silence, the two survivors continued toward the gymnasium, picking their way through the carnage on Main Street. How could nobody else have survived? Hours earlier, Patrick and Weaver had been arguing in the motorhome about whether to stay in Forest Peak or try the back road. Then the screaming began. They stopped bickering to watch a very tall man sprint past the windows, his arms held up almost straight over his head. The locals scattered at his approach. The tall man ran full tilt into the low fence at the far end of the parking lot and did a spectacular forward flip, landing on his back. Then he lay there motionless. Patrick almost laughed, but it would have been a laugh of hysteria. The screams were coming closer. Weaver went for the door of the motorhome to see what was going on, but Patrick had, for once, held him back by sheer force of will, and by the sleeve, which he pulled on until the stitches began to pop. Weaver stayed where he was, and they watched the terrified people rush past in ever greater numbers, charging nowhere at top speed, then falling. Many of them didn't fall, but ran into the woods or down the road. But again and again someone would flash by, full of life and animation, then abruptly crash to the ground like a cast-aside rag doll, where he or she would lie twisted and motionless. Patrick at first thought they were being shot, maybe by a gunman on one of those flat, Old West-style roofs on Main Street. But there wasn't any blood, no jerk of impact. These people simply dropped. There was no human expression in their faces as they ran, only animal terror, mouths stretched open. A man in jeans that hung almost to his knees ran for the side door of the RV, yanking on the handle as if to tear it off the hinges. But his mind was gone. He didn't even attempt to work the latch, but clawed at the door until he fell dead. Patrick thought that he personally was going to have a seizure and die himself. His heart was racing, and sweat poured freely down his back and sides. His mouth was so dry he could hear his tongue rasp against his teeth. "It's like there's an invisible hammer hitting them on the heads," Weaver said. He locked the door and set the chain and went around securing all the RV's windows and the front cab doors. Then he pulled all the curtains except the windshield and suggested they move back to the lounge area and wait for the screaming to stop. They waited there in the overstuffed captain's chairs, in the dark, with the air hot and still inside the motor-home. There was a fly buzzing around, making a circuit from the windshield to the back bedroom in long, looping courses. Its outboard motor hum could be heard when there was a lull in the cries outside. Every few minutes someone would run right into the RV, clapping against the aluminum skin. The glassware in the bar racks would jingle. Patrick didn't know if these runners were falling dead or scrambling back up to keep on going. A million thoughts swarmed through his mind, none of them about Weaver, which was rare. Maybe all he'd needed was a real crisis to stop him fretting about the petty insecurities in his life. This would make a great movie of the week, he found himself thinking. Talk to the people he knew at Lifetime, maybe. Weaver was sitting there looking timeless and rugged and strong, eyes reflecting the light. He could have been watching a blue jay instead of the end of the world. Patrick was determined not to think out loud, just in case Weaver snapped and left to join the running and screaming, and Patrick was left alone in the dark motor home. So he studied the custom baseball stitching that ran along the arms of the captain's chair. The sun was slanting toward the trees on the mountain ridge above them when Patrick fell asleep. It was dark when he awoke,
and the side door of the RV was standing open. Patrick could see the dim blue rectangle of moonlight on pavement. He got rushed by panic. His heart went through the roof. He clattered down the steps and out into the world, forgetting his fear of the dead, the maniacal running people. But it was so quiet. There was no screaming, no thunder of feet slapping the asphalt. Nobody except him. This is it. This is really alone, he thought. There were dark blotches on the ground all around the parking lot. The dead. It was like one of those dim Civil War photographs of the aftermath of battle they used in Ken Burns documentaries. "Weaver?" Patrick called, but so softly he could barely hear his own voice. Then he heard a scraping sound. Held his breath. It was the sound the mummy's feet would make, dragging across the stone floor of his tomb. Patrick backed away from the RV. The sound was coming from behind it. Weaver's silhouette emerged from the dark bulk of the vehicle, hunched over. He was dragging a corpse away from it. "Weaver!" Patrick whispered. Weaver heard him this time. He let the corpse's arms drop and stood up, wiping his brow with his palm. "Hey," he said. "What are you doing?" "Moving these bodies so we can get the bus out of here." "Good idea." "You want to help?" "Not really." "There's gloves under the sink." "You okay?" "You?" It wasn't a question that required an answer. A moment later, another voice rang out in the night air. "Hi! Are you alive?" It was the woman in the white doctor's coat Patrick had seen earlier, the one who had been wrangling the baby goats. He recognized her at a distance by the faint moon glow of the coat against the shadows, and the way she picked her way among the corpses, arms held up in a sort of jazz hands position. It was precisely the way she moved through the pen full of animals. "I guess," Weaver said. "Have you by any chance seen the sheriff?" she asked. "Not since the chili contest," Patrick said. "Like 10 years ago?" "Oh," the woman said, slumping inside her coat. But as quickly as she registered sorrow, she came back. "I'm Amy Cutter, local vet. If I was the coroner, I'd be rich right now." Patrick didn't know whether to laugh or vomit. In fact, he could have gone either way. But Weaver smiled, and that was enough. The living were all members of an exclusive fraternity, it seemed. After that, they started to make progress of a kind. Amy knew where to find the big knife switches that turned on the parking lot lights, and how to light up the inside of the gym, and that there was a phone in the coaching office in the gym. The phone didn't work, to nobody's surprise, but the light was a tremendous relief. Amy opened the double doors at the side of the gym, then returned to Patrick and Weaver. "I think we better set up some kind of relief station. That's what Danny would do. She's the sheriff, a friend of mine. There's a lot of people wandering around out there. A lot of people didn't die. But I'm worried some of them will if we don't get them inside where there's no cliffs to fall off in the dark. That's what Danny would do." So they went down Main Street with keychain flashlights and called for people to come down to the gym. It was difficult to raise their voices above speaking volume in the presence of so many dead. Maybe it was some ancient human instinct. But out there in the dark there were people alive, climbing warily out of cars, emerging from doorways, stirring in the street where they had been cradling the heads of the people who had died in front of them, their loved ones, faces they knew in life. Amy took charge of them all. There was reeking meat-scented smoke coming out of the wooden spoon. Nobody wanted to go inside to find out what it was. Nobody did. Inside the Quick Mart, Weaver gathered a trash bag full of junk food from around the cash register, while Patrick filled a Graco double stroller with cases of bottled water. He didn't know where the babies from the stroller had ended up. What happened to the ones that couldn't run? He pushed the thought aside. At the back of the store, concealed by the shelves of brightly packaged rubbish he wasn't supposed to eat,
Patrick found a teenage girl with blue-streaked hair and a boy of around 10, both clutching the corpse of a woman who must have been their mother. It smelled as if she had soiled herself upon death. Patrick simply reached out and took the girl's hand, and she followed him, meek and glassy-eyed. The boy followed her, looking back once at the dead woman as if to be sure she was going to stay where she was. "You push this water cart, okay?" Patrick said, and the boy took command of the stroller. It would have been faster to push it himself, but Patrick didn't want the boy looking back at his mother again. These young survivors were probably even more shell-shocked than Patrick was, having lost someone before their eyes, but they couldn't kneel there mourning all night while the dead cooled. They had to live. So the living had gathered in the gymnasium. Patrick and Weaver sat in the gymnasium bleachers on either side of the blue-haired girl and the 10-year-old boy, and passed a bag of M&Ms back and forth, eating one at a time by unspoken treaty. The girl emerged from her trance very briefly and said to Patrick, "I seen your TV show." She didn't say if she liked it or not, but lapsed back into brooding silence. They had probably been sitting there for half an hour when the sheriff walked in with a big, shaggy derelict at her side. The basketball court was lit up bright as midday on the moon. There were several dozen living people in there, locals and outsiders, shoes squeaking on the waxed wood floor as they paced around, waiting out the long night watches. There was a portable shortwave radio with a crowd around it, like an illustration from a vintage phonograph advertisement. It found ethereal voices speaking urgently in foreign languages. Elsewhere in the room, someone was sobbing, someone weeping softly, someone praying to Jesu Cristo. A few people conversed in low voices. A baby cried once, then went back to sleep. The sounds echoed in the rafters. Amy was refilling a coffee urn set up on the floor, flanked by heaps of junk food from the convenience store. There were rows of water bottles and 2-liter fizzy drinks and a tower of white styrofoam cups. It could have been a town meeting without the furniture. Even with the poor state of her brain, Danny could see the survival rate wasn't good, if this was everybody who had made it through the disaster. Wolf, interested as always in the immediate need, headed straight for the food. Amy turned around when she saw Wolf go by. Her face lit up when she recognized Danny, and she beamed that big, immodest Amy smile. She was even going to holler her delight, then recalled the gravity of the situation. Instead, she waved and trotted over to Danny and threw her arms around her and squashed her in a desperate embrace. Danny put her arms around Amy, and the human contact reminded her how tired she was, how bone-tired and worn out. "You look even worse than before," Amy whispered. "Slept in my clothes," Danny said, and headed for the water. She drank an entire bottle in 10 loud swallows, the cold liquid spreading through her belly. She needed to pee, and she needed to wash the filth and blood off herself. Having Amy there gave Danny a little permission to think of her own needs at last. Amy was right beside her, serious. "Your head is covered in blood. I didn't see it at first. Are you okay?" "No," Danny said. Amy prodded the gash in Danny's scalp, and it flared pain. Danny swiped the offending fingers away. She could hear the ocean. "Sorry," Amy said. "Between the glassy eyes and the ostrich egg on your head, I think you might have a concussion. Maybe you should sit down." "In a minute," Danny replied, and limped toward the restrooms. "I'm so glad you're not dead," Amy called after her. Danny shrugged as if to say, "Of course," but there wasn't any feeling behind the nonchalance. There wasn't anything but being alive. "Just like the old days," the little voice said. She remembered being presented with the key to the mountains and wondered where it was. Not around her neck anymore. Somewhere in the woods, probably. 10,000 years from now, some archaeologist could dig it up and wonder what the hell the thing was for. By the time Danny had limped out of the darkness, the majority of the survivors had already left town, some on foot, some in vehicles, on up Route 144 toward Big Bear. Weaver had shown them on his topographical chart how to get up over the crest of the mountains and down towards Scoby Tree, after which they were on their own. They took cars and trucks from the northern end of town, away from the massive jam of cars on the way to Los Angeles. Lots of survivors in each vehicle, crammed in as if they were on a school field trip. All of the stray children they could find went with the convoy. Only Blue Hair and her brother remained behind in town. The rest just wanted out of there. Since the main convoy left, more groups followed them in vehicles to which they had located the keys, regardless of provenance. Danny's return found fewer than 150 living strangers in town, and very few locals seemed to have emerged from their burrows. It was this latter consideration, as well as a desire to stem the flow of people into a completely unknown situation in the outside world, that drove Danny's plan of action when she returned from the ladies' room and heard Amy's narrative of earlier events in town. Danny huddled with Amy and one of the local firemen, Troy Hubbard, and explained her idea. "There's no point," Amy said. "Let's all just sleep on the floor for a few hours." Danny shook her head. "We can't let these people have time to think. Amy, it was okay earlier. You did the right thing letting people leave. We couldn't have handled hundreds of them. There's not enough food in town. But now it's late. These people are wired, but they're exhausted. They'll fall asleep at the wheel. They'll run over people on the road. So we need to keep them here. Wear them out. They can sleep in the morning, and by then we can figure out what to do next. But we can't let any more of them leave tonight." "The more of them that leave, the more capability we have to cope, though," Troy said. "Remember that snowstorm in '07? Fewer than 30 people stranded in town for 4 days, and we were about ready to throw a Donner Party by the time the snowplows finally got here." Danny looked around at the survivors in the gym. Some of them were drifting closer, wanting to listen in. Others, most emphatically, didn't want to know. But with Troy's huge boots and yellow fireproof pants, Danny's ruinous sheriff's uniform, and Amy's doctor coat, they were the center of gravity in the room. Rescue, law, and medicine, all in one place. Danny wondered if they'd have as much pull if these people knew they were actually looking, respectively, at a probationary trainee from East Los Angeles, an alcoholic, and a horse doctor. Troy was a diligent guy, but he was also the newest firefighter in town and the most recent resident. It occurred to Danny that since the disaster, Troy might now be the only firefighter in town. Danny dropped her voice, almost whispering, "Troy, I lost hundreds of people out there. My job is to keep people safe, and I lost hundreds. And Christ only knows how many died on the way up here. You know what I heard on the radio?" "What?" "Nothing. We have no idea what happened to cause this or how big it is. It could be they're picking up the pieces and in a couple of days it will be right back to business. But I heard a couple of things that make me think it's the Gulf hurricane times 10, everywhere in the entire country." Troy fell silent, considering the possible scale of the disaster beyond the mountains. Now Amy was pleading with Danny, not her best mode of expression, in Danny's opinion. "Danielle Adelman," Amy interjected, "you are injured, and this can wait until morning. I'm totally okay with the macho bit. It's kind of cute, but this isn't the time." Wolf Gunner ambled up, crumbs of what looked like sun chips in his beard. Danny had never noticed before that the old man's long nose changed direction 3 times along its length. "I'll go with you if I can carry that nice little Winchester," Wolf said. Danny smiled. "My old man's 63. Custom 26-inch barrel, squared receiver face, lapped bolt lugs. Field true for 500 yards. That thing is a legend. You can't have it." Amy was fuming. She tried one more time. "Do not ignore me. It would take the 2 of you a week to search this place, by which time the National Guard will have come and gone." Danny turned back, and now her face was serious and cold. The bravado was gone. The National Guard is in a desert 7,000 miles away." With that, Danny called for the attention of all present and began to outline her plan. Those who could sleep, let them. Those who could not, let them work. Danny chose the workers from those who least appeared to have lost their minds. Very few to select from. Danny picked Wolf. They would work in pairs to search the outlying neighborhoods, while the rest of the survivors organized the dead into rows along the sides of the street. Amy could keep that bunch going while Danny was gone, with Troy to assist. She didn't expect much from Amy's work detail, but the survivors couldn't be allowed to spiral into complete shock and become incapable of caring for themselves, or worse, start looting. There were too many, few as they were. Danny started to introduce herself to Patrick and Weaver, but they already knew her name. "We met at the Greasy Spoon," Patrick interrupted. "You're Danielle Adelman? I'm Patrick Michaels." Here he paused, as if expecting Danny to recognize the name, but there was no flicker of recognition. "And this is my partner, Weaver Sampson. We never moved the RV." Danny shook his hand. "Consider yourselves deputies of the Forest Peak Sheriff's Department. We'll skip the oath of duty for now." Danny deputized Wolf as well, refused once more to give him a gun, and the four of them picked their way around the corpses down Main Street to the sheriff's station. They would need radios, flashlights, gloves, and some cans of spray paint, of which Danny always had a supply, confiscated from the local graffiti artists, mostly friends of Kelly. Weaver and Wolf dragged the people who had died inside the station out to the sidewalk, arranging them in a rough line along the foundation. Patrick wasn't any help with the corpses, so Danny had him collect the material while she checked the radio again. There were a couple of units down in the valley that still had someone on radio duty, but they didn't know any more than she did. "Only that the dead outnumber the living," a shaky-voiced cop in Artesia told her. There was some small comfort in the fraternity of law enforcement, knowing she wasn't the only one in the world on point. With regret, Danny signed off. "He said good luck, and you said 9:10. What does that mean?" Patrick asked, arms loaded with big rechargeable box flashlights. "It means I can handle the situation on my own," Danny said. "Can you?" Patrick asked. It was a sincere question. Danny palmed her fist. "Let's find out." As Danny's search teams headed up Wilson Street, Amy led the larger work party into Main Street to start shifting the dead out of the roadway. Amy knew it was make work as well as Danny did, but it was better to be doing something. She saw Danny limping away into the darkness, a rumpled outline in the glow of their flashlights. Amy thought she knew the real reason Danny wanted to do a house-to-house search, not to determine who among her community had died, but to make sure Kelly wasn't among them. Just as well, thought Amy, that Kelly wasn't here. At least Danny can hope. Dawn was coming. The sky was a shade lighter than the pitch-black world below. Danny and Patrick approached a low-slung bungalow with aluminum siding, one of several in a row, cheaply built weekend cabins that got pressed into service as full-time homes over the years. There was a corpse flopped over the wire fence in front of the house. Danny crouched beside the body and shone her light in its downturned face. One of the corpulent Doone brothers, she couldn't tell which. They were identical twins. Danny went to the house and tried the door. Unlocked. Called inside. No answer. Danny sprayed a red stroke on the siding by the door, then Patrick followed her inside. The place was so small they had it searched in less than 2 minutes. Danny handed Patrick the can of spray paint and headed for the next house. When she looked back, he was still staring at the wall of the first house, his light shining up into his eyes like Bela Lugosi. He hadn't finished the marking. "Patrick, are you still with me? Because I actually can't do this alone." "Yeah, I'm just kind of, you know." I feel ya. She returned to his side and took the can, shook it, crossed the first stroke of paint with another one, making an X. One more time. This is how they did it in New Orleans. One line means we went inside, second line means we came out. Date and time in the top quadrant. She checked her watch and sprayed in the numbers. Over here, T1 for Team 1. Patrick held out his hand for the paint. I know, and at the bottom, 0 for no bodies found. Patrick carefully drew a circle at the bottom of the symbol. Danny folded her arms. You don't have to write neat. I can't help it, I'm an interior designer. This here is the exterior. Wolf and Weaver emerged from a house a few doors down on the opposite side of the street. Weaver sprayed a 1 at the bottom of their symbol in green paint. The theory was that when a cleanup crew eventually came to remove the dead, they would mark their information in the last remaining quadrant. Wolf shambled up the road toward Danny. Sheriff, old Gladys Miller's dead. Weaver walked past the corpse hanging over the fence and waved his light at it. What about this one? We'll come back for him later. Danny's ears were ringing, and it wasn't automobile horns. She hadn't slept in 20 hours, unless you counted unconsciousness, which contains no rest. She hadn't slept well in a year and a half to begin with. The back of her head felt like a blacksmith had been working on it. She'd gotten pretty good at ignoring discomfort. If you're hurting, you're not dead. But the present situation was something more than an ordinary bad day. It was getting to her, just as it was getting to Patrick. She marched up to the next house in the row, one of the places where Kelly had bunked for a few months when she was a sophomore in high school. Danny peered through the screen door, but it was entirely dark inside. Marlon, Francis, you in there? Sheriff Adelman here. Hey, if you're there, holler. Okay, I'm coming in. The door was unlocked and Danny went through. Patrick made the first stroke of paint outside, then followed her. The place was small and low and gloomy, smelling of cigarettes and cats. Patrick shone his light into the kitchen. Oh my God, it's a nightmare. Danny was immediately at his side. Did you find them? The decor, I mean. Sorry. Danny saw nothing out of the ordinary. Everybody's place looks like this. Patrick crossed to the television, an old-style box with a digital signal converter on top. There was "Please stand by" or a test card on every channel that hadn't gone to static. It seemed there were fewer working signals by the hour. On top of the box was a ghastly porcelain sculpture of kittens holding up a gold-plated basket containing plastic violets. Please tell me you don't live this way. It's only a place to sleep. I have this kid sister, been kind of raising her since our folks died. I inherited the family house, but got called up for duty, and the place, well, it kind of ran down. She lived here for a while, one time while I was overseas. Her name was... Danny's voice cracked, and she choked on it, and the tears came to her eyes. When Patrick turned around, the indomitable sheriff was sitting on the arm of the sofa, her face in her hands, shoulders hunched as she fought to stop the grief from coming. No luck. It had her. Patrick stepped around the coffee table and rubbed Danny's bowed back between the shoulder blades, trying to think of some way to comfort her. Nothing suggested itself. Did you find her? She ran away a couple days ago. No, wait. Jesus, it was only last night. She was out there somewhere when all this happened. I'm sorry. Danny felt Patrick's hand on her back hesitate. She knew what he was feeling, something strange under her easy-wash shirt. She wanted to shrug off his touch. Her back wasn't for touching, but she kept herself still. His hand moved up to the smoother surface of her neck and shoulders, and he did what he could to knead some of the tension out. When this is all over, he said, cross my heart, I will hook you up with a home makeover. Danny sniffed back snot and wiped her face with her hands. She tried to smile for him and almost made it. Then her walkie-talkie spoke, and it was back to business. Back in town, Amy's work crew had done better than she'd expected. Going slowly because the unhappy laborers treated the fallen with reverence, and a couple of true believers insisted on improvising a sketch of last rites for every body they slung up onto the flatbed truck. But except for some tears and a few individual retreats back to the gym as loved ones were discovered, real work had been accomplished. Maybe Danny was more cunning than Amy credited her for. She was getting the most difficult job done while there were still a lot of hands to help. Everyone wore a double layer of latex examination gloves. Most of them wore paper dust masks. They had sped up the collection process by commandeering the flatbed truck, which had belonged to Eugene, who knew the tree business better than anybody. His corpse was among those already lined up on the sidewalk. The jolly tricolor bunting still hung on the sides of the truck, which lent a macabre touch to the proceedings. But with the flatbed, they didn't have to carry every individual corpse the full distance out of the street. As they cleared the corpses from a section of the pavement, a couple of men, led by Troy Huppert, would move all the cars that still had keys in them. In this way, they'd created a crooked but passable traffic lane halfway down the street. Heck, in 2 years, they'd have the road cleared all the way down the mountain. Partway through the work, Amy radioed Danny on the walkie-talkie with a piece of good news. "There's a lady here, name's Maria. She's a part-time taxi dispatcher, and she knows all about radios. She can work a police set." "Get her in there right away," Danny said. "Right to the communications desk. Have her make a wider search for correspondence, get some information. Try the military bands as well as the police bands, and make sure to write everything down." Danny reeled off some frequencies she could remember. Maria said, "Thank you," into the radio, and then Amy watched as Maria gratefully left the death detail for the relative comfort of the sheriff's station, which had already been cleared. Now, as several of Amy's party struggled to get an obese woman's corpse onto the truck, Maria emerged from the station with a scrap of paper held over her head. "Doctor?" Maria called and waved Amy over. Everyone there was operating under the misapprehension that Amy was a medical doctor, and Danny had warned her not to suggest otherwise. Amy met Maria halfway across the street. The work party had stopped to listen. Maria touched a finger to her lips and hooked her eyes at the station. Amy beckoned the crew to keep going. "I'll be right back. Take 5. There's water in the cab, and change into fresh gloves. We don't know what this is yet." Inside the station, Maria showed Amy the piece of paper. She had written the bandwidth and the message in square capitals. Amy raised Danny on the walkie-talkie. "Danny, are you there? Over and out. We got a pretty weird message off what Maria says is the weather band. It's a recording that repeats every 10 seconds. Danny's voice sounded hoarse when she answered. "You're supposed to say over. Then when we're done talking, say out. How's it going? Over." "You've been crying," Amy said. "Allergies," Danny replied. "What's the transmission say?" Amy cleared her throat as if for a recital, but she didn't read the message aloud. "Actually, Danny, I think I'd better check this in case Maria misheard it. Hold on. Stay on the line." Maria was shaking her head in protest, but Amy went into the back room and set the walkie-talkie on the communications desk with the frequency open. Then she turned the radio from headphone to speaker mode and punched the preset button for the weather band. The message was in mid-repetition, a computer-generated voice based on keyboard input, like the voice of that physicist in the wheelchair, Stephen Hawking. It was an eerie sound, distant but clear. "We'll rise again. Repeat. The infected dead will rise again. Repeat. The infected dead will rise again. Repeat. The infected dead will—" Danny was saying something on the walkie-talkie. Amy picked it up while Maria switched the radio back to headphone mode, nodding her vindication. Some kind of a joke? One of the things that Amy found charming about Danny was her extremely rudimentary sense of humor. Danny found the Three Stooges funny, and that was about it. Hitting over the head, caveman stuff. She could hear the funniest thing in the world and just stand there looking suspicious of anybody who laughed. This meant, however, that she sometimes thought things were jokes that a wittier person would recognize could not be. Given what she'd witnessed over the last several hours, Amy was pretty sure this transmission was not a joke. A mistake, maybe, but not a joke. "It's a real message on the real weather band," Amy replied, "but I don't know what it means. The dead people up here haven't shown any signs of activity." "God damn it," Danny barked. "Okay, I'm coming down there and figure out what the hell they're playing at in San Pedro at the Weather Bureau." Maria resumed scanning the radio's bandwidth. "Did you lose people?" Amy asked, almost shyly. "My husband," Maria said, sighing heavily. "He went crazy and ran away. Not the first time he ran away, but never like that before." Amy left her there in the station, searching the radio for signs of life. In the Marlon Jackson residence, Danny had splashed some water on her face and mastered the grief. Patrick was standing in the living room, still gazing about him with wonder as the pre-dawn light increased, revealing more and more heinous interior detail. He had an idea for a new decorating show, to be called "How Can You Live This Way?" but he thought it would be extremely tacky to mention it under the present circumstances. "Feeling any better?" he asked. Danny was about to reply when a holler came through the front door. It was Wolf. "Holy fucking shit! Get out here, Sheriff!" Danny blew right past Patrick, even though he was closest to the door. He followed her outside. It had grown lighter in the quarter hour since they ventured inside the little house, the sky glowing pale and opaque, drowning the stars. The shadows of night were retreating from the street, curling up under the trees. The world still lacked color, but it would come with the sunrise. Wolf was standing nearest to Danny, across the street at the edge of the house lot opposite. Weaver was behind him at the door, halfway through marking the wall. Team 2, 1 dead inside. Both men were standing stock still, eyes fixed on an object down the street. Danny saw it too, and blinked, and still saw it. It was one of the Dune twins, standing slack-jawed beside the wire fence. He was a heavy man in life, and now his flesh sagged over his bones, mottled and yellow. He looked around him with filmy eyes, as if trying to remember something. It sure looked like the twin who had been hanging dead over the fence not 20 minutes before. Danny knew what death looked like. There could be no mistake. Yet the body was no longer on the fence, and this one, if it was the second twin, was dressed exactly the same way as the missing corpse. Plaid shirt, brown dicky work pants. The Dune twins didn't go in for identical outfits. But this had to be the other one. There was no way Danny had mistaken unconscious for dead. "He was dead, Sheriff. That guy was dead." It was Weaver, now pointing with the spray can at the figure down the street. "They're twins," Danny said. "It must be the other one." She walked out onto the street, but didn't get close. Her instincts were screaming at her that something was very wrong. "Are you Mikey or Jeff?" she asked. The Dune twin turned to look at her, his motions halting. Like a paralytic drunk, Danny thought. Like Wolf yesterday morning. "You been drinking?" But the fat, jaundiced thing in front of her didn't respond. It didn't understand. Maybe he was in shock, or maybe he'd been in a coma and he wasn't all the way out of it. Danny knew people down at Walter Reed Hospital, buddies of hers like Harlan, who were going to spend the rest of their lives in that condition, if they were still alive. Danny realized Patrick was almost pressed up behind her. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Don't go any closer," I'm totally creeped out." Weaver came up the yard and crossed the street to Patrick. Wolf approached the Dune twin warily, as if evaluating a potentially rabid animal. "This cocksucker was deader'n disco, Adelman, I swear it." "He's not dead now." "I don't know about that." Wolf got to within 15 feet and waved his hands in front of the swaying fat man. The eyes, cloudy like poached eggs, followed the motion with difficulty. Danny was unaware that her hand had slipped to her sidearm and unsnapped the holster flap. She wasn't going to make the town derelict deal with this. So she stepped right up to whichever Dune it was. He turned to face her like a drunk in a game of blind man's bluff. There was a small fly walking across his cheek. "Can you hear me? Do you understand what I'm saying?" Danny asked. The twin's tongue was rolling around in his mouth like a big meaty grub, but there was no attempt to form words. Weaver took his arm from around Patrick's shoulders and stepped closer for a better look. "If he's not dead, Sheriff, he's pretty damn ill." Wolf backed away, making a noise of exasperation. Of course the thing was dead. Danny wasn't listening. She was staring at the round Dune face, getting close enough to smell the urine that stained the brown work pants. "Look at his eye," she said. The small fly had wandered up the cheek and over the pouchy lower eyelid. Now it was walking across the man's eyeball. It stopped on the dome of the cornea to clean its forelegs. The eye never blinked. The one certainty in the universe for Danny was death. It was absolute. There was no breaking the rules. Until now. Time for a new working hypothesis. Something flashed into Danny's field of view, and there was a solid clang, and the Dune twin dropped to the road, brown fluid spilling out of his nostrils. The fly skidded away through the air. Wolf was standing behind the corpse with a shovel in his hands. There was hair on the blade. Danny leaped back. Before her boots hit the ground, the gun was in her hand. "Jumping Jesus Christ, what the hell do you think you're doing?" she yelled. Weaver ran up to Wolf and pulled the shovel out of his gnarled fists. "You killed him," he said. Wolf shook his head, unrepentant. "He was already dead." Danny holstered her piece and knelt beside the body. It was as dead as before, but now unquestionably. A deep cleft was chopped into the back of the skull right through the bald spot. The edges of the bone showed like teeth under the ruptured skin. Weaver whistled low and long. "He was dead, but he got up again." Wolf took this as an opening to present his ironclad defense. "Anybody born after 1940 knows when a zombie shows up, you gotta smash its head. Destroy the brain." "Don't call him a zombie," Danny said. "That's bullshit." Wolf spat on the ground. "There's living and dying. You can't have both." Wolf was in a staring contest with the angry sheriff. The old man snarled, "We gotta destroy the brain." Danny realized what could be happening right now while they argued. "We gotta get back to town." 7. The living wept on Main Street. Danny and her search teams arrived at the base of Wilson Street. There were a dozen of the risen here, wandering among the cars, faces vacant. They were absolutely silent. The survivors who made up Amy's work crew had gotten back against the walls of the buildings, keeping well clear of the now animated corpses. But they didn't run away from them either. It seemed like there was some kind of possibility, some kind of hope. Maybe they hadn't been dead after all. The sky was bright now, dawn only minutes away, and despite the fresh horrors below them, the songbirds were enjoying their morning shouting contest. For a long minute, Danny, Patrick, Weaver, and Wolf stood where they were at the intersection of Wilson and Main, watching the once neat rows of corpses along the sidewalk stir and twist, begin to rise. Not all of them showed signs of animation. Maybe half or two-thirds, Danny thought. The rest behaved like proper dead bodies, lying still. Nobody knew what to say until Wolf found the words. "This situation," he announced, "is shittier than an asshole sandwich." One of the ambulatory corpses had spotted the quartet and was now staring at them, mouth drooping. After an interval, it took a few uncertain steps in their direction. Wolf pulled down the spear-tipped flagpole from the front of the notary's office and held it out before him, ready to thrust. Danny stomped the shaft with her boot, snapping it in half. "Forget the brain," she said. Wolf muttered obscenities and backed away. Amy was down the street from the station, giving the walking dead as wide a berth as possible. Several of them followed, swaying in her wake. Danny kept close to the buildings as she made her way to the nearest civilians, a group sheltering on the steps of the barber shop. It was the place nearest to the flatbed truck, upon which a couple of the things were struggling to their feet, tangled in overturned folding chairs. One of them wore the uniform of a highway patrolman. It was Jordan Park, dead like the rest. Hours before, Danny had been sitting on one of those folding chairs, eating chili and nursing a hangover, thinking things couldn't get much worse. Danny thought she should probably take the radio and sidearm off Park's corpse. She didn't like the idea of the thing having a weapon on it, and the radio might be useful. She noticed that several of the reanimated dead were attracted to the motion of her moving down the street. They shuffled toward her. Danny was trying to decide between hope and horror. To lose someone to death was to come up against a great hateful mystery, a thing that would claim everyone someday. To see that person return from death, if only halfway, was that some kind of mercy, or was it the worst possible outcome? Several of the things were coming down the Wilson Street grade. Earlier, on the way down the hill, Danny's search teams had seen some of them standing inside the windows of paint-marked houses, heads turning slowly to follow the living as they passed by. Maybe these were the same ones, following her. Danny felt dizzy. Her eyes burned when she blinked. Was this the onset of the poison or contagion or whatever it was? And then she realized what she was feeling was probably something simpler, exhaustion. It had been 24 hours since the alarm clock beat her to the punch. She glanced at Amy as she arrived. Amy's forehead was wrinkled in the middle with the concerned look that usually meant Danny was falling apart and didn't know it. "I'm going to have a look inside a couple of places here and see if anybody's alive and hiding," Danny said. "Just don't kill yourself," Amy said. "I need you around." She hurried away to talk with a couple of men who were escorting a sobbing woman down the street. Danny opened the unlocked door of Mr. Carter's house. It was as much for something to do as because she wanted to see if anybody was alive inside. Maybe she could find some Excedrin. Painkiller and caffeine all in one convenient pill. Mr. Carter had been Danny's science teacher, and maybe Kelly's too, if she remembered correctly. "Mr. Carter?" she called down the front hallway. No response. Danny considered the situation of the dead things walking around outside. They had the limbs and faces and hair of human beings, wore the clothing in which human beings had dressed them the previous day, but there was something fundamental missing, the absence of which marked them as not human. Danny felt a need to identify what that was. It seemed important. If she knew what was wrong, maybe she would know what to do about it, or at least how to feel. Maybe she was overthinking it. They were dead, she was sure of that much. Her mind wasn't set up to analyze the semantics of mortality. The actual words, she thought, were, "The lights are on, but nobody's home." But she was thinking in shorthand, and understood there were bigger questions underpinning the ones she was framing for herself. Danny looked out the front window and watched one of them, a child no more than 5 years old, as it shuffled down the street, its head swiveling slowly from side to side like an oscillating fan. Hell, that kid barely even got started. Danny wondered if there were babies lying around, undead like this, lying there staring at the sky. She wanted to shake off the questions that swarmed in her mind, but they wouldn't go away.
She needed to approach the thing systematically, or she was going to end up like the other survivors she could see along the edge of the street, locked in a useless staring contest with the walking dead. Danny moved out of the living room, past the stairs to the kitchen, and saw nothing except a relentlessly ordinary house. There was a newspaper open on the footstool in front of Mr. Carter's favorite chair. A half cup of coffee standing beside the kitchen stove. No sign of a world-changing crisis, not even in the paper. Maybe his shambling remains were wandering around on one of the other floors. She could search upstairs, look in the basement, but there was no point. He was dead, regardless of whether he could move. The power was still working, and there was a notebook computer open on the dining room table. Danny checked the internet. It looked normal. There was the search page. She could tap in a news query. Danny treated computers like telephones. They were conveniences for staying in touch with Kelly during deployments more than anything. The internet was for headlines and navigating the VA healthcare bureaucracy. She didn't know how to dig much deeper than major news outlets and a couple of social media sites. Danny's area of expertise was rooted in the analog world: guns, vehicles, and tactics. Dead Rising Again, she typed. Answers came back, and Danny's heart leaped. But then she saw it was all monster movies and Christian websites, not news. She navigated over to the Fox News page. It was down for repairs. CNN had stories a day old on it. Danny clicked through a couple of them. They described the early stages of the panic overseas, with fears it could reach the United States, but there wasn't anything recent. There seemed to be some early consensus that it was a disease, a biological agent, maybe a virulent flu, but it was all speculation, leading nowhere. She spent a few frantic minutes clicking around a variety of sites, and it was the same thing everywhere, as if the entire internet had turned its attention to the strange malady spreading through the world, then abruptly ceased to be updated at some point during the previous day. Which, she reflected, was probably the case, if the death toll was the same everywhere. It seemed strange, though. Surely there were shut-ins and people hiding in their bedrooms who had survived this long. They ought to be twatting or chirping or whatever they called it, sending out bulletins. Maybe there were, and she didn't know how to find them. Or maybe they froze those government servers, she thought. After all, nearly everything on the internet passed through federally operated American hubs. Maybe they just flipped a switch and suspended the entire system in time. But that kind of paranoid thinking wasn't going to get her anywhere. Instead of informing her, the internet was making Danny crazier, panicky. She folded the computer shut. In the back of her mind, the part that analyzed the available data and built plans upon it, Danny was organizing the chaos of questions into some kind of usable form. She knew that some deadly agent had killed millions of people. It was transmitted somehow, an aerosol dropped from aircraft, or a gas, or terrorists running around with Hudson sprayers. She had to choose a starting point. Danny's working hypothesis required it. So she decided to assume the agent was a disease. It made enough sense to get on with. The resulting wave of death had traveled rapidly because the victims, once infected, would run as fast and as far as they could until they fell down dead. She didn't know if the disease killed them or if they simply ran until their hearts gave out, but many of the people they came in contact with also became infected. Then those people ran. The thing didn't stop spreading until there were no more people to infect. It was like a fatal relay race. Danny was either immune or hadn't come into close enough range to get sick. She thought of her deputies, how she had ordered them to remain in an exposed position. But at the time, exposure wasn't a part of the equation. Maybe it still wasn't. Regrettably, she didn't know Dick. She went halfway down Mr. Carter's basement stairs and called for him again. No response. If he was down there, back from the dead, let him stay there. If the army or someone could spare a few units to clear the town, so be it. They could take Mr. Carter away. Danny returned to the living room and sat on the couch, but her back was to the door,
so she moved to the easy chair. But it commanded the view out onto the street, and she could see the infected wandering around. She needed something else to look at. She took Kelly's note out of her breast pocket and turned the tightly folded pages in her hands. She was afraid to read it, but wondered what it contained. She wondered if Kelly was alive. She imagined a conversation she would have with Kelly, explaining how she didn't have a choice, how she was sorry to be such a hard-ass, but that was what life had handed them both. But Kelly wouldn't stop talking back. She wasn't listening. Danny wanted to shake her or something, get the damn kid's attention. "Don't turn your back on me." But then Kelly twisted around, one hand extended, a rat-eaten finger pointing at Danny. She was dead, her jaw hanging loose, eyes like blisters. "You," she croaked. Danny woke up. It had been only a few minutes since she dozed off at Mr. Carter's easy chair. Not refreshing, but it would help. She put the note back in her pocket. As she headed up the front hall, Danny continued summarizing what she understood. Had millions really died? And a few hours later they got up again? Some hadn't gotten back up. But even the ones that rose again were cold to the touch and didn't have heartbeats. They were not alive, but did that mean they were truly dead? This was where Danny's hypothesis fell apart. A tree didn't have a heartbeat either, and it probably didn't feel if bugs were eating its leaves, but a tree was alive. So why aren't these things alive, she thought. Why am I so sure? Does it matter? She went outside, her head throbbing, and almost walked into one of the things. It was standing at the foot of Mr. Carter's front stoop, looking up at Danny with those empty eyes and the mouth hanging open. It was a soft-faced boy, 14 or 15, wearing a Dodgers t-shirt. His skin was pale as candle wax, except for lips that were almost black, and the inside of his mouth was gray. Danny recoiled. The boy had no reaction. She wondered if it could respond to anything, maybe simple commands. "Shoo!" Danny said, and whisked her hands at him. The boy's eyes fixed on her hands. He stared at them even when she dropped them to her sides. Stupid, but more than stupid. He knew nothing. The boy was a robot made out of meat. Danny swung herself over the stoop railing and went around the dead teenager. She needed a plan. Some of the more intrepid survivors had begun unfolding a plan of their own while Danny was inside Mr. Carter's house. They were herding the infected, as Danny now thought of them, together. It could have been sheep or pigs they were gathering. Some of the survivors stood with their arms outstretched in a pose Danny associated with basketball defense, keeping themselves in front of the nearest infected and shucking side to side. With their gloves and masks, they looked like Japanese traffic cops. Others would enter this ring of arms, towing one of the infected along behind them. They would leave it and go off to find another. It was a human corral. Danny had to admire the expeditious spirit that drove them to do it. Survivors keep themselves busy as a way to stave off shock and despair. But she wasn't sure if they knew what to do once the herd had swelled beyond their ability to keep its members in. There were at least 40 or 50 in there now, maybe half the infected population of Main Street. Danny was also concerned about the potential for transmission of the disease. If it was a disease, had it burned itself out? She didn't think so. If those things could walk, she had a feeling the infectious agent was still at work. Maybe they shouldn't be getting close. She still didn't know. Danny watched for a minute. Sometimes one of the living would recognize a friend or relative and start crying or babbling, trying to tell the others this one was different, but in general it was a good effort. Then one of the men who seemed to be in charge of fetching the infected came near her to collect the Dodgers boy in front of Mr. Carter's stoop. "Where do you plan to put them?" Danny said. "There's a fellow named Troy who says we can run them through the Quick Mart and out the back into the alley. It's like a ready-made jail yard." "Is Troy around?" Danny found the fireman in the alley behind the downhill side of Main Street. He was overseeing the construction of barricades at each end of the 6-car parking lot behind the Quick Mart. His team consisted of several survivors, including the boy and the blue-haired girl she'd seen in the gym. They'd been eating candy with Weaver and Patrick, Danny remembered. Now they were using convenience food display racks to fill the gaps between cars parked side to side in the alley, forming a fence. If the risen dead stayed as numb-nutted as they were now, she thought, this primitive containment would probably do the trick. The next question was how many of these things would they have to deal with? There were 50 at the beginning, and in the last hour that number had doubled. There could be several thousand of them within a few miles. So far, the survivors were behaving with admirable calm. It was mostly shock, Danny knew from experience, and when it wore off, they were all going to be useless basket cases. Then she would have to deal with hysterics, fights, looting, and God only knew what. And if the walking corpses started to decay... For the first time, it occurred to Danny that the living would probably have to get out of Forest Peak. All the years she kept crawling back, swearing they'd get out of there, her and Kelly. This wasn't how she'd envisioned it happening. Troy met Danny a few yards down the alley. "I had to get people doing something," he explained, sounding apologetic. "There was some woman all up in Amy Cutter's face because she wouldn't try to revive her husband. Now, he was already revived, right? I mean, he was walking around, but she wanted a heartbeat to go with the walk. And Cutter didn't know what to tell her. So I got in there and broke it up and followed your advice. Keep 'em busy. They seem to like having something to do, but I don't have any idea what we do after we got the victims locked down." "Victims?" "The dead people. I don't know what to call them. Wolfman said they were..." He made a face, didn't want to say it. Danny almost whispered, "Zombies, I know." "Well, it don't seem right. I've been thinking of them as infected, but that's not much better. Here's the thing, though. There's a shitload more of them out there. I mean, 100 to 1. I'm not sure we can hold our position in town. There doesn't seem to be any danger, but what if it's still contagious? What if they start to, to rot? We may need to go somewhere further up the line. Forest Peak got hit pretty hard, but the wave stopped here, I think. Up the line in Big Bear or Alpine Glen, it could be a lot better." Troy watched the survivors examining their corral-making handiwork around the parking lot. Almost time for the roundup. Herd those dead suckers into the pen. He looked back at Danny, nodding. "You said the wave stopped here. That's what it was, a wave, meaning we're at the high tide line. Meanwhile," Danny resumed, "get your people back to the gymnasium. See if Amy can get that woman to allow her to examine the dead husband. I'd like to know what we're dealing with, if there's anything she can figure out. Amy can do that." As Danny walked toward the back of the sheriff's station to check on Maria, another piece fell into place in her working hypothesis. If Forest Peak represented the end of a theoretical Los Angeles outbreak zone, and assuming downtown LA was the epicenter of the disease, that meant you could probably draw a big, ragged circle around the city, beyond which there would be a vast, uninfected zone until the perimeter of the next epicenter. She needed to look at the map on the wall in the station. Danny was sick of making half-plans that went nowhere, but there didn't seem to be much else she could do. She couldn't get out in front of this situation. She raised Amy on her radio. "Have you begun the examination? Over?" "No, out. Over." "Is the victim's wife cooperating?" "That's a big negatory, sir." "Keep trying, or grab another one of the infected. I want to know what we're dealing with. Over." "Rudy toot," Amy said, and the radio went silent. Inside the sheriff's station, Maria was still at the communications desk. She had a couple of candy bar wrappers and a Diet Coke at her elbow. Danny felt a pang of guilt. She wasn't attending to her people's needs any better than she was attending to herself. Maria should have some real food, if they could find any. "How are you doing?" Danny asked. "Okay," Maria said, but she didn't sound like she meant it.
You haven't seen a man with a mustache and a Coors t-shirt? He was wearing a denim jacket and low-heel cowboy boots, like brown ones, I think. Maybe your height. Danny smiled. No, but you would make a good cop. Good powers of observation and recall. Maria smiled back, but her eyes were blurred by tears. She hitched a sigh and tapped the radio set with a pencil. No news anywhere. The internet isn't showing anything new. There's still 6 police places on the radio that I know about. There were 9 before, but now there are 6. None of them know squat. She put her hand primly over her mouth, as if squat was a rude word. Her accent suggested Spanish was her first language, so she might not be sure if it was. But they said everybody got up again, like here, Maria went on. All the living people brought their dead relatives to the hospitals and the police stations and the fire stations, and now there are these huge crowds of those muertas vivas all filling up the places. One of the policemen asked if we could come down and help them. I said I would ask you. Danny snorted. First responders swamped by walking corpses. She wished Forest Peak had a hospital right about now. Danny took a look at Maria's block print notes on the remaining radio conversations. What's this one? The weather station went off the air 20 minutes ago. Any new messages from there? The same thing over and over about the infected dead rising again, until it shut off. And nothing from any of the military bands? Danny already knew the answer would be no. Aside from the general military prescription against loose radio talk, these days all branches were using digital satellite transmissions for most communication, not radio. Digital you couldn't listen in on. And Danny didn't even know how many units were in country. They routinely lied about troop levels in every theater of war. The real number of personnel on American soil was far lower than most people imagined. They were probably all crammed in C-5B Galaxy cargo planes on the way to clear the streets of Washington, D.C., so the leadership wouldn't be troubled by unsightly dead people. Danny placed her hand on Maria's shoulder and suggested she take a break. Maria shook her head. What was she going to do, go for a walk? Danny could understand that. Let me know if you hear anything new. Amy examined the dead man while Weaver and Troy held him down. The man struggled feebly like a turtle flipped over on its back. He was stretched out on one of the folding tables in the gym, the only one of the infected they'd brought inside. They had kept him in the anteroom at one end of the building, not wanting to risk spreading whatever it was into the area where people were sleeping and eating, although it might have been just as much a desire to keep somewhere in town death-free as any medical consideration. The gym had become a sort of sacred space for the living. Patrick stood a few feet away, next to the dead man's wife by the door. She had never given anyone her name, but called the walking corpse Larry, and she insisted someone figure out what was wrong with him. As Amy had decided to perform an examination on one of the dead, he would do as well as any other. He did not recognize his wife. Amy's veterinary tools were mostly identical to the instruments used on humans. She'd brought a selection from the van, which was now parked by the gymnasium. All of her furry friends had escaped during the morning. She hoped Diggler was all right. He was some pig. Amy's instruments were in a scalpel roll, not her veterinary bag, because the bag had her business name in gilt letters on the side, and she didn't think Mrs. Larry would respond well to a veterinarian examining her husband, even if he was dead. Some people were so sensitive. Among other instruments, there was the penlight for eyes, an otoscope for ears, a stethoscope, and an ultrasonic Doppler veterinary sphygmomanometer, which didn't look anything like the human version with the inflatable cuff, but measured blood pressure just as well. She listened to Larry's cold, spongy chest. There was plenty of sloshing around in there, but no heartbeat, and no pulse at the wrists or neck. Patrick wrote down her observations on the blank pages of a math class notebook he'd found under the bleachers. "I'm not getting any pulse at the neck either," Amy said, "so no circulation, no dilation of pupils, and body temperature has remained around 80 degrees for the last 20 minutes. The, remains, or the ill person, anyway, Amy corrected herself as Mrs. Larry gave her a sharp look, is fairly active, so that may be why the temperature has stayed constant. Muscular activity produces heat. Okay. The infected thing opened his mouth, and a faint hiss came from the throat. Amy made an involuntary noise of disgust. Moving right along, there seems to be some respiration, but it's not involuntary, or whatever. Autonomic, I mean. Larry's distraught wife broke in. How can you not know the right words? You're a doctor. Doctors are notoriously forgetful, Amy explained. Anyway, we were thinking of changing the terms around. Autonomic sounds so cold, doesn't it? She returned to her examination. I'd like to take a liver core temperature, but the spouse of the party probably won't go for that. Amy looked at Mrs. Larry, who shook her head. She'd seen enough episodes of CSI to know that's what you did to dead people, and her Larry was not dead. So, Amy went on, I guess then let's do a little prick test. That's disgusting, the nerve-racked wife started to object. She means prick test with a needle, Patrick offered, sermons on how color worked. Weaver would grunt in response, although it was all actually kind of interesting. He simply didn't feel like he was qualified to remark. And the eyes. Weaver couldn't look into them, although even when he made eye contact with the thing there wasn't any real recognition. It was as if someone had injected watered-down skim milk inside the eyeball. But the most disturbing part was the way the eyes would roam around the space, almost blindly, but then fix upon a human face and stare intently. Weaver looked away and found himself staring at Patrick, standing there with the notebook and pen in a strange pose with his shoulders halfway up to his ears and his knees pressed together. Weaver was worried about him. Patrick had far more strength than he himself suspected, but he was so invested in reacting to everything, so into the drama, that you couldn't tell where the real feelings started and the theatricality ended. Then again, that was one of the things Weaver liked about him. Weaver thought of himself as inhibited, bottled up. Patrick was practically inside out. Right now the poor guy looked like he couldn't decide whether to puke or faint, although at present the corpse's wife was outmatching him in the histrionics department. Out Hecuba, Hecuba, Weaver remembered, from the Shakespeare play Hamlet. Patrick, who had designed the sets for a production of the play not long after they first met, had explained who Hecuba was to Weaver, although Weaver promptly forgot. Patrick had a wide range of subjects he was intelligent in, including classical theater. Alan Rickman was playing Polonius in that show, and Weaver dug Rickman a lot. He remembered that, too. They shook hands at one of the after-parties. Hecuba was a lot like Larry's wife. It popped into Weaver's head that gay marriage was no longer going to be the hot-button relationship issue in society. Marriages between living and dead people, like what they were witnessing now, would be the new crisis. The Catholic Church was going to have a field day with this. Was Alan Rickman still alive? Weaver cleared his mind. I'm babbling, he thought. When Amy was done, despite the protestations of Mrs. Larry, Troy and Weaver got her husband back on his feet and pushed him outside into the parking lot. They closed the doors as the corpse lumbered toward the living again. You can't do this. It's a free country, the woman protested. Dead people don't have human rights, Troy said, and went off to the men's room to wash his hands. Mrs. Larry didn't volunteer to be out there alone with her husband, Amy observed. In the sheriff's station, Danny told Maria everything was under control and went out the back way. This made Maria think everything was not under control, because it was the same thing she said when the taxi dispatching went to pieces at work. She wondered if her husband was out there, and if he was, how were they going to get through this? He was always in some kind of situation. Now he was probably dead, and even then she couldn't rely on him to behave. She swallowed her grief and rolled the radio band selector along the frequencies, searching for life. The red-haired sheriff was doing her best. Moving down the alley, Danny felt the same flutter of panic she'd experienced the previous night when she walked toward Main Street in the dark and wondered if anyone else in the world was alive. Right after her parents died, she'd had a series of dreams like that, people leaving without telling her, finding herself lost in places like schools and hospitals, empty except for her. Then she saw the girl with blue hair. She was crouched between two of the cars that formed the nearest side of the barricade, her arms folded around her bony knees. She was watching the trapped infecteds jostling each other. Danny crossed to the girl, and the smell of the stale bodies in the midday sun was stifling. "Which one are you looking at?" Danny asked, because the girl's eyes were following one of the things. "My mom," she said, and pointed to a dumpy, middle-aged woman with a perm. The dead woman stared into the middle distance, unaware of her child. "Where did the others go?" "To the school gym," the black guy said. "The fireman?" The girl fell back into silence. Danny knew she ought to make introductions, find out the girl's name, but she didn't want to personalize anybody. They were generic civilians until further notice, until, if she was honest with herself, she was sure people would stop dying. Danny glanced up and found the girl's mother was facing them, although the dead eyes still didn't seem to have registered the presence of the living women. Danny needed to give this girl a project, and fast. It wasn't any good for her to fixate on a dead person, regardless of who it was. Danny said, "You have a brother, right?" "Jimmy James." "I'm going to need your help. Somebody has to look out for him, and I'm too busy." The girl focused her eyes on Danny for the first time. She was naturally fair, with pale eyelashes and tiny, even freckles. She appeared to be assessing whether Danny was bullshitting her so she would move along, which Danny was. The girl didn't answer, but returned to watching her mother. Danny tried again. "Look, I'm real sorry about your mom. This situation blows for everybody, but I can't leave you here, understand? I can't. And in a couple of days, when the rest of us are down at the rescue center in the valley, and you're all out of potato chips and these folks start to rot, I think you're going to wish you would come with me." The girl looked up as if Danny had slapped her face. Her eyes watered, then tears began to spill down her cheeks, and her chin puckered up, and she started to bawl. Danny grabbed her and held her head against her chest, and wished it was Kelly she was holding. The girl wept until Danny's shirt was wet through. Danny felt the sting of tears she had yet to cry herself, but there was an ocean of those inside her somewhere. Then they got moving, scrambling over the alley fence into the bushes, then along through the brush until they crossed Pine Street. The dead were everywhere, swarming. They seemed to be moving a little faster than before. Maybe the heat of the sun activated them, like lizards. But they also seemed to take a greater interest in the pair of living beings who were now tacking through them, back and forth, looking for the clearest path. Danny led the blue-haired girl along behind the houses on the other side of Pine Street. Then they emerged from cover into a fenced yard. The yard formed a clearing in a forest of terrible, swaying bodies. Beyond it was the north end of Main Street, and across the intersection was the gymnasium. The street and the parking lot were both crowded with the undead. Almost all of them were facing the gymnasium. Danny got Troy on the radio. "Troy, give me a 1066. Troy answered in a low, confidential voice, slightly muffled as if he had his hand over his mouth. "We're okay here. We have the doors locked, the place is secure. But we're outnumbered, as you probably noticed, and there's a woman here flipping out because her husband is outside." "Is he alive?" "No." "I'm across Main Street. The situation looks like it might be devolving. We need to get the survivors out of town. That big motor home, it's not far from the door. That guy Weaver has the keys. I'm guessing it will hold 30 people packed in pretty good. How many have you got?" "That's the good news," Troy said. "A bunch of folks bugged out not 5 minutes ago. They took some trucks and a van and went up 144. So I got a dozen or so, and Amy just came in with 5. They're freaked out. I can understand the feeling. What's your situation, Sheriff? My situation is fucked, she wanted to say. Thanks for asking. But she replied, I have a girl here. Michelle, the blue-haired girl supplied. Named Michelle, Danny continued, and Maria back at the station. I don't know where the Wolfman is, unless you have him. Danny suddenly had a rough idea what to do next. Okay, here's what I want to do. We get everybody we can into that motorhome, maybe put anybody extra onto Eugene the Tree Man's flatbed, and we bug out of here ourselves. Get on up to Big Bear. They're going to have thousands of refugees on their hands, but with our uniforms we might be able to get some love. Any objections? Over? Troy didn't answer for a few seconds. Then, refugees. Damn. Yeah, I'm ready to split town. We can put up a sign so whoever's hiding in their basement around here can follow us up when they get the balls. Ah, hell. 10-6. Over. 10-6. Stand by. Danny heard some noise in the background over the radio, then the channel went silent. Seconds later she could hear shouting, and one of the doors of the gymnasium flew open. A woman ran out, crying, Larry! Larry, where are you? The woman rushed into the thick of the walking dead, and Danny lost sight of her. A moment later, Troy emerged. When he saw the increase in the number of the infected, he stopped moving and backed up against the building. Danny waved over the heads of the walking dead. Troy, over here! He waved back and pressed the radio to his face. Sheriff, you want me to get her or leave her? Out. I got her. You keep the rest from panicking. Out. Danny turned to Michelle. Follow me close, she said. They went back the way they came. Danny pushed through the front door of the sheriff's station into Main Street, where the dead were milling around, drugged eyes following her as she bounded down the steps and into the mass of bodies. The girl Michelle stayed behind, and Danny could hear Maria speaking to her, probably glad to have someone around who was a little warmer than Danny. She could hear Larry's woman calling for her husband in the crowd. She hadn't found him yet, and predictably, he wasn't responding. Danny shoved her way among the repulsive things, their stink of excrement and old fish making her throat close. She had smelled terrible things in her life, foremost of all the savory stench of burning flesh, but this smell wasn't only disgusting, it was alien. She'd never experienced anything like it before. Her stomach roiled. Then another voice joined the frantic cries of Larry's wife. Danny? Where the heck are you? It was Amy. Danny shoved through the corpses as though immense slugs, repulsed by the touch of them, but unwilling to allow herself any squeamishness. Touch them and be damned. Get to Amy. It was slow going, though. The dead were more active than before, groping, clutching at her uniform, as if wanting her to stay. They met in the street in front of the junk shop. Danny saw the reanimated highway patrolman shamble past, and behind him the now-dead mullet man with the FUCK t-shirt. Somehow his lower lip had been torn off, hanging now by a scrap of flesh at one side. His teeth showed through. Then there was Amy, emerging through the crowd behind him, trying not to touch the infected, but getting squeezed anyway as they lurched into each other. Nice to see someone alive, Amy said. Have you seen another live woman in a yellow polo shirt? She's over there, Danny said, and hooked her chin down the street. Let's get her. I want everybody out of town in half an hour. The two women moved away through the silent, shuffling crowd, Danny in the lead, Amy following with her hands up at her shoulders as if she'd seen a mouse, not 1,000 reanimated corpses. He's not dead! There was Larry's wife, pointing accusatorily between Amy and dead Lawrence, as if she'd caught them in an affair. I know he's moving, but he's not alive. We can't leave him in the gym. Amy was pleading, something that never worked in Danny's experience. So Danny stepped in between husband and wife. She took a deep breath. One more try. Her patience was all dried up. She took hold of the wife's arm. It's not her fault, ma'am. State regulations. Let's get back.
There's no such regulation. Amy took the woman's other arm, and she and Danny began to gently propel her toward the gym. The zombies, hell, that's what they are, Danny thought, were coming uncomfortably close to them as they argued. Others were following the survivors toward the gym, and still more were emerging from the trees, from doorways, from behind the buildings, hundreds of them. Amy continued to reason with the woman, who was gibbering with upset, tears flowing down her cheeks. Then she lunged forward, teeth bared, an inch from Amy's startled face. "If he isn't alive, why is he walking down the street? What kind of doctor are you, anyway, if you can't tell the difference between alive and dead?" Danny pulled the woman back, but she shook Danny off and chugged straight down the street toward her Larry, calling out his name. Danny caught Amy's wrist, let her go. She didn't want a hysteric in the gymnasium anyway, if she was going to stir up the others. Just as Danny was about to suggest that they start the move out of town, Danny's radio squawked.
"There is a new message recording. I think it is urgent," Maria said.
"Not something for the open radio?" Danny asked, speaking into her shoulder mic.
"No,"
Maria said. She sounded afraid. "We'll be right there," Danny said. "We're pulling out of town. Get ready to move." She didn't care where they went, as long as it was free of dead people. Then Patrick and Weaver appeared behind them. "We're here to help with the crazy lady," Patrick said, and Weaver grunted. "Forget about her," Danny said. They skirted their way toward the sheriff's station, keeping well away from the ever-increasing number of zombies. Danny had now lost 2 living people to the confusion by her reckoning, Larry's wife and Wolf. The old man had melted into the scenery at least a couple of hours back, in that polecat way of his. Danny had no idea where he was. They passed Mrs. Larry, now with her arms thrown around the neck of her husband's stumbling corpse, her head pressed to his chest and his unbeating heart. Danny observed the zombies were starting to move a little faster. "It's like the death is wearing off," Amy said, reflecting Danny's thoughts. "They seem to be speeding up." They stepped inside the station and locked the door. "Listen." Maria was crying. She twisted the volume knob on the radio. It was the synthesized voice again, programmed by some anonymous soul out there at a communications station somewhere. "Eat living flesh. Repeat. The dead eat living flesh. Repeat. The dead eat living flesh. Repeat. The dead eat." Danny reached out and snapped the volume down. Weaver scratched the back of his neck as if trying to think out a chess problem. Then an ancient voice grated out, "I told you and told you. We gotta smash 'em in the head." It was Wolf. He must have come around the back way, the alley being free at present of zombies, except for those still trapped in Troy's corral. Now he was sitting back inside his cell with the door open, stuffing a backpack with foraged supplies. "I'm not staying," he said. "This here is the only safe place in town, but not for long." Maria gripped Danny's wrist. "What do we do about this message? Is it true?" Danny scratched her neck in the same way Weaver had. The engine of her mind was racing, but she couldn't get it in gear. This new information was too much. If the message was even possible, if it was true... A shrill scream rippled through the air from out on Main Street. 8. Danny rushed through the station door, then stopped in her tracks on the step. The dead shuffled past, some stopping to look at her like she was an animal escaped from its cage. A mass of bodies from one side of the street to the other. Mrs. Larry was holding her right hand against her chest and pressing it with her left, but she couldn't staunch the blood streaming through her fingers. She was standing a few feet from Larry himself, down whose chin a quantity of blood had spilled. He was chewing. Zombie. Danny clattered down the station steps, followed by Weaver. Danny's gun was aimed at Larry, but she tried to keep aware of the other zombies drawing closer to them. In the few minutes since they'd left the street, The number of them appeared to have doubled. Like the crows, she thought. Vividly, from nowhere, Danny remembered a scene from an Alfred Hitchcock movie, the one with the seagulls, and the crows. The scene she remembered had crows. The blonde was outside a school having a smoke. There was a crow on the jungle gym. Puff. Then there was another crow. Puff. And a few more after that. And by the end of the cigarette, the blonde looked up, and there were 200 crows sitting on the jungle gym, ready to attack. Scared the shit out of Danny, age 8, when she saw it with her father. Kelly never got the chance to watch movies with him. "Step away from it," Danny said, her voice tight as a tripwire. Mrs. Larry didn't move, so Weaver took a chance, moved past Danny, and got right up under Larry's nose to pull the bleeding woman out of range. Dead, chewing Larry took a couple of steps after them. Danny thumbed back the hammer of the revolver, took two-handed aim. Mrs. Larry struggled out of Weaver's grip, leaving a crimson smear across his shirt. She ran straight back to her husband and planted herself in front of him. Danny couldn't fire. "What happened, ma'am?" Danny said. Maybe she could talk her away from the thing that had bitten her. "It's only a scratch. An accident. There's no need to shove your gun in his face, you fascist." Weaver circled around closer to the woman, but there were two other zombies, a teenaged male and a short, white-haired woman, taking exceptional interest in him. Weaver had seen the same movies as Wolf. It did not escape him that these things might sense the blood. My God, he thought, man-eating zombies. I should have taken notes. Up on the steps, Patrick was hunkered behind Wolf, and Amy couldn't get past either of them. Wolf was holding a steel office chair out in front of him, legs first. "Amy," Danny said, "we're going to get this individual back inside, and I want you to be ready with the first aid, okay?" Mrs. Larry fairly hissed at Danny. "I'm not—" Just then Larry lunged, jaws gaping, and sank his teeth into her neck. Danny saw the flesh compress, his teeth too blunt to slice, but the human jaw can produce 2,000 pounds of crushing pressure. Her face registered agony. Then the woman's skin broke, snapping back away from the wound, and the tissue beneath was not as resilient. The zombie's yellow teeth sheared through the big muscle under her ear, dug deep into a dense network of glands and vessels, and met around the thumb-sized artery below. Mrs. Larry screamed as her husband twisted his head. A jet of blood spurted 10 feet in the air from the crater in her throat as he tore out a fist-sized chunk of meat. Danny could see the end of the artery. The blood looked like long red scarves shooting from it, some kind of magician's trick. Then the blood came raining down, spattering the faces of the dozen nearest zombies. Danny saw everything that followed with the perfect clarity of adrenaline, almost in slow motion. Those dull, dead faces felt the blood upon them, and its effect was galvanic. They became alert. The eyes were milky but active, and their mouths changed. The slack lips pulled back, exposing teeth. Before the third jet of blood had spewed into the sky, Danny heard a sound that would never leave her again, a sound as primal as the howl of wolves. The zombies moaned. First the bloodied ones, then more and more until it was like the wind in the trees, a sobbing, mournful wail. It was a call stained with yearning and loss and desire, the davening of the dead. Yet it was none of those things. In truth, it was only the call to the feast. Mrs. Larry hit the pavement, and the moaning creatures surged forward. From all sides, reaching for the living with writhing fingers, they lurched to the kill. Danny fired a single shot through Larry's jaw as his wife slumped down on him, clutching at his belt. The bullet slammed his head back, and his wife's flesh was dislodged from his mouth. He stumbled backward, stiff-legged. Behind Danny, Wolf said matter-of-factly, "Head shot." Danny squeezed the trigger and blew the top of Larry's head off. A mass of sepia-dark brain spat from the skull. He collapsed on his wife. Weaver darted in to shove the twice-dead thing off the woman, but she was so wet with her own gore that he couldn't get a grip to drag her toward the station. The short, white-haired zombie was fumbling at his back, jaws stretched open. "Weaver, don't move," Danny said. The pistol cracked, and dark stew vomited from the white hair, and the old woman flew backward. "Zombies bleed black," the impartial voice inside Danny's head observed, as if watching events on television. "Behind you, Sheriff," Wolf said. Danny turned, keeping her weapon level, and fired it into the open mouth of a zombie that was barely arm's length away. In her hyper-aware state, she saw the inside of its mouth light up with the muzzle flash. There was a kick of brick dust on the building facade behind the creature as the bullet passed through its head and ricocheted away. Danny turned back to Weaver, who was trying to pull the injured woman along by the collar of her shirt. Several zombies were falling to their knees around the bloody victim, clawing for purchase on the prey. The calculus of survival was clear. "Leave her," Danny said. Weaver looked back at her with disbelief, and so saw that he was surrounded. His face registered confusion. Danny knew the look, had seen it in combat. He was caught between action and reaction. "Leave her," she repeated, but Weaver only shoved the nearest zombie away and reached for the bleeding woman again. Danny stepped forward to pull Weaver out of the fray, knowing that she was making the same mistake he was, throwing one life after another. "Weaver, get over here now!" Patrick shouted, and Weaver snapped out of his trance. He got his legs under him and shoved for an opening between a couple of the shambling things, but they collapsed onto him. Weaver twisted and kicked and threw his fists, blindly trying to keep the teeth away. But he was fighting against bodies that might as well have been made of clay. They had no speed, no nerves, only implacable purpose, their dark mouths yawning toward him. Danny grabbed the uppermost of them and shoved with all her strength. It seemed to turn halfway around inside its skin, like a fighting dog, but it fell against the legs of another one, which toppled without any attempt to break its fall, face splatting richly on the pavement. In the struggle, Danny lost her gun. It skidded away past Weaver. On his back, he hitched his feet up under the second zombie and kicked it away from himself. It toppled across the others that were tearing Larry's wife apart. She was still alive, legs churning. Weaver rolled and fell on his elbows. Danny felt cold fingers skidding across her spine, then a crushing weight, and she knew there were jaws coming at her from behind to rip her skin. The thing reeked of aftershave. She thrust herself away, and the zombie fell to its knees, teeth snapping. There was another one coming at her with the speed of a living man. It was Wolf. He brought the office chair down on the head of the nearest zombie, parting the vertebrae in its neck. The head sagged across the thing's shoulder and swung down on its chest, and the zombie staggered sideways and fell. Danny recognized Cy Crocker, still in his George Washington costume. Wolf threw the chair indiscriminately into the advancing horde, scooped up Danny's pistol, and aimed it straight at her. This was more than Danny could respond to. She was at that place where you died simply because a better idea didn't occur to you. The gun barked, and Danny saw the pale pink core of the flame spit from the muzzle, something she'd never seen before. She felt the heat of the explosion. Liquid squirted into her face, and another zombie, one she had not known was there, collapsed against her arm, its teeth bared. The teeth skated over the fabric of her sleeve. Filth spilled from a hole in its temple. It fell and stayed down. Fresh adrenaline blasted into Danny's nervous system. Her limbs felt like clouds of electricity. She grabbed Weaver's hand. They both scrambled to their feet, shoving straight-armed against the undead things that were coming at them. Patrick was now screaming at the top of his lungs, and Amy was shouting instructions that Danny couldn't understand. Wolf struck one of the things across the nose with the revolver, then shot it point blank. The kick of the discharge against the skull knocked the gun out of Wolf's hand. Danny saw one of the undead grab Wolf by the sleeve of his foul fatigue jacket. Its eyes glittered with something like desire as it stretched its neck to bite. Wolf reached up under the jacket at the small of his back, and his hand came out clutching a combat knife, one of the old-style ones with a grip made of stacked leather washers. He caught the creature by the hair and shoved the knife into its eye socket, all the way to the hilt, and twisted the blade as if opening a lock. The zombie went limp. Wolf wiped the blade on his sleeve and hopped over to Danny and Weaver. "Let's go inside," he said. It sounded like a good idea to Danny. Without any particular method, the three of them charged toward the station doors, pushing and kicking, and Patrick and Amy were on the steps blocking the doorway in their eagerness to pull their friends inside. "Get the fuck out of the way!" Danny barked, and in seconds they were all sprawling inside the station. Patrick grabbed Weaver and embraced him, then recoiled as he realized Weaver was soaked in organic fluids, blood and the brown-black ichor of the zombies. "Are you bleeding?" he said to Weaver. "Everybody's doing it," Weaver replied, and a high, strained laugh escaped him, as if this was the wittiest remark he'd ever made. As Danny locked the station door behind them, she could see a dozen of the things coming up the steps, uncertain of how to ascend. They were having to learn how to move again. Zombies. The word still slammed against the gates of Danny's mind, but that's what they were. If they were this dangerous now, in the infancy of their new existence, how much worse would it get? How clever could they become? How did this begin, and how was it going to end? Beyond the things struggling to negotiate the steps, Danny glimpsed 20 or more of them falling upon Larry's wife. She was dead. Danny shoved everybody through the partition to the back room. She didn't know if the back door was unlocked or if any of the windows were open, but it was sure as hell time to secure the building. Her legs were already turning to jelly. The problem with sudden, massive infusions of adrenaline is the letdown afterward. Merely to return to normal would be bad enough. Adrenaline was essentially Superman juice, but you didn't return to normal. You crashed, and your hands shook, and your legs went useless, and you often enough puked for half an hour. Danny had spent plenty of time like that after bad patrols. They didn't have time for symptoms, not now. Danny kept moving, hoping her body wouldn't let her down just yet. The things outside might not need rest, Danny couldn't guess, but she was nearing the limits of her own endurance. The things hammered on the glass wall of the station with their fists. They were moaning. Danny kept everyone out of sight in the back room, keeping watch herself by peeking through the posters taped to the partition glass inside the waiting area. Her mind was in chaos. Her limbs felt like balloons. Maria had gone around closing all the blinds in the station. Danny followed Maria, rechecking the locks, trying to get her sizzling nervous system to flatten out. She saw Patrick take Weaver into the men's restroom, where he tried to scour the blood off him with granular pink soap powder and paper towels. Weaver was stomping around yelling about, "The fucking zombies, man! This is it!" Amy headed Danny off at the doorway between the two rooms of the station. "Danny, I need to check you for injuries," Amy said. "Of course I'm injured," Danny snapped. "You should see my back." "I mean, if you got bitten, you could get infected," Amy said, and Danny shivered. She thought of camel spiders and scorpions and rancid infections from wading through hot sewage on patrol in Baghdad. For now, the zombies didn't look like they could get through the shatterproof glass of the wall. The place was secure for at least a few minutes. Danny saw bloody handprints on the glass and realized that even the zombies that had been devouring the woman were distracted by fresh prey. They like it bleeding, Danny thought, tucking the data away for later use. A fresh kill doesn't buy you much time. Danny crouch-walked behind the partition counter and ducked into the back room. Amy's hands flew over her skin, her eyes searching for bites. She roughly turned Danny around and checked her back, her arms. Then she breathed out, and Danny realized they had both been more or less holding their breath since they got inside the station. "You look okay," Amy said. "Remember, I got bitten by Tucker Peace in 2nd grade? It was a big deal. This is probably worse. Don't get bitten." "New rule, nobody get bitten," Danny said to the room at large. Wolf stormed up to her, waving his arms. His face was veined and purple with anger, beard bristling. "I ain't gonna die unarmed, Sheriff," he said. "You have that knife," Danny replied. "Guess I should have searched you better, but you were so drunk it didn't seem decent." Wolf spat on the floor. "Knife, hell!" But he sat heavily on the nearest desk and started gnawing one of his black-rimmed fingernails. Danny thought to tell him to keep his hands out of his mouth until he washed the zombie blood off them, but she said nothing. Any zombie that bit Wolf would die of bellyache. If she was going to choose her team for surviving a zombie apocalypse, it probably wouldn't include a paranoid old homeless guy, a veterinarian, not even Amy, or a couple of Hollywood pretty boys. Then again, it probably wouldn't include an alcoholic sheriff either. Christ, she needed a drink, a whole row of drinks. There was a thirst on her that she was going to have to satisfy at the earliest possible opportunity. To distract herself, she checked in with Troy by radio. "I heard some yelling," he said. "That was down here," Danny replied. "The dead have got a new thing going on." "They learned how to dance?" "They attacked and killed somebody." Troy was silent for so long Danny was about to ask if he was still on the radio, but as she opened her mouth, he spoke. "Killed? Like Night of the Living?" "Just like that." "Sheriff, if I didn't know you for a completely humorless individual—" Danny cut him off. "No time to talk you into it. Double-check every door in that place, make sure they're all locked, and don't let any of the civilians make a run for it," she said. "We're on a raft in an ocean of sharks. I'll tell you the plan as soon as we have one, okay? Out." "Good luck with that," Troy said, and signed off. Danny felt like going to sleep, her eyelids dragging. That was the adrenaline wearing off. She yawned, and she kept on yawning as she listened to the moaning and scratching at the glass of the station. Patrick got Weaver mostly cleaned up, although now they were both soaking wet and smelled like cheap perfume due to the soap. Weaver had a scratch on his wrist, but no apparent bites. The scratch didn't look too bad, but it would need watching. The cutter woman had dressed it expertly with some kind of ointment and a bandage from the station's duffel bag first aid kit. That thing had it all. There was even a portable defibrillator in there. Patrick found its presence comforting, as well as the veterinarian's observation, mostly to herself, he thought, that there wasn't any difference between people and animals except fur and buttocks, and you could find humans with the former and without the latter. She was nuts, but funny. He studied Weaver's face, pale under the tan. Those creases around the eyes that came and went with his smile hadn't gone away. He looked downright wrinkled. The sheriff, too. She was exhausted, yawning despite everything. It was contagious. Patrick also yawned. It was 5 o'clock. The second day of the crisis was flying past. The summer sun had another few hours to move across the sky before it went behind the mountain, and another hour after that before it sank below the horizon in the flatlands. Darkness was coming, a darkness infected with nightmare. Danny and Troy stayed in contact by radio, but there wasn't much to do except hope the zombies didn't figure out how to jimmy a lock. All of the known living were accounted for, and anyone who hadn't emerged yet was in for a nasty shock. There wasn't anything Danny could do about that either. Larry's wife was a red scarecrow sprawled out in front of the station, one zombie still picking at the remains. The rest seemed to have lost interest. What was left of her corpse was still recognizable, blonde hair matted to her bitten face. The dead had settled down again after the attack and appeared to have forgotten there were living people inside the station and the gymnasium. Danny watched Main Street from the concealment of the partition, and over the course of the last half-hour, several of the zombies had actually lain down on the ground. She couldn't tell if they had died again, or if they were sleeping, or possibly even playing possum. Subtle tricks didn't seem to be the way of the things, but then again they were full of surprises. One or two had fallen like puppets with their strings cut, and Danny suspected those were truly dead, done for good. Maybe the disease didn't take with all of them. Maybe it would wear off. That was a beautiful thought. Maybe tomorrow morning they would all just stay dead, and Danny would only have lost one of her flock to the undead wolves. Maybe not. But Danny wasn't going to wait for dark before taking action. It was the gymnasium she was worried about. The place must have had 10 sets of double doors, and they were designed to stop a couple of teenagers getting in, not 1,000 zombies. The sheer weight of the things could break a set of doors open, and then there was really nowhere to run. The gym was a big rectangular box with a foyer and bathrooms. She'd spoken to Troy about this, wording her remarks very carefully in case one of Troy's group of survivors should overhear. "I hear what you're saying," he said, "and you're about right. There's a lot of them against the doors on the Main Street side. They're out there moaning. You got a plan?" Troy explained what they had to work with. The basketball hoops were the type that lower from the ceiling, so maybe some people could cling to those, out of reach. Maybe they could hide under the bleachers. The bathrooms could hold all the survivors, but the doors were only interior-grade hollow core. He didn't think they would stop anything. In fact, he concluded, they're not even fire-rated for their present application. "Spoken like a fire chief," Danny said. "So, if a barricade isn't going to work, and you're pretty sure the exterior doors aren't up to the job, we still got to figure out how to get out of town. It's just that there's this new aspect to it. Over." "Yeah, the getting eaten aspect," Troy whispered. "Over." Danny watched the zombies sliding along the glass wall outside, leaving oatmeal-like smears in their wake. They couldn't see her, she was sure of it. But they could sense her somehow. Maybe they could remember that living people had gone inside, but she didn't think so. The things didn't seem to be able to retain information, or they might have reacted defensively when she started shooting them. Could they smell the living? Smell their blood? Did they recognize people they'd known in life? She realized her train of thought was leading her into a place of sadness and horror, a place she couldn't afford to go. Not yet. She spoke into the radio again. "How are the survivors holding up over there? Over." "They're flipping out," Troy said. "It's like one of those old disaster movies. You say keep calm and they know they're fucked. They're trying to be cool, but it don't play." "Okay, Troy, let's pull ourselves together. I have half an idea," Danny said, "and the rest will come to me." Danny felt as if she was looking over the brow of a cliff. The world seemed to be tilting away, and she was going to fall. The injuries, the exhaustion, the sheer horror of the situation was dragging her over the edge. But most of all, it was what she realized she now had to do if she were going to get those people to safety. She took a deep breath, waited while the pulse rushed in her ears 3 times. Then she continued. "What we need is a decoy." As she spoke, the entire plan of action came into her mind. "If those things are coming my way, you'll have some room to get your people onto the RV. There's going to be some shouting and some shooting. That will be me. Keep an eye on the crack in the door, be ready with the keys, and when you see an opening, get everybody to the motorhome. Out." "Hang on, Sheriff," Troy said. "Come back," Danny replied. She had a sinking feeling. "One problem. Weaver has the keys. He's with you." 9. Danny had a system for dealing with despair. The first thing to do was to acknowledge that your situation sucked more than seemed fair. The second thing was to remember that fair was an imaginary idea that had no basis in reality. The third thing was to identify a simple long-term goal, something beyond the world of shit, and make that your purpose in life. So Danny pictured herself sinking into a deep, hot bath, soaking until the water cooled off. That was the long-term goal. For now, all she had to do was get 1,000 man-eating zombies to chase her down the street, while 2 groups of survivors, between whom the 1,000 zombies were currently situated, joined up in a motorhome at the far end of the street and drove away through an obstacle course of abandoned vehicles and yet more zombies. There were some obvious difficulties with this scenario. It meant Danny would be going in the opposite direction from her ride, for one thing. In addition, her group of survivors had to somehow make it past all the undead. They might earlier have used the relative safety of the alley, but now it was no good, because Troy had carefully herded 100 of the zombies into it. The woods were likely swarming with the undead too, so taking the long way wouldn't help. And even if they all got to the far end of town and reached the RV, Troy had his hands full, so if there were any complications down there, Danny wouldn't be able to help. Somehow, the despair kept creeping back. Danny drank more water at the cooler and ate a Snickers bar out of the vending machine by the conference table. She watched her companions, the team she was going to be working with. Amy stuffed a backpack with first aid supplies. Patrick was complaining to Weaver about how they should have gone to Hawaii like he wanted to. It was probably an ordinary day in Hawaii. Weaver was grunting in response. Maria was listening to the radio with her chin in her hand. Wolf was circling around the back room like a caged tiger, muttering under his breath, and Michelle had fallen asleep in the second of the 2 cells, lying in the fetal position on the hard cot bolted to the wall. Outside, the zombies were moaning. There was a faint thudding sound as they collided with the glass wall of the station. Danny couldn't come up with a way to make her plan workable, and meanwhile the sun was sinking toward the toothy ridge of the mountain above them. The situation was not improving with delay. She wondered how much ammunition they had in the gun safe. 1,000 mixed rounds? More like 2,000, including what they'd confiscated over the last year. Fuck, she could go up on the roof and shoot the damn things in the head, one by one. The roof. A rush of inspiration hit Danny. The roof of the station was lower than that of the building next door, but only by a few feet. And then, all along this side of Main Street, the roofs were flat. Different heights, but easy to cross, and there were only narrow passages between the buildings that didn't share common walls, 3 or 4 feet apart. They could get as far as Vic's barber shop, then slide down that pitched roof, and it was only 9 or 10 feet from the eaves to the ground, which would put them at the intersection of Pine and Main. Danny could get her people close to the motorhome, within sprinting distance, without touching the pavement once. She didn't think the mindless, hungry things outside would be able to figure out how to climb a drain pipe or operate a fold-away fire escape. They could make it. Then Danny recalled that still left her running for her life in the opposite direction. No plan was perfect. She walked to the gun safe and unlocked it. "Here's what we're going to do," Danny began. She was about to issue orders when the glass wall at the front of the station shattered and collapsed. The enormous window panes that made up the station frontage were set into steel frames. The frames were screwed into the brick footing and columns that supported the roof. The glass was held in the steel frames by narrow strips of channel molding on the inside. These moldings were made of aluminum, not steel, so they were easy to cut and bend during on-site installation. The moldings were set in place not by screws, but with fat beads of silicone caulk. This arrangement had served the community well for over 50 years. But it was never intended to be particularly secure. The original glazing had been untempered and not the least bit shatterproof. During the renovations in 1971, the entire wall was replaced with safety glass, which gave it a greenish tint and made the place earthquake-ready. The safety glass was 1/16 of an inch thicker than the original glass, so screws had not been used to replace the moldings. The relatively new synthetic caulk was used instead, and it had gamely held the heavy sheets of glass in place for decades. The 1970s Renovations Committee had not considered the possibility that scores of living dead bodies would be throwing themselves against the glass. Decades later, it hadn't occurred to Danny to check that the windows were properly anchored in their frames. Nobody broke into police stations, after all. Danny rushed into the space behind the partition. From there she could see 24 zombies struggling beneath a sagging blanket of broken glass, the top still suspended in the frame. Even as she watched, the pane fell entirely, spilling a million glittering crumbs across the floor. It was the central one of 3 large panels that had given way, pushed out of the frame at the bottom by sheer biomass. The glazing was composed of sandwiched layers of glass and plastic, so it formed a pendulous sheet like a broken windshield. The zombies tore it apart in their struggle to get into the station. Although the brick footing of the wall was thigh-high, 2 of the things had already made it onto the station floor and were dragging themselves to their feet, fragments of glass falling from them like droplets of water. Their eyes were on Danny. Already they were on the hunt again. For an instant, Danny thought the partition might stop them, but she knew better. It was only 2x4s and plywood with plexiglass above, not one of those serious bulletproof screens found in banks. She had 60 seconds, assuming the partition door even held that long. Now there were 10 zombies on their feet, lurching across the waiting area. The window had collapsed less than 30 seconds earlier. The rooftop escape was not going to happen. Danny's fingers were clawing at the holster on her belt. There was no gun. She stepped backward out of the front room, closed the door, and turned to her companions. "Wolf, you still want the Winchester?" she called out. But Wolf wasn't there. "He already took it," Maria said. She was no longer at the radio. She stood against the wall, her hands crossed over her collarbones in a posture of supplication. "And left," added Weaver. He was locking the back door. "That old sack of shit," Danny said, wishing Wolf luck after her own fashion. She was in constant motion now, wasting no instant of time. Delegate, she thought, but she couldn't think of a task it wouldn't be quicker to do herself. Except, "I want everybody to grab a weapon. You, blue hair, you ever shot a gun? No? Grab anything you can use as a club. Patrick, you make sure she gets moving, but she's not your problem. Amy, you can shoot. We both know you can." Danny tossed a rifle to Amy. It had a banana clip. Amy grabbed a box of bullets and started thumbing them into the clip. Danny knew Amy hated guns and hated hunting more. Many of her patients were wild animals wounded by idiots who just shot at things for the sheer hell of it. Danny's own love of hunting sprang from her desire to spend any quality time with her father, but Danny hadn't been hunting since she returned from the war. Danny knew something else about Amy and guns, though. Despite her antipathy toward firearms in general, Amy had been born with the Deadeye gift. She could hit damn near anything she aimed at. Danny stuffed shotgun shells from the gun cabinet into her pockets, then hefted out the Remington pump shotgun, the last of their Mossbergs, and an ugly, sawed-off lever action she didn't know the make of. They had confiscated it from that lunatic Jimmy Dietrich in February. Danny turned and threw a box of shells at Weaver. "Load this thing up. You know how to shoot?" He nodded. "Good." She tossed him the short-barreled gun. It looked like a Marlin 410, she realized, and then felt a flash of anger. Her mind was not on the job. Guns weren't going to solve this problem. Rapid improvisation was the ticket to the rest of their lives. Danny had locked the door between the front and back rooms, and after a crash on the other side of the wall, they could all hear the fingers clawing over the surface. And the moan. They were swarming in there, moaning with hunger, pressing against that door. A thump on the back door, more of them outside. Maria screeched involuntarily and pointed at the window beside her. A flood of pale faces was swirling past, moving toward the alley. They can think a little, Danny saw. They knew enough to look for a door.
Patrick, Maria, this button is the safety. Leave it off. This here is the trigger. Aim for the head and hang on because these things kick. Danny crossed to Maria and slapped an LAPD-issue Beretta into her tiny hand, then pulled Patrick and Michelle out of the cell. She took Patrick's hand and closed it around a Saturday night special Danny had personally liberated from an unregistered gardening truck 2 weeks earlier. He shrank away from the thing, but Danny kept her hands around his until he relaxed a little. Everyone was standing around her now, at the door to the cell. Quick summary, then it was time for all hell to break loose. Those things don't move fast. They're not strong. We're going outside. I'll clear a space at the back door. Then you go right. You understand me? Come out behind me and go right. There's a chain-link fence. Get behind it and run toward Main Street. Do not stop under any circumstances. You're going to hear some shouting and screaming from me. Ignore that. It's for those things. You all get it? The others nodded. Weaver was slipping shells into his shotgun with practiced skill. Maria was holding her automatic by the barrel like a dead fish. Weaver spoke. This decoy thing won't work. It's suicide. As if to punctuate his statement, there was a loud impact on the other side of the door between front and back rooms. What? Patrick said. He didn't look like he was going to last very long. Weaver put an arm around Patrick's shoulders and pulled him in tight. She's going to try and get those things to go one way and we go the other, Weaver said. But that's crazy, Amy said. Absolutely not, Adelman. I forbid it. Danny didn't have time for this shit. Weaver unhooked his arm from around Patrick and extended his hand to Danny. You're a hell of a guy, he said. They shook hands. No, this isn't going to happen, Amy said, and broke the hand clasp by stepping between them, her face an inch from Danny's. Danny said nothing, but pushed Amy away with the barrel of the shotgun across her chest. You have one advantage, and it's not firepower, Danny said, turning her back on Amy. She didn't want any more hesitation. It sent the wrong message. She crossed to the back door. Your advantage is speed. You need to keep close to the building so you're protected on one side, understand? And run. Run for the motorhome. Here's the hard part. If somebody falls, leave them. If somebody gets bit, don't stop. Just run. Run like all the devils of hell were after you. They will be, Patrick whispered. We're on the same page, then, Danny said. Danny, Amy said. Danny shook her head. No more. There wasn't another second to waste, because if one person in the world could talk Danny out of doing what she had to do, it was Amy. Danny would have loved to hear why they could do something differently, but none of it would be true. They would end up fighting an army of the undead inside the station, and all of them would be torn apart like Mrs. Larry. Out in the open, there was a chance somebody would get through. Please, Amy cried. Danny couldn't look her in the eye. She turned to the door, threw back the lock, and yanked the door open. Danny racked a shell into the chamber, and it sounded like the apocalypse when she fired it into the mass of exposed teeth in gray faces that surged toward her. A geyser of meat and bone and zombie blood sprayed into the air. The stuff looked like used motor oil. Danny could see the shape of the blast as it carved a channel among the zombies' heads. An instant later she fired again, to her right and then again to her left. 6 or 7 of the things were crumpling, falling away. There was a gap now. Danny fired again and again until the gun was empty, then swung it like a club. She had 2 more guns across her back, but somehow she didn't think she was going to get the time to deploy either one. Go! She barked, and threw herself full body into the writhing nightmare of limbs and teeth. There had been about 20 zombies in the alley when Danny opened the door, and out of the corner of her eye she saw more of them coming from both sides of the building. Only around the door were they packed in tight. There was a hair-thin chance. But Danny had to break through this first swarm if she was going to get anywhere near Main Street, or anybody else was, for that matter. She wasn't thinking now, not since she threw the door open. She was only responding to the shape of the situation in front of her, looking for the next action to take. The shotgun had plowed huge ruts through the zombies, creating space. Danny hurled herself into it. The zombies went for her. Danny was already moving, rolling on knees and elbows, keeping every part of herself in motion so that the monsters would have to work hard to get a piece of her between their teeth. But she couldn't move away from where she was, not quickly, or the things would become distracted by the other survivors. They had to keep responding to the easy meat in front of them. Danny hadn't warned her companions to keep quiet. Amy was shouting. If these things hunted by sound, she was ruining everything. Danny felt an excruciating pinch on her leg and brought the shotgun down across the neck of a dead child that had a fold of her skin in its teeth. Danny used twice the force necessary, and the small head almost broke free of the neck, but the biting stopped. She couldn't tell if her own skin was broken. She was already back on her feet, whirling the gun to knock back the reaching hands that clawed at her. Whether the others were clear or not, Danny had to start moving fast. She broke into a run and immediately discovered she didn't have much use of the leg that had been struck by a wing mirror so long ago. She'd let it get stiff. The knots would have to come out the hard way. She forced the sluggish limb to pump alongside the other, rammed the butt of the shotgun into a gaping mouth, then reversed the thrust into an eye socket directly behind. She left the gun there, the zombie groping to pull the weapon free. The second gun, the Mossberg, was already in her hands. She heard shots. Somebody else, at least, had gotten outside. She didn't know how far away the shots were or what direction they came from. She blew the head off a big zombie in her path, and the entire cranium flew off the neck and spiraled into the sky. She leaped at the body as it fell and almost surfed the thing into the zombies behind it, then threw herself through the thicket of legs below. Danny felt like there was no strength in her body. The repeated doses of adrenaline, the lack of sleep, were catching up fast, and there were parts of the reptile brain that wanted to cut their losses and die. It was a wall, the same one athletes hit. The body ceases to cooperate and willpower takes over. When the willpower is out of bargaining chips, there is nothing else left but to keep moving, somehow. Any way possible. Danny kept moving, but she knew there was nothing but luck between her and 100 mouths ripping spurting chunks out of her until she died of shock and blood loss. Another mouth crushed into the skin of her shoulder, but she twisted away and the teeth only tore her shirt. She ran blindly forward, ramming into the undead, shoving them away with boneless limbs. More gunfire from somewhere, and screaming. Then Danny hit the chain-link fence, so hard it almost knocked her out. She tumbled backward, dazed, and as she hit the pavement, the hands and teeth seemed to pour out of the sunset sky, rushing down to rip her apart. There was a deafening bang, and fountains of blackened meat and streams of blood sprayed out, and the whole corpse tableau jerked sideways, and Weaver was there, firing again with one hand and reaching down for Danny with the other. He dragged her a few feet, Danny using her legs to kick rather than walk, because the zombies were trying to bite her in earnest now, 6 at a time, trying to get a purchase on her flesh. She rolled and came up beside Weaver, and they shot their way out like Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. They got free of the almost solid mass of things that had converged on Danny's position and were now in a narrow channel between those that were turning to follow Danny's group of survivors and those that had gone after Danny herself. The things were slow. That was what saved their lives. Danny saw, but did not absorb, that Patrick, Amy, Maria, and Blue Hair had all made it to the end of the station and were rushing out into Main Street as she and Weaver reached the driveway that led away from the alley. Danny and Weaver sprinted after them, the stink of cordite and spilled guts rank in their nostrils. The zombies had a tendency to bunch up because they had no regard for anything but their immediate desire to rip into living flesh. Somewhere in Danny's mind this fact was filed away and added to the hypothesis. It was already of some use. There was a big gap in the crowd where the zombies had staggered away after the others. Danny rushed into it. "Weaver, go after them," she said. "I'm with you," he replied.
"You have the keys, asshole," Danny said. Weaver clubbed a zombie to the ground, once a short, stout man with a bald head. The butt of Weaver's shotgun was covered in scraps of hair and skin. "Gave 'em to Patrick," he said, and ran toward the junction of 144 and Main. And with that, Danny was no longer out in front of her own plan. She ran as fast as her stiff leg would carry her, shouting at the top of her lungs and waving her arms to draw as much attention as possible. "Come and get it," she yelled, wishing she could come up with something cleverer. She fired a shot from the hip that blew a zombie's pelvis open 20 feet away, its bowels dumped out of its body, coiled intestines bulging through a membranous, oyster-colored bag. The zombie horde turned about to follow her. There was a mass mind in the way the undead responded. When one of them turned to move, the next would turn to look, and so they would focus on prey. The fastest-moving prey they ignored, if there was something slower to be had. There was, if not logic behind it, at least a dim sense of the shortest odds. Some vestige of analysis still echoed inside the blackened, diseased brains of the things. Danny did not think this so much as she knew it was happening, so she forced herself to slow down. Of Amy and the others there was no sign. As much as half of the zombies had come after Danny, a horde so immense she could not see past the first couple of ranks. How many had continued after the others she could not guess. The most frightening thing to her was the silence of the zombies. They would break into that moan all at once, and then fall silent, and all she could hear was the scraping of feet and the slap of thick limbs one against the other as they jostled to get close. She could hear Weaver panting for breath. There were no more gunshots from the direction of Main Street. Her other companions might be struggling under the teeth of 100 zombies right now, throats torn out so they couldn't scream. Danny saw that there wasn't much room left behind her and Weaver, or in front of them, or anywhere. They had been zigzagging toward Route 144 through gaps in the enemy, but it was a box canyon. The gaps got narrower and narrower. "Follow me, quick," she said to Weaver, and climbed up onto the roof of a vintage Chevy Suburban. It was no kind of place to make a stand, but they might be able to see an escape route from up there. Weaver was right behind her, gasping for breath. He was soaked with sweat and zombie gore. Danny assumed she looked the same. There was a chromed roof rack at their feet. They stamped hard on the hands that reached for them, but already a zombie had crawled onto the hood of the vehicle, following their lead, groping across the metal with fingerless, half-eaten arms. The thing looked up at her. Danny recognized its face, or what was left of it beneath the bloody yellow hair. It was Mrs. Larry. She was back from the dead. Danny blew the woman's head all over the brush guards, then methodically reloaded, although her hands were shaking so much she dropped every third shell. Amy tried to go after Danny when she hurled herself into the press of zombies. Patrick threw his arm around Amy's neck and pulled her back as the clutching hands and bared teeth closed around Danny and she disappeared under the things. Weaver moved forward as a space appeared to their right, alongside the back wall of the station. "Now," he had said, and fired his weapon. The roar of the gun snapped Amy out of it. She had to move, or Danny, whether she was injured or not, would stay where she was and be torn apart in front of Amy's eyes. But in hesitating, Amy had been the last to get out of the station doorway. The zombies that couldn't get close to Danny had already turned to find the others, leaving Amy a narrow passage that was closing up fast. Patrick was several yards in front of her. His gun went off once, entirely by mistake, and blew the fingers off a hand that was reaching his way. Then Amy lost sight of him, and she was cut off from the others. Cloudy eyes were upon her, a dozen zombies closing the gap. She was pressed up against the cool brick of the station wall, sliding along. Then she was at the corner of the station at the driveway, and she was as alone as Danny. Someone was screaming and crying very nearby, but Amy couldn't tell who it was. If she'd been on a horse, everything would be different. She could handle a horse better than most, especially on the unsure mountain trails.
right out of here cowboy style. She even had the hat. But these things would rip the horse apart, too. My horses, Amy thought. She had two of her own, Gladys and Spiro, and they were in the corral. Maybe they'd kicked their way out by now. There were soft but insistent fingers closing around her arms, twining into her hair, yellow teeth in cheese-colored faces. Somewhere there were more gunshots. The screaming was endless. Weaver was at her side, pulling her so hard the sleeve tore halfway off her white doctor's coat. He was yelling at her, "Stop screaming!" He drove the barrel of his gun into the mouth of a zombie that was leaning in to bite Amy, not 2 feet from her throat, and then he fired the gun, and that zombie's head did a somersault in the air, and the face of the one behind it vanished like a popped balloon, leaving behind a complicated structure of exposed nasal passages and bone, overhung with rags of brown meat. Amy recoiled as atomized blood and tissue hit her in the face, but her screaming stopped. She followed Weaver, and it was okay, because there was a way out. Weaver was making a path through the zombies. He was covered in black slime, smashing into the zombies, plowing them over. Amy remembered she had a gun, and she thought she should do her bit. More gunshots away up ahead somewhere, and behind her, so she made sure everybody around her was dead, and then aimed at the leg of an old male zombie with a chin beard. The thing showed no response, but Amy couldn't just shoot it in the head. That was the whole problem. People kept shooting each other, or bashing each other with rocks or whatever they could do to cause pain. Amy didn't fire. She kept going, the chin-bearded zombie lost from sight, his thin arms outstretched in a pose almost like yearning, before the others crowded in between them. Weaver was still there in front of her. Amy hooked her hand in Weaver's belt so she wouldn't lose him. He brought the butt of his gun around, but checked the swing. "Let me know it's you," he said, in a voice hoarse with fear. They made it to Main Street, and they could see right away where the others were. The zombies formed a dense pack in their footsteps, creating gaps in the crowd on either side. They were so stupid, but so dedicated. Like Republicans, Amy thought. She wished irrelevant things wouldn't come into her head so much. Danny was so focused. Danny was probably dead. Maybe the zombies would not be able to get their teeth into her. Danny was tough as rawhide. "Keep those dead guys rollin', rawhide." A scrap of the old song popped into Amy's head. She was losing it. Weaver kicked a little kid in the chest, a zombie maybe 4 years old, then shot a slightly bigger one. Its arm flew off, but no blood sprayed out. An adult zombie's thigh burst apart behind it. Amy heard the screaming again, and she thought it might be her, so she stopped, and the screaming stopped. "Follow them," Weaver commanded. He was pointing down the space the zombies had made when they bunched up in the path of the others. There were more turning toward Amy and Weaver every instant that went by. Amy was going to say something, but Weaver was already gone. She was alone in a world of the hungry dead. There was nothing to do but run. Patrick lost his mind. He didn't know what was happening until they turned the corner onto Main Street. The little Mexican woman couldn't run for anything, and Patrick kept crashing into her back. Ahead of her was the girl with the blue hair, which was completely the wrong shade for her complexion. This was the worst nightmare ever. Patrick thought a lot of things were the worst nightmare ever, but this was the real deal. This one was for the record books. The Mexican woman had a snouty pistol in her hands, and she was firing it with real proficiency, picking her shots even as she ran. "She can't hit Dick," the cool, calculating voice in Patrick's head observed. But she knew what she was doing. Patrick was about to be devoured by monsters, and somewhere in his mind he could still spare the resources to be jealous of someone else. It was the adrenaline. Every second was a long, complex thing to be examined and considered, even as events unfolded. But his mind was not trained to this heightened state of awareness. It was much better off ad-libbing snarky comments in front of the cameras. Give him a press conference and he could out-quip anybody. "This isn't a press conference," the voice remarked. and Patrick realized that on top of everything else, he was babbling inside his head again. Weaver wouldn't do that. Weaver was up in front, leading them to safety. Then Weaver was going past Patrick in the wrong direction. "Run!" Weaver shouted, and hammered his way through the zombies that were closing in behind them. Patrick saw that Maria was almost out of sight ahead, the zombies closing in like the spectators closing in around the winning cyclist of the Tour de France. He did what Weaver said, and ran. Danny thought they could possibly jump from roof to roof of the vehicles still parked all over Main Street and Route 144. From up on the Suburban, she could see the cars like low islands in the undead river. If they could jump far enough and not slide off upon landing, and if the hands didn't close around their limbs before they were able to jump to the next one. Weaver reloaded while Danny fired into the crowd, and they both stomped the fingers that snagged at their feet. "Fuck," Weaver mumbled. He was standing there looking at one of the zombies. Danny turned and sighted down the barrel of the shotgun on its head. Charred flesh, boiled eyeball. It was Mitchell Woody, the cook from the Wooden Spoon. It didn't look like he felt any pain, only hunger, pushing through the crowd around the Suburban, unaware of the appalling damage to his flesh. Danny knew how much that should hurt. Despite all the horrors Weaver had seen in the last 10 minutes, he appeared mesmerized. The adrenaline was wearing off, Danny realized. They were in a temporary place of refuge, and he was crashing. But Danny had an idea. It was the blackened remains of Mitchell Woody that clued her in. She should have thought of it before, but it wasn't too late. She adjusted her aim. "Gas tank," Danny called out, and squeezed the trigger. The explosion made the pavement vibrate under Michelle's feet. She was running fleet as a deer through the zombies, blue hair flying. They couldn't touch her. She didn't know or care who was around her or behind her or anything, except she knew she had to run, as fast and as far as she could. She knew how to run. She had been on the track team at school for an entire season before she realized how stupid competitive sports were, and how it was just another way for the adults in charge to keep the more interesting kids occupied and tired so they couldn't cause trouble. She didn't stop running when the explosion came, but she felt the heat on her back and the bounce in the asphalt, and a moment later there was a strange slapping sound among the zombies that were lurching up the street toward her. Not so many zombies here. She could handle it. Until a severed arm and part of a head came down and hit her, and she fell and scoured the skin off both her knees. She got up again, and it stung like fire, and now she was facing the wrong way, and she could see the slapping sound was chunks of dead bodies raining down from the sky. A big, greasy torus of black smoke rose into the fading sky, and below it huge orange flames jumped up from the zombie crowd. The woman named Maria was coming up right behind her, huffing and puffing, her face blotchy. Michelle had lost her lead in the race. Maria took her by the arm and said, "Let's go." The gay man with the bleached hair was right behind Maria now. That was Patrick Michaels, the famous guy with a TV show about how to live in attractive and inviting spaces, just like the rich and famous, without spending a fortune. The zombies were starting to turn in their direction, though Michelle had only fallen for a couple of seconds. Time to run again, even if her knees really, really hurt. There was another explosion, louder than the first, and something metal clanged off the building to their left. Michelle put her hands over her head. More chunks of meat were thudding down on them. "There it is!" Maria shouted, and sure enough, the motorhome was ahead of them, only a few zombies in the way. Michelle didn't see anybody else there. She didn't see her brother. Maybe they were all inside. She saw people behind the big windshield, waving and pointing. Troy, the nice fireman, came down out of the driver's door with an axe in his hands and ran toward them, and Michelle felt her legs turn to rubber. She fell down again, and a very thin, tall zombie woman with her hair in a knot on top of her head was reaching to bite her. Her crooked smoker's teeth were tanned pegs in a bloodless face. Maria tried to shoot the woman, but her gun was empty.
Then the woman crashed to the ground beside Michelle, the fireman's axe sticking out of her back. She was still reaching for Michelle with the arm that wasn't immobilized by severed muscles. Troy scooped Michelle up and carried her away from the zombie, and Patrick and Maria ran past them. Patrick had the keys. He had to make it no matter what, or they were all dead. He did make it. Eager hands pulled them both into the RV, and Michelle felt herself lifted up too. Her bloody knees smeared the upholstery as people set her down inside the back, where she saw her kid brother coming through the people to throw his arms around her. Next, Troy was up in front in the driver's seat, slamming the door on the gray, clutching fingers that wanted so badly to grasp the warm flesh packed inside the vehicle, to pull it down to snapping jaws. Patrick clambered through the crowd to the passenger seat beside Troy. Michelle saw that Patrick's hands shook with such violence he couldn't get the keys out of his pocket. "Pardon me," Troy said, and dug the keys out himself. He selected the ignition key, and a moment later the enormous diesel engine rumbled to life. The first blast knocked Weaver off the roof of the Suburban. Danny had not expected such an explosion. She'd seen plenty of vehicles burn, and she knew they seldom blew up. And it wasn't the car she shot that went up, it was the one right next to it. So the whole effect of the thing was 10 times what she had intended. She only wanted to set fire to the zombies. They might respond to fire, that most primal fear of human beings. But even if they didn't fear it, they would burn. Danny had a hunch that zombies on fire wouldn't be quite as single-minded. It's hard to go after prey with eyeballs that are melting out of your skull. The roar of the blast continued, and Weaver flew through the air. Danny didn't see where he landed. She was flung off her feet and smashed down on her back across the roof rack. It hurt as if her spine was broken, which meant it wasn't. A zombie immediately hooked its fingers into her ear, and she tore painfully out of its grasp. She got on her knees, craning to look for Weaver, but he'd already disappeared beneath the undead, wherever he was. Danny's ears were ringing, half-deafened. She could hear a bell-like note sustained above the faint sound of roaring flames and the zombie moan that rippled through the swarm. If Weaver was down, she couldn't even find him. He might have been knocked out by the explosion or killed by the fall, or he might be right as rain, crawling through a forest of cold legs. A zombie was pulling her down by the belt. She aimed over its head and fired another shot at the nearest car, a low maroon sedan. This one didn't explode. The shot punched a big hole through the rear quarter panel, low by the wheel well, where the gas tank would most likely be. She could smell it now, the gasoline and the burning rubber and that rich, sweet stink of roasting human flesh. Danny fired again, and the gasoline spilling from the maroon sedan caught fire with a whump she could barely hear, although she felt the heat on her blistered face. The zombies shuffling through the gasoline went up like torches. Danny chopped with the shotgun at the hands that were pulling her down. She struggled to her feet. The Suburban was standing in a sea of burning, crackling bodies, their slow limbs flailing, the flames spreading from one to the next. The smoke stank obscenely and made Danny's eyes stream. If Weaver was lying senseless on the ground, he was going to burn. It was the worst way to go, but there was nothing else Danny could do. She wasn't going to throw her life away without taking a bunch of these things with her, and if Weaver was already dying, she didn't want him coming back like Larry's wife. Danny had to move from her position. The paint on the Suburban was rising in fat blisters from the heat of the fires. She jumped down on the hood and kept her momentum as she leaped for the car in front, a hatchback. It was a messy landing because of the blazing arms that flailed at her in midair, and she hit the hatchback badly and broke the rear window, then fell sprawling on the ground. Immediately the things were coming after her, even the burning ones. Goblets of blazing fat and clothing were dropping all around her, and through the legs she could see the hungry flames turning the asphalt into boiling syrup. Danny crawled on her belly underneath the hatchback and kept on going, ignoring the scrape of bolts and fittings that projected beneath the vehicle. Hands reached for her, and some of the things were even down on their knees looking for her,
their eyes glittering in the firelight. A ribbon of flaming gasoline meandered toward her from under the sedan. She was going to burn too, unless she moved quickly. There had to be some avenue of escape in all this chaos. She hoped to God that Weaver had found it. She should have given Weaver more warning before she shot the tank on that car. She didn't expect there to be an explosion. No excuse, but she just didn't know. Now it was time to move. One of the hatchback's tires was burning. The panic was hitting Danny like a million tiny knives all at once. I'm going to burn. A dozen cold hands had gotten hold of Danny's legs, and they were pulling her backward. In a matter of moments she would be exposed again, and the biting would begin, and her legs would be eaten first, so she had plenty of time to experience some serious agony before she was ripped apart or caught fire. From her position a couple of inches above the ground, she could see the undersides of several vehicles. Through gaps in the maddened zombies, she could see the axles, the suspensions, the gas tanks. It was worth one more try, and if she was lucky, the explosion would blow her head off. If not, she had a couple more shells in the gun. She would do it to herself. Danny could not remember what happened next, just as she could not remember what happened when she got knocked over the side of Route 144 with the Explorer. She took aim, and suddenly the claws grabbing her legs dragged her back a foot or more, and she fired the shotgun. Her hearing cut out on detonation, that much she knew. Then there was a jump in the chronology. Suddenly she was standing in the middle of what looked like a butcher's shop hit by a missile. One of her eyes was closed, and she was still holding the shotgun, but the stock had broken off, leaving a sharp stump like a broken bone. Several cars were overturned within a dozen yards, and the hatchback under which she had been lying was now standing on its side behind her, resting up against the burning sedan. Huge clouds of black smoke filled the sky, and the red flames were brighter than the fading daylight. The sun might not have been all the way down in the flatlands, but evening comes early in the mountains. It was absolutely silent, no ringing in the ears, no screams, no crackle of flames. Fire was everywhere, and the grotesque shapes of bodies with no limbs, and limbs with no bodies. Strewn in the wreckage were heads, black and red, with the ears and hair burnt off them, so they looked like huge roasted thumbs. Danny tried to walk, but her feet wouldn't move, and she looked down and discovered she was ankle-deep in human intestines. She looked at her own body and didn't see any big holes. The intestines belonged to somebody else. Outside the ring of twisted metal and fire there were still hundreds of zombies, although the first few rows of them were scorched and torn up to such a degree that they were impeding the forward motion of the ones behind. They couldn't see or hear or smell. Some of them couldn't bite either, because their faces were torn off. Danny wondered briefly what she had done to cause all this destruction. "It worked pretty good," the voice observed, but Danny seemed to recall she was supposed to be dead. Maybe she was. Maybe she was one of the zombies now. Then she saw Weaver. He was dragging his left leg, and it looked like the knee might be broken. The foot faced almost backward. He was moving away through the zombies. They ignored him. He was pretty beat up looking, and Danny thought maybe she, too, was in such bad shape they'd mistaken her for one of their kind. "Weaver," she tried to say, but no words came out. She didn't know if it was because she couldn't hear or because she couldn't talk. But he was headed toward the gymnasium, so she followed after him, marveling on some level that her legs continued to work at all. The zombies couldn't catch her. She was a superstar, and so was he, and they were going to make it, all the way back down Main Street, together, after which she could explain to Weaver why she'd risked setting him alight. Danny reached him in front of the Quick Mart and tried to call his name again, but could only croak. Still, Weaver turned around, and Danny saw the milky eyes and the waxen skin and the windshield wiper arm protruding from his chest with a waterfall of blood spilled down below it, and she knew that Weaver was dead before he hit the ground after that first surprise explosion. So, whatever brought people back, it was accelerating. There wasn't any downtime anymore. She fired the shotgun almost casually. After all, she knew him a little, no need for ceremony. And Weaver's head blew apart. Danny made it halfway down Maine before the zombies came for her. But when they did, they were as enthusiastic as ever, while Danny had lost her zest for everything. Life, hope, love, even the sacred absolution of death. Still, force of habit, she fought back. A couple of zombies reeled back with smashed faces. One she definitely killed, because she hit it clean on the temple and the broken butt of the shotgun went in like a cake knife, and a couple she shot the legs out from under. But the last shell, the one she knew was there for sure, was for her. She didn't figure it would hurt, and if it did, it would only be for a moment, and even then, would she know it? Pain traveled through the nervous system at 300 feet per second. All those pea-sized nuggets of metal, number 4 buckshot, 27 balls, would pass through her brain at 1,300 feet per second. It wouldn't hurt, but it would permanently change her hat size. Sucks to be me, Danny thought. She was concussed now, that was for fucking sure. The only thing intruding on her perfect well of self-pity was Amy. Her friend's voice was coming in high and fast, cutting through the deafness, shrill as always when she was worked up. "Incoming!" But Danny could definitely hear Amy calling from somewhere. From right about here, Danny realized. Amy was beside her. "Jesus, Danny, you look awful!" They were surrounded. "Why are you here?" Danny asked, although she couldn't hear if it came out of her mouth. For that matter, she couldn't hear Amy, but she could read the shape of her mouth. "I told them to go," Amy said. "The motorhome is leaving." "Why?" Danny croaked. She wanted to understand how, despite all this effort, she had failed to get Amy, of all people, out of this nightmare. "You," Amy replied. Danny fired that last precious shot and blew a zombie down. It was coming at Amy. Instinct took over. Danny cursed. Last shot wasted. Now what was she going to do, stab herself to death? Then she saw the highway patrolman, Officer Park, the corpse shambling along toward them, arms half outstretched, as if it didn't quite believe it had found prey. Danny strode forward as well as she could with a pair of half-working legs, and pulled the automatic out of the highway patrolman's holster. He didn't mind. He wasn't interested in guns anymore. He was all about the teeth. Danny pulled the patrolman's smoky hat down over his eyes and fired the automatic through his head. The hat caught fire at the muzzle point, and the trooper fell down, a curlicue of smoke following him to the ground. Sound was returning. A horn was honking somewhere. Amy had her fingers in her ears and her eyes shut. "What are you doing?" Danny said. "What?" said Amy. Danny grabbed Amy's arm and pulled her finger out of her ear. "I said—" Danny couldn't remember what she had said. The world was falling upward very slowly. She could stay on her feet, but she was eventually going to fall into the sky. Amy took Danny's gun. "You take the gun," Danny said. That way she was still in charge. Danny pointed at a zombie. "Shoot that one, quick!" Amy fumbled around with the weapon. Danny swiped the gun away from Amy, who was obviously not going to manage such a simple task, and shot the zombie. Its teeth shattered on the pavement an inch from Danny's boot. Lord, were they ever about to get bitten to death, eaten alive. All kinds of zombies coming in. There was a high, gassy lightness to Danny's state of mind, a shaker full of hysteria and blows to the head. "Danny, you got another plan?" "There's too many." "2 bullets," said Amy, "is all we need." Amy took Danny's gun hand and guided it to the middle of her forehead, the end of the barrel pressed into the skin. She looked into Danny's eyes, and Danny understood why Amy was beside her, instead of tooling up 144 toward Big Bear. Because, even after she was gone so long in the desert at war, or maybe for that reason, Amy needed her more than she needed herself. If not Kelly, there was Amy. If not Danny, Amy didn't want to live. Danny was touched. She pulled back the action on the pistol. Amy closed her eyes. Bang. Danny looked around. She hadn't even pulled the trigger. What was the gunshot? Amy opened her eyes, staring at the zombie behind Danny that had just puked its brains out of its ear. Bang! It happened again, and a zombie went down with its head emptied out like a piñata, close behind Amy. Bang! Sniper. Danny almost hit the deck, but then she remembered. They were in America. No snipers here. Not many, at least. Bang! Another zombie flew off its feet, and Danny swiveled around to look in the opposite direction from where the zombie's brains had gone. "Run, you dumb shitheads!" Wolf bellowed. He was up on the roof of the Quick Mart with the Winchester 70, working the bolt action and firing again. The zombie that clutched Danny's shoulder snapped clear out of her field of view with a hole in its head. "You old son of a bitch," Danny said, and grabbed Amy's arm. "Danny, let's boogie," Amy said. Amy had to help her stay upright, but Danny ran as best she could. Wolf kept up a steady fire for at least a minute and a half. He was slipping those shells into the gun like a lover. Pop the trigger smooth as silk, another zombie in the scope gets its card pulled. Squirt of black oatmeal and down. Nothing to it. Reload, pop, down. Wolf's eyes stung with perspiration. He experienced the rush that he'd not felt since he left Vietnam all those years ago. Decades. He'd been asleep, drunk, pissed off, ruining marriages, half-raising crooked kids who didn't give a shit about him, kids who told their lovers he was dead. Maybe grandkids by now. All he knew was the old fighting machinery, that infernal engine with only one use on this godforsaken earth, given him by the U.S. government in return for anything else he ever could have been, was running again like he'd last topped up the battery and oiled the cylinders with Marvel mystery oil this very morning, not 40 years earlier. He rocked the bolt back and chambered another slim, sharp round, and there was the head in the scope, and he blew the skull open, another zombie out of the sheriff's way. Wolf was going to see that tough little gal lived. He'd seen everything she did from up on the rooftops. He'd watched her draw the enemy out, take stupid risks, and he'd even thought about popping her through the head a couple of times to save her the trouble of dying underneath all those bloody teeth. But she kept on going, outmaneuvering death at every turn, so he kept on letting her. And when he saw that crazy veterinary come along, Wolf could have thrown up, it was so damn touching. But he figured the time had arrived. He sighted on the sheriff's scorched, half-scalped head, crosshairs intersecting at the vein jumping in her temple. Yet when it had come to the moment to shoot the high-toned cripple bitch, as that old Peckerwood Sheriff Booth had called her, Wolf couldn't do it, not even as a mercy killing, any more than he could kill himself for the same reason. She'd be like Wolf soon enough, couple few years, pass the baton and die in a ditch. That was plan enough for an old man. Meanwhile, he laid down fire. One after another the zombies dropped, and it was like a scythe swinging through the undead. They were at a tough angle now, though, so Wolf got himself up and ran and threw himself across the narrow space between this roof and the next and went down on his knee again, sucking wind because he was too damn old, and twitched off a couple more rounds that cleared the way pretty damn good for an old asshole, he thought to himself. Now 2 more, then reload and keep on shooting. Hadn't missed a single one yet. They came to the sleek interceptor left behind by the late highway patrolman Park, and Danny realized she had the answer to the whole damn thing. Troy was pulling the motorhome around in a wide, messy arc in the broad intersection of Pine and Main, crunching abandoned cars out of the way, and he wasn't going to be able to reverse to Danny and Amy. But neither were they going to make it on foot to the motorhome's present position, not if he hit the gas before the sheer mass of zombies blocked them in on all sides, which he had damn well better do in the next few seconds. The daylight was beginning to fade. "Danny, no!" Amy shouted, but she didn't even sound all that sure of why she was saying it.
It was almost a question. Danny was running back into the legion of zombies that were right behind them, half their number hideously burned black and red and crackled fat white by the gasoline fire, but not the least bit deterred. "We can make it!" Amy cried. She was pressed up against the highway patrol interceptor, and there was another bang, and Wolf had taken the nearest zombie down again, and bang, another one. Then Danny was running straight back at Amy with keys in her hand. "Get in the goddamn car," Danny rapped and threw the keys to Amy. Amy got in. Out of the corner of her eye, Danny saw Wolf, a misshapen hulk leaping ape-like to the roof of the barber shop. There was a rifle in his fist. The old man slid down the far side of the roof, hurled himself out into space, and Danny lost sight of him. Amy found the ignition and shoved the key in, and Danny was in the seat beside her, and Amy got the engine going, and she floored the gas pedal. 4 zombies flew over the hood, legs bent at crazy angles from where they'd hit the fender rams on the front of the car. Then there was a space, and Amy took it and whacked a couple of zombies aside. Danny hung on to the shotgun mount on the dashboard as Amy slalomed through the next opening and kept on driving after the RV that was now powering up Route 114 into the last glow of the sunset, shoving abandoned cars out of its way. Just before they passed out of the end of Main Street and under the boughs of the tall, dark trees, Danny saw Wolf on the roof of the motorhome. He was clinging to the luggage rack, looking back into town, the rifle in his hands. The wind blew his long, matted hair around. His eyes looked like chips of stone under shaggy brows. It could have been 20,000 years ago, the original man with his weapon and his filth and his will to live, watching the unknown world that swarmed with enemies and death. And yet the master of it all might be the master no more. Then the shade of the trees flew up around him, and he was gone from sight, and Danny closed her eyes. Amy kept driving into the darkness. Part 2. The Uncanny Valley. 1. Danny wanted to drive. The night was a hallucination. Danny slept through most of it, although she drifted awake for a few seconds now and then. They traveled at a crawl. There were roadblocks and checkpoints set up mostly by civilians, and the night was lit up in places by flares, whirling emergency lights, even fires. There was gunfire. Radios blared in fire trucks. The Forest Peak convoy idled in long lines of other vehicles escaping through the resort communities, creeping past crashes and dead bodies and teams of men with guns. At one point there was an argument between Amy and several men. Danny was so groggy she couldn't join in, although it had something to do with her. Amy was insisting Danny was living and breathing, and some kid with a flashlight was shining it in Danny's face, and someone asking, "Is she alive?" Then, what felt like weeks later, there was an argument at a checkpoint concerning the RV. Somebody wanted to take it for some reason. Another argument, this time with Troy pitching in. Danny saw him shaking a rifle by way of emphasis. After a while, they moved on. Danny remembered the tree shadows outside Forest Peak and pale, misshapen bodies looming out of the darkness into the headlights. Their eyes had reflected yellow. Later, Danny had come out of a doze and saw Amy with thick rivulets of tears spilling down her dirty face, mouth bent down in grief, knuckles white on the steering wheel. But she was silent and kept her eyes on the road. Danny went back to sleep. The woman, veiled in black from head to toe, was not holding a baby. It was a bomb. Danny was sure of it. The rippling desert horizon was a burnt orange line between brown sky and yellow sand. Danny brought the Mossberg up waist-high. "Drop it," she called. "Drop it!" The tanks were idling with their snoring rumble behind the farmhouse. She was all alone, until the rest of the patrol trotted around to her position. All alone with the woman in black. The woman looked at Danny with eyes like obsidian. She raised the thing in her hands, as if offering it to God. Danny could see it now. A satchel mine of Chinese manufacture.
A gunshot split the baking air. Somewhere to the left.
Danny awoke with her head against the doorframe and watched the pavement unspool beyond the windshield. It got quieter on their route, and after a few turnoffs, the convoy had the entire road pretty much to itself. Most people were going the opposite direction, headed for Lancaster or Bakersfield. She had gotten plenty of sleep by her standards, 6.5 hours according to the dashboard clock, better than average. She needed to pee and stretch and drink a very large amount of water, eat a huge fatty breakfast at a booth in a big chain restaurant, then sit in the shade and drain a bottle of something crazy expensive, like Chinico Anejo. Maybe get the dreamed-of soak in a deep, hot bathtub after that, then pass out on the bed for 3 days. For now, it was time for Amy to let Danny drive, because they were going to go the wrong way. It was dark, but the sky at the horizon was glowing rose-gray with dawn, and when Danny saw that there was a horizon, she realized they'd made it all the way down out of the mountains. She could still remember vague passages of the night, but her impressions were jumbled and fading. Now they were heading downhill, but on a gentle grade, with the black bulk of the mountains on their left and a broad, flat landscape to the right, unmarked by streetlights or neon, even in the far distance. The sun would rise straight ahead of them. They were driving almost due east. Scoby Tree would be somewhere up ahead. There were decisions to be made. Danny twisted around to look out the rear window, and her body protested with audible creaks. The motorhome was directly in back, and behind that were several other smaller vehicles with their headlights on.
"You awake?"
Amy said. "I guess," Danny said, and turned carefully to face the front again. One of Danny's front teeth was chipped. There was a rough edge she couldn't stop rubbing with her tongue. She held up her hands and examined them. Her skin was uniformly filthy, blackened, smeared with ash and dark blood. Her palms were scraped up, her right knuckles skinned, and both hands were shiny hairless and blistered from the heat of the gasoline fires. Her left ring finger was missing part of the nail. The nail bed had bled until it formed a black crust. Her left sleeve was gone, and there were 3 perfectly legible human bite marks on the upper arm. None of them had broken the skin. They looked like red tattoos. She checked her aching calf and found a similar mark, the skin there also intact. There were hand-print bruises on both her wrists, and a long, jagged cut ran up her right forearm. There was a piece of metal protruding from the end of the cut. She pulled it out. The thing didn't want to come, tugging a pyramid of skin with it until at last it slipped free. It was a splinter of chromed steel, 3/4 of an inch long. Blood rose up in a ball where she'd removed the splinter, then ran down her skin. Danny thought of Weaver with the dead eyes and the windshield wiper arm sticking out of his chest. Her own chest was half exposed, or at least the sports bra was. Her shirt was in tatters. She felt the pocket, and Kelly's note was still inside. It might not be legible, but she still had it. Kelly. Oh, dear Lord, Kelly. "We need to talk about where we're going," Danny said.
"To civilization,"
Amy replied, not looking over at Danny.
"Civilization? We don't know where that is. We got to keep away from any large human population until we know how many zombies there are. This wasn't a local thing, Amy. You need a hospital. There probably aren't any hospitals anymore. Trust me, that's where everybody took the dead." Danny considered their enemy. The disease, if that's what it was, had a brilliant strategy for self-promotion. The running and screaming was a great start. But then human nature becomes its best ally, as untold numbers of the dead, walking or otherwise, were brought to first responders, police, fire stations, emergency rooms. Then, after a little break in the festivities, they turned cannibal, so there wouldn't be an intact emergency facility of any kind for 100 miles, Danny suspected. You were more likely to be eaten than treated. Danny got on the radio, and Patrick answered her call. "Glad you're alive," he said. "Is Weaver with you?" Danny took a long time to answer. The silence told Patrick what she couldn't put into words. "Oh," Patrick said. Troy took over the conversation. "Sheriff, we should stop for a break soon. This bus is getting crowded." They pulled over into a rest stop surrounded by acres of dry grass and gravel. Troy led a couple of expeditious men on a scouting sortie inside and behind the toilet building and around the dumpsters parked off to the side of the paved area. "Have them keep a lookout," Danny said. She was sitting in the passenger seat of the Interceptor with her legs out the door, boot heels resting on the ground. She should get up, but she'd been overcome with drugged torpor. In the absence of an urgent life-or-death call to action, she couldn't lift a finger. She watched the survivors stand in line for the toilets. The men who just needed to take a leak were going around the back of the building. People were trying their cell phones, getting nothing. Danny thought of Kelly's cell phone, the contract too expensive to keep. It was in a kitchen drawer back at the house. Dawn was a few minutes away, the sky a pale eggshell green shot with pink. The fields of grass were dim, the color of cardboard. In daylight, they would be golden brown. Patrick emerged from the men's room with an aluminum flask containing water and carried it over to the Interceptor. "Thanks," Danny said, and tried to take the water, but her fingers wouldn't close on the container. Patrick tipped the mouth of the flask against Danny's lower lip. She drank hungrily, water spilling down her chin. Then she looked at Patrick. His face was grave, his eyes sad like some saint in an old painting. "We should talk," Danny said. "Was it quick?" Patrick was holding back a flood of grief, his chin quaking. "He never knew," Danny said. "We're here 'cause of him." "Did he say anything before it happened?" "The last thing he said was, 'I should take care of you,'" Danny said. It wasn't true. The last thing he said was, "fuck." Danny was a terrible liar, and even as she spoke, it sounded like weak old bullshit. Patrick smiled, although tears spilled from his eyes. "He never would have said that. He would have said, 'I'm supposed to take care of you.'" "That was it." Danny nodded. Bless his heart, Patrick believed it. He took a gulp of air and walked back to the RV with his shoulders squared, and Danny felt as if she had just made some kind of blood vow that could never be broken. Her heart ached along with the rest of her. She owed Patrick more than she had to give. Weaver might still be alive if she'd done things differently. Still, she crammed the remorse down into the hole where all the untimely feelings went. She could grieve over her own failings some other time. There was plenty enough grieving to do as it was. They had been at the rest stop about 15 minutes. The sun rose, splendid and hot, gilding the mountains that marched off into the purple distance. Danny hauled herself out of the Interceptor and took a brief walk around it, careful not to move farther away than she could reach in case she collapsed. Amy was busy dealing with Michelle's knees on the steps of the RV, pouring something over the scrapes. People were coming out of the toilets looking tidier than before. Danny knew she would have to clean herself up, as impossible as the effort sounded to her at this moment. But right now, before these civilians started arguing about what to do next, it was time for a quick come-to-Jesus meeting. Danny put 2 fingers in her mouth and blew a piercing whistle. Her lower lips split. Heads turned. For an instant she saw the zombies turning too, but then it was gone. Just a phantom in her mind. "Listen up," she whispered. "Listen up," she tried again, and this time people heard, and they walked toward her. Soon the entire group of survivors had emptied out of the toilets and was gathered around the Interceptor, except Amy and Michelle, still at the RV. And Wolf. He had just disappeared again, and that seemed to be his way, so Danny put him out of her mind. The survivors she didn't know personally all had fear of her in their eyes, same as the Iraqis, acutely alert, pulled back, as if confronting a growling dog. Anger spat through Danny's mind. "You owe me, shitheads. Show me a smile," she thought, but only cleared her throat.
Amy joined the group in the back row. There were around 25 or 30 survivors in the bunch. Danny could see Patrick and Maria and Michelle with her arm around her brother. Troy was standing in the back near Amy. Familiar faces. At least she'd help keep them alive. The two kids made Danny think of Kelly. She needed to start talking or she might lose it. "You all must be pretty tired, and some of you may have injuries, but we're in a difficult position. I know I'd like to get to a landline and find out if some folks made it through all this okay, and I'm guessing there are people thinking the same thing about you. Anybody made phone contact since last night? Email?" People were shaking their heads. "Lost contact with everybody not long after things went bad," a man said. Kelly came into Danny's mind again. She dismissed the image and continued. "So we don't have any way to find out what's in front of us, and we got kind of a big problem. See that cloud back there on the western horizon?" Danny pointed off past the foothills, beyond which a dark thunderhead rose up. Its leading edge was touched with salmon highlights from the sunrise, but its depths were black as tar. People looked at it, then back at her. "It doesn't rain out here from June to October. That's smoke. That's Los Angeles." A woman turned away, and a man put his arm around her. Everybody started talking. Danny cleared her throat again and tried to run her hand through her hair. But there was some kind of lumpy, gnarled stuff all over her head. She dragged some off with her fingers and looked at it. Burnt hair. No wonder they were staring at her. She must have looked worse than most of the zombies. This was one of the very rare occasions when Danny felt the need to look in a mirror. "I guess I'm not looking my best," Danny said, and a couple of people laughed out loud. Good. Keep moving while there was a little sympathy. "Anyway, we better not go back toward the highly settled areas. We have to keep moving up along the edge of the desert." Now they were talking over her, stirred up like hornets. Consternation, objection, alarm. Danny waved it all away. "Listen, listen! Maria there was on the emergency bands for hours yesterday. That's the only communications system still online." Danny hesitated. Was it only yesterday? "She talked to law enforcement and emergency personnel all over the Southland. They were swamped. I mean, they were knocked out of commission before those things even got back up. If anybody here thinks they can just drive on home, you need to face a hard reality." Maria raised her hand. "I think I lost everybody," she said. Now the survivors were looking ill and miserable. Better to get this over with, have everybody fall apart at once. It would help consolidate their need for leadership as well, which would relieve Danny of the need to engage in any pissing matches with the more macho types. "I'm going to tell you why else we're not going back to Los Angeles," Danny continued, "and why we're not necessarily going to San Diego or any of the other big cities around here, not for a while. There were 10 million people in Los Angeles County 2 days ago. Whatever killed all these people in Forest Peak, from what I heard yesterday, it spread out from a center not too far from downtown L.A. I looked at the big map in the station and figured out there's a circle you could draw all the way around the city that hits Forest Peak to the east, maybe as far as Banning, then all the way to the ocean on the west, and as far south as Temecula. To the north, I don't know if it made it over the mountains, but if it did, you're talking about Lancaster and Apple Valley. I don't know this for a fact, but it works on the map." Not everybody could conjure up the map of Southern California the way Danny could, but she saw the truth dawning on some of the faces. The mountains made a natural firewall against the spread of the death-dealing agent northward, but there was nothing stopping it, or the hordes of starving ambulatory corpses in any other direction. Only the ocean, and that stopped the living as well. Already Danny could see questions surfacing on a couple of faces. She needed to keep talking while the momentum was hers, although her throat felt like it had been scrubbed with bleach on a wire brush. "So what we have is huge concentrations that are too dangerous for us to go into. If there's some kind of federal effort to deal with this, we'll hook up with that as soon as possible. Until then, I want to keep us moving northward where there are fewer people, probably less contagion, if that's what it is, and ideally we'll regroup with other survivors there. 10 more minutes, then let's pull out. We can make Scoby Tree in a couple hours. Don't wander off. We don't know what's out there." There was more discussion than Danny liked after she was done speaking. In the service, it was considered insubordinate to openly discuss an officer's judgment. These civilians didn't try to hide their skepticism. They were expecting a vote or something, Danny thought. Fuck 'em. They could vote in November. She had to keep them moving. Amy was standing there at the back as the huddle broke up, watching Danny with narrowed eyes. Amy was thinking about something, and her expression said it was something to do with Danny's remarks. Amy was always too smart for her own good. "Keys," Danny said. Amy shook her head. "You get washed up, have a look at yourself in the mirror, and come back to me for some medical attention. I got the stuff from the station, so we should be able to fix up some of the less serious damage, but you really need to look at yourself. I'll do the driving." It was a long way to the toilets. Danny felt like she was walking on rubber stilts. She stared into the steel mirror bolted over the sink of the women's room. Someone had scratched a looping graffito into the reflective surface with a key, and someone else had tried to buff it out with sandpaper, but she could still see plenty enough of her reflection. Her hair was the first thing. She had clearly been facing the blast she couldn't remember, because her hair, especially on top, was roasted into a chunky, dreadlock-like mass. She had less than 2 inches of hair left in front, from crown to ears. The hair that had survived in back was largely plastered down with layers of dried blood. The face below the hair was so filthy that her bloodshot eyes stood out like a cartoon character blinking in the dark. With the red around them, her irises stood out electric green. But not for long. The left eye was swelling shut. Her face was covered in zombie and human blood. There were cuts and scrapes and heat blisters all over her exposed skin. Her lips had split open in 3 places, and one of her ears looked like the object of a rat attack. If the zombie infection got in through fresh injuries, she was in serious trouble. But she was still alive, so maybe instead of incubating it, she was immune, or the heat of the fires killed it. Or maybe she was just lucky, if this was what qualified as luck. Maybe it wasn't an infectious disease at all. She splashed water on her skin, and it stung furiously, but she kept splashing and scrubbing, black and red droplets staining the white sink for 5 minutes before she had gotten herself mostly cleaned off, at least the front of her face and neck. What was going on in the back of her head didn't bear thinking about. Then she more gently cleaned off her arms up to the elbows. They were too sore to scrub, and large areas of skin began to peel away. She didn't use any soap. It seemed like it would hurt too much. Danny decided to let her skin air dry, hawked and spat, and trudged out the door to face the world again. When she emerged into the brilliant light of a new morning, the survivors were standing near their respective vehicles, but everyone was facing her way. Somebody started clapping, and then the rest followed, some shouting thanks, even a couple of whistles. Maria ran her hand down Danny's upper arm, beaming at her. Danny walked back to the interceptor without acknowledging the applause. She suspected Amy had a hand in this embarrassing display, and one thing Danny knew for sure: these people wouldn't be pleased with her for very long. 2. They reached Scoby Tree after 3 more hours of driving. Amy drove the interceptor at the front of the pack, and Danny dozed beside her. It was a hot day, and the thick black cloud over Los Angeles was visible on the horizon, rising into the stratosphere, borne up on volcanic heat. There were other fires not so far away, probably in places like Riverside and San Bernardino. With her first waking thought, Danny wondered what downtown L.A. would be like. There were living people there. No matter how bad things got, people always survived. And they suffered. What was happening in the city must be biblical. Sodom and Gomorrah, if she remembered her good book. Huge buildings devoured by coiling dragons of fire that sprang 300 feet in the air. There would be sheets of white flame sucking the oxygen out of the streets, turning the little hiding places where people curled up into vacuums as airless and deadly as outer space. Underground gas lines would explode, turning streets into canyons of fire. Windows would melt and run down the sidewalks, and the vehicles and mailboxes and trees and corpses would become stumpy, brittle skeletons. But the flames would cook those flesh-eating zombie sons of bitches, too. The more of them that were consumed by the fire, the fewer of them would have to be taken down. Burn the fucking city to the ground if it destroyed a few 100,000 of those things. But don't let Kelly be there. Pray she went the way I think she did, if she's still alive. "What?" Amy said. "I didn't say anything." "You growled." "I didn't." But Danny knew she had. The guys in Iraq used to imitate her doing it. She realized her bandaged left hand had stolen up to the tattered breast pocket of her uniform shirt, and she was touching Kelly's note, folded within. She couldn't bring herself to read it, and yet she wanted to follow where Kelly might have gone. She knew Kelly well enough, or rather, Kelly knew her big sister well enough, to know she wouldn't tell Danny where she was going, not if she took the Mustang. Danny didn't know what to think about Kelly. If her sister was one of those things now, did Danny wish her happy hunting? Or would she want to be the one who put a bullet through her head? The only thing Danny was sure of was that she had to know. She couldn't go through however much life she had left without knowing what had happened to her sister. "It's Kelly, right?" Danny stared at Amy, who was driving the Interceptor with the AC blasting and her windows down, elbow hooked over the sill. Her hair was whipping around against the acrylic divider panel behind their heads. This could have been one of their early road trips, after both girls had licenses and Danny got her first Mustang, a white 1981 piece of shit. This was almost relaxing. Against her better knowledge, Danny had decided to take her boots off. She knew she might not be able to get them back on, but this wasn't the war, and she wasn't on patrol. Her toes almost screamed audibly upon release. She dragged off the damp, drab-green socks she'd been wearing since the night she passed out, the night Kelly ran away, and her feet smelled vinegary, and there were blisters all around the edges. The air conditioning felt heavenly on them. And here Amy was, reading Danny's mind again. "Yeah, Kelly," Danny said. "How did you—" "You're crinkling the note in your pocket." Danny let her hand fall away from her chest. "How do you know that I have Kelly's note in my pocket?" "Duh, because you wouldn't get all wet-eyed if it was parking citations." Danny swabbed at her eyes with the soft white bandage. She could still see with both of them. It looked like the shiner wasn't going to swell all the way, which was good. She had a feeling this would be a bad time to lose the advantage of binocular vision. "Read it, will you?" Amy said. "Danny, why the heck don't you just read it?" Amy slapped the steering wheel with her palm, which made the Interceptor swerve out of the lane. Danny, irritated, looked back at the motorhome rumbling along behind them. If she'd been driving, that never would have happened. But she wasn't irritated with Amy. It was herself. She had come up against an obstacle in her head, and she couldn't understand it. "What if she's dead?" Danny said. "Reading her running away note won't change that." "Amy, for fuck's sake, don't make me say it." Danny felt a blush rising up her face. It burned, flaming beneath the raw skin. But she had to confess. "I'm scared shitless to read this note. I'm scared of what's in it." Amy nodded. Then she said, brightly, "If Diggler survived, Kelly survived." Danny felt a wave of despair pass through her, like ghosts. She needed the sane Amy with her now, not the queen of the non-sequitur. "Oh, Jesus, Amy, what are you talking about?" "Diggler. He's a pig, right? Kelly's like 10 times smarter than him." "How is Diggler still alive?" The smile melted off Amy's face and went all the way around the clock to misery. "How can you say that?" "Are we really having this conversation? Seriously, how do you know the pig's alive?" "He just is."
That's irrational. So is driving in this direction. You can't fool me, Danny. I know what's up. You want to catch Kelly. Danny made a noise of contempt and looked out the side window. Don't be stupid. Less danger this way. Simple as that. Amy was nuts. Completely crazy. Crazy like a fox. Danny was silent after that, until the convoy pulled into Scobie Tree. The town of Scobie Tree had dried up and blown away in 1958, when the military traffic along the roads into the desert settled down from the Cold War high. The place was never impressive. It had been a stagecoach stop 150 years earlier. Then a silver mine opened up and kept a few hundred souls occupied for 30 or 40 years, until the automobile came along. A handful of folks stuck around to pump gas and change tires after the silver ran out. They made it as far as the Second World War, and prospered again briefly, then drifted away. Now, Scobie Tree consisted of a bunch of outbuildings. They always seemed to outlast the structures they were built to serve. An old brick hotel, then rooming house, and finally a good place to store whatever was scavenged from the abandoned buildings around it, a gas station, and a general store. There was a plaque bolted up on the gas station wall. A couple of scenes from the Robert Mitchum movie Out of the Past had been filmed there, according to the plaque. Scobie Tree had one important thing going for it. About a mile outside the three-building town, there was a freeway interchange. The tail end of Route 114 met the 12A, and the 12A could take you to other bigger roads anywhere you wanted to go. West to the high desert communities, northwest all the way to San Francisco, northeast past the Mojave to Las Vegas, or due east to Arizona. It was a crossroads in the middle of nowhere, an ideal place to keep away from the living dead and still have some traveling options. Danny was sure Kelly would have gone this way, because Kelly had privileged knowledge gleaned from her cop sister. There wasn't a dedicated police force anywhere in the area. She could run that shiny red Mustang at 120 miles per hour and not see a cop all day, unless it was a highway patrolman, and Danny had a police radio in the Mustang's glove box. Kelly would have known well ahead of time if there was a rogue Smoky in the desert. Danny was sure she was on the trail of her wayward sister, and although she hadn't scraped up the courage to read the note, Amy had, and Amy didn't say anything to contradict Danny's thesis. Danny would read the note while they were stopped in Scobie Tree. She hoped she could handle it. Danny got on the radio and explained how they would approach settled areas from here onward. She was going to take a tour of the town in the Interceptor, and if she spotted any survivors or undead, she would note their position, and a party could go out and take the appropriate action. Just outside town, Danny made Amy pull over, and she hauled her boots on and got behind the wheel, body racked with stiffness. The two of them drove slowly up and down the grid of 6 short streets that composed Scobie Tree. There were foundation holes and the outlines of footings where buildings had been, and piles of paper-dry clapboards and framing wood where the structures had collapsed. A lot of hiding places if a zombie was prone. Danny remembered seeing some of them lie down in Forest Peak, although she didn't know if that was commonplace. They might have died for good. In any case, nothing stirred. The town was empty. As they made the circuit back to Central Avenue, Scobie's brief claim to 114, Danny saw the motorhome was no longer parked outside town. It was up at the gas station, and there were people swarming around. "Ah, shit," she said, and accelerated. They were looting. No other word for it. Troy was standing by the gas pumps, filling the motorhome's immense tanks with diesel. The electric pumps were still getting power. He had his arms folded in an embarrassed posture as Danny pulled up. She popped the bubblegum lights on, and the survivors climbing in and out of the now shattered front window of the general store dropped their swag and tried to look innocent. Danny was out of the car before the engine died. "What the hell are you people doing?" she asked the nearest survivor. He was a mid-40s man, not tall. He didn't answer her question, but spoke to someone in the crowd.
"Shoemaker," he said. "Tell her." "I'm asking you," Danny said. The one called Shoemaker stepped forward. "Let me handle this, Gluck," he said. Like this is a fucking traffic ticket, Danny thought, and felt a spike of rage drive itself into her temple. Shoemaker had an alert, serious face and made phony eye contact, looking very slightly not into Danny's eyes. Hawaiian shirt with a muted pattern, the only thing worse than a Hawaiian shirt with a loud pattern. Probably a divorce lawyer, Danny estimated. He was one of the men Danny had identified as troublemakers back in the rest area. He spoke in a low, confidential voice. "Officer," he began. "Sheriff." "Sheriff. These people are hungry, and they don't all eat brie and caviar, which is what's in that bus there." Patrick emerged from the motorhome with a big white plastic bag full of trash. He didn't look pleased. When he saw Danny was back, he rolled his eyes eloquently. Danny circled Shoemaker, but kept her gaze on the others ranged inside and outside the store. She raised her voice and was pleased to discover she could do so again. "Listen up. Hungry and thirsty? I got it. You all didn't have the keys, though, so you broke in. That's a felony. We're still in America, and the law still applies. You are all guilty of breaking and entering, theft, looting, and I'm sure I can come up with more, depending on who grabbed what. We are not going to do it this way. I'm not in a position to make arrests, but if you want to roll with my group, you observe the law." "Sheriff," Shoemaker said, stepping slightly on Danny's speech. "Definitely a lawyer. You don't seem to understand the situation. I know you went through a lot back in that little town of yours, but we're not there anymore. Heck, this isn't even your jurisdiction," he added, turning to take in the crowd around him. There were nods and murmurs. "We need to stock up for what certainly looks like a long drive. Just where are we going, by the way?" More murmurs. A couple of people picked their loot back up. Danny saw Michelle and her brother deep in the shadows inside the store. Troy, arms still folded, walked over to stand next to Danny. The big man with the goatee was standing by the motorhome with his hand resting on the metal skin like he didn't want to risk getting left behind. She thought he was probably on her side as well, which was a surprise. She was grateful. And she thought she had an answer to the question of where they were going that most of them would buy. "I'm taking this stage by stage. We scope out an area, we move in. It could be there's none of those things out there at all. Life goes on as normal. In which case, what you have done here is even worse. But we don't know anything. The fact that you broke those windows may mean nobody else stopped here. So the area could be clean, but we don't know. What if those things were inside? I don't see any of the people that live here. Maybe they're reanimated right nearby. If they were in the store, you would have let them out. Those kids in there? How do we know there's not a zombie in the freezer behind them?" Danny pointed at Michelle and Jimmy James. They involuntarily stepped forward to the window, away from the freezer with its magnetic floor-length doors. A great hiding place, in fact. Danny thought she should remember that. The kids looked scared to death, but she wasn't in a position to be delicate. It was probably the word zombie that got everybody on her side of the issue at last. Now the survivors were shuffling away from the store, suddenly eager to get back to the safety of the motorhome, but waiting for official permission. "What's your first name?" Danny asked Shoemaker. There was authority in last names. She would keep him on a first-name basis. "Ted," he replied. "I had a deputy by that name. He's dead now." "That sucks. Anyway, we're just grabbing some supplies and moving on, and I think you can cut everybody some slack if we're kind of in survival mode right about now. Think so?" Troy looked angry now. He stepped forward, well inside Ted's personal space, but he didn't say anything. The muscles in his jaw were jumping. "How about the next people that come through?" Danny said. Ted smiled. "They won't have to break a window." Danny wanted to punch this glib cocksucker in the teeth. Her vision went red as she struggled not to lose her temper, the shadows filled with a blood-colored glow. Inside her head was a chaos of angry replies, shouting, fighting. Outside herself, she stood very still except for her fingers, which curled up into fists. But the line between inside and outside was hard for Danny to see. Then Amy was speaking from somewhere close behind her. "Just remember, everybody, we don't have the medical facilities to deal with an infected bite wound. Nobody does. There isn't a working hospital for 100 miles, maybe more." That did the trick. They were back on the road within 5 minutes. They motored up the 12A toward the Mojave Desert. There was no traffic, which seemed strange. Danny had expected they would run into heavy refugee populations getting away from the cities. This time, Danny was in the driver's seat of the Interceptor. She needed to project at least the illusion of control, or people were going to wander off and get killed. The radio was silent most of the time, except for the occasional lonely query from a unit somewhere out in the great flat spaces. Danny wasn't the only cop alive, but all the living cops were alone. "I lost 5 men," the first of these lonely voices told her. "One came back and I let him in. He bit my arm. God help me, I blew his brains out. Now all I want to do is go to sleep." Everyone she spoke to over the radio was the last of their force, having survived the initial onslaught essentially by luck. They were on an isolated call, or sick in bed, or in one case stuck on the road with a dead battery. Danny thought the cop who related this story, from the Martel Division, was probably lying. Cop cars didn't get dead batteries. She tried not to blame him, but she did. It looked like she was going to get away with her diversion into the desert. It did make sense, from a tactical standpoint, to get well clear of the population centers. She wasn't acting entirely selfishly. It was just that, given 2 equal alternatives, she had chosen the one that would most likely lead her to her sister. Perfectly honorable thing to do, not like sitting out the crisis in a police car on a remote side road somewhere. Not nearly as bad as that. Danny was hating herself. She couldn't talk herself around to the idea that searching for Kelly with a bunch of fairly helpless people in tow was an okay decision. She knew damn well she was valuing one life above the rest, a life she'd failed to value enough before. As she pulled out onto the deserted 12A, Danny looked back and saw one of the vehicles peel off from the convoy. It was a pickup truck with a camper shell on the back. The truck took the right-hand turn and headed south, the opposite direction. That meant there were now 6 vehicles, including the Interceptor and the motorhome, under her charge. If the entire Riverside contingent was in the truck, her little tribe of survivors was now 6 members smaller as well. "They're dead," Danny thought, and felt a chilly curl of vindication in her belly. Fuck it, let them die. The rest of her didn't feel that way, but there was a small and vocal minority voice inside her head that hadn't cared for people much anyway, since she got back from the war. That voice was getting more airtime lately. She would have to watch that. It made the anger worse. She was starting to wonder if there was any difference at all between these people and the people she had confronted in the desert of Mesopotamia. They had been on the 12A for 20 minutes when they saw the first zombie. It was at least half a mile away across an expanse of dirt that had once been a cattle stockyard, back when there was water. Danny wasn't sure why she knew it was a zombie, but there could be no mistake. The figure was a short, charcoal stroke on the bright brown landscape, moving alongside a wire fence. Something about the way it moved. Danny wondered what it was doing here. Hell, how did it get this far? She considered stopping to check the thing out, maybe neutralize it, but by that time her charges would have had time to think again. They would have realized if there were zombies here, they could go another way where there might not be zombies at all. So Danny kept on going, hoping nobody in the motorhome had seen it. The radio squawked, and Troy was speaking. "Come in, Sheriff. You see? Over? 104. Out." She didn't want to discuss it. A few miles later, there was a possible answer to the question of where the thing came from. The convoy passed a long pair of wheel ruts that eased over the embankment of the highway and abruptly curved down into the deep drainage ditch below. A medium-duty white stake-bed truck was overturned at the bottom. Danny hefted the shotgun out of its cradle inside the interceptor and knelt at the edge of the ditch. 3 zombies down there, scrabbling uselessly at the steep dirt walls of the ditch, unable to get out. Danny stood up, then fired the weapon from her hip. The gun bucked in her hands, and one after another the monsters collapsed. She walked back to the interceptor. Troy and Patrick were standing beside it now, alongside Amy. Nobody had spoken a word. They stood and scuffed the ground and looked out across the huge landscape, with its arid, treeless mountains looming up above the highway on one side and the ever-expanding desert flats on the other, its far margin indicated in the distance by more mountains, a pale violet saw blade along the horizon. "What are we going to do?" said Troy. "Keep moving," Danny said. "Where?" Patrick asked. "Away from these things," Danny replied. "I get the feeling there's no away," Amy said. She was holding her elbows in her hands, rubbing them as if it was cold. In fact, it was hot, and they were starting to sweat in the sun. Danny could feel the heat etching into her blistered scalp. She needed a hat. "If we keep on going, we will reach a point where the people that did this," here Danny pointed toward the overturned truck with her chin, "couldn't get to before the change happened. I'm guessing what went down here is these things came to life and the driver wasn't expecting it. He lost control and crashed. Say there are others that didn't crash. How far did they get before the zombies started attacking? How long was it for us? 5 or 6 hours? Longer?" Patrick looked like he was going to cry, but his voice was even and cool. "So what you're saying is this perimeter thingy of yours just got pushed out. Am I right?" Danny nodded, nudging a pebble around the edge of her shadow with her toe. "Yeah, I gave it 100 kilometers radius, 60-odd miles from downtown. We're 100 miles from downtown right now." "As the crow flies?" Amy asked. "By road," Danny said. But Amy wasn't really speaking to her. She was looking at some crows circling above their heads. "I like crows. They're the most intelligent bird. Did you know that?" Amy continued. Irritated, Danny opened her mouth to speak, and as suddenly as she became angry, it was gone, erased by realization. There was method in Amy's madness. The crows, she thought, like that Hitchcock movie. "We should keep our eyes out for crows," Amy said. "They like to keep an eye out for dead things." With that, Amy shoved the first aid kit back into the trunk of the interceptor and went to sit in the shade of the open passenger side door, leaving Danny to reel in her thoughts. Patrick and Troy were squinting up into the bright sky, watching how the crows circled overhead with their sleek black heads cocked down at the scene. It was time to make a decision, Danny knew. Another decision. Always another. She could hear the hot wind keening through the desert scrub, the cry of a crow, and the idling engine of the motor home. The whole world seemed to be waiting. "Let's push the radius of our safe zone out another 50 miles, Danny said, calculating in her head, picturing the big map. Joshua Tree or 29 Palms east, Barstow north. Forget west and south. Lancaster and Palm Springs. Too many people." "Palm Springs was full of zombies to begin with," Patrick muttered. They were on the road again. Troy radioed to Danny a few minutes after they were rolling. "Come in, Sheriff. This is RV. Over." "Go ahead." "There's been a lot of discussion while I was away. Thought you should know. Out." Danny's stomach knotted. Shit. Those stupid bastards were second-guessing her every move, of course. That slime-balled Ted Shoemaker was probably the ringleader. There might need to be another come-to-Jesus moment pretty soon. 10-4, out, Danny said, and hung up the handset. Amy had her forehead against the window, almost as if asleep, but she said, "Too many control freaks, not enough Indians." Danny didn't want to discuss it. That was a damn good idea with the crows. Could save some lives, she said instead. They drove in silence for a while, the mile markers flashing past on the side of the road. Signs for little desert towns that would probably be gone in 10 years, zombies or no zombies. There simply wasn't anything worth staying for. The price of gas was so high, the weather that much drier. People in remote reaches of America had started to drift back in, closer to the big places. It had happened in Forest Peak. Some families couldn't afford the commute down to the flatlands, so they moved. Turns out not to matter, Danny mused. Price of gas, length of commute, global warming, all wiped off the list of pressing concerns for an indefinite period of time, maybe forever. Her thoughts were churning, following no pattern. There wasn't enough information to start tinkering with a new working hypothesis yet. They would just have to see how far things went. Instead, she tried to organize her memories of the last couple of days, to make some sense of the death and chaos. But all that came into her mind were snippets of irrelevant nonsense, like those envelopes of photo prints that accumulated at the back of a drawer when all the good ones were tucked away in an album, pictures of people's thumbs, accidental shots of shoes or the corner of a building, or somebody blinking when they were supposed to say cheese. What the hell were the monsters that had stood up and started killing people? How could they be dead and yet want to eat? Were they dead? Had the definition of death changed, and Danny was only slow to catch on? That they could move, that their eyes could see, did not make them living things. They were no more alive than the closed-circuit cameras that clustered under the eaves of public buildings, craning their motorized necks to watch the passers-by. And yet, what made a man alive? Danny struggled across this alien philosophical terrain, not knowing where to begin. What was life? Was it the intelligence within? The beat of a heart? The suck of lungs? Her comatose war buddy, Harlan, had been alive. Danny felt sure of it, even though she had sat at his bedside for a week, and he'd manifested less life in a practical sense than these infected things. She had held his hand that felt nothing, looked into his eyes that saw nothing, and spoken to a mind that could not form thoughts, but it was still Harlan there on the bed with all the tubes and wires. Even though he would never come back, he was, in some way that Danny yearned to define, alive. And these walking corpses were not. Danny's thoughts were in shorthand, as ever. She thought of all these things, but in the minimum of words. They're like security cameras. How come they're still dead, even if they can move? And Harlan's alive, even if he's not in there, so why aren't they? Then Danny found herself staring at Kelly's note fluttering on the dashboard. She tucked it back into her pocket, this time vowing silently to read it before the sun went down. 3. Sunset in the desert. The sky was a deep bronze bowl, molten red where the sun burned down toward its lip. Danny and her entire contingent of survivors rolled into the town of Riverton Junction. Their progress was agonizingly slow. In the Mustang, on an ordinary afternoon, Danny could have made it here from Forest Peak in less than 3 hours. It had taken the convoy an entire day. Danny still hadn't looked at the note. Another tiny place, Riverton Junction even owed its name to somewhere else. A train line passed through, running east-west with a spur line to Riverton, 30 miles north, where there was a profitable bauxite mine. This was nothing but the junction of the two lines. There were a dozen low-frame houses and some trailers spread out over a junkyard landscape that could otherwise have been on Mars. A church with a tin steeple, some metal cow sheds from back when beef came this way by rail, headed for the several military installations in the area, and miles of barbed wire fence. Riverton had one paved street that intersected with a road running alongside the railroad tracks. The rest of the streets were scratched into the dirt across it like the spurs on an old-fashioned television antenna. What mattered was that Riverton had a gas station and a grocery store, although Danny wasn't holding out hope that either one would provide much selection. She had discussed their approach into town at a brief halt a few miles outside the settled area. The smaller vehicles at the back of the convoy would cruise the side streets looking for signs of life or zombies. Danny would ride point to the town center. The motorhome would wait for the all clear outside town. Danny and Amy were alone as the last wafer of the brilliant orange sun slipped below the mountains to the west. The Interceptor rolled to a stop in the middle of Lecce Avenue, Riverton's main street. Danny took the place in at a glance. On one side there were a couple of commercial buildings, a feed and hardware store, and a surveyor's office. On the other side was the general store, which wasn't any bigger than the Quick Stop and looked much poorer. Next to the store was the gas station with its 3 pumps. There was a big sheet metal roof over the pumps, and even with the fading light, the heat rippling off the roof was visible against the sky. It was ticking and groaning as it cooled. Hand-cut plywood letters on the roof spelled Tex Eco, suggesting the gasoline available might be generic. What caught Danny's eye, however, was the tableau beside the pumps. 3 motorcycles were parked there, 2 choppers and a restored vintage hog. There were 3 corpses as well. Danny warned Amy to stay where she was and sit low, then eased out of the Interceptor, availing herself of the shotgun that came with it. She had no idea if the weapon was loaded, but regulations stipulated it should be. Her mind slipped back in time to another desert not long ago, and she was filled with the kind of fear that borders on elation. Hide-and-go-seek with killers. She had always won the game, so far, and she thought she might be better at it than most people. Danny scuttled crabwise from the Interceptor to the recessed vestibule at the entrance to the store. No shots, no answering sound of running feet as hidden assailants ran for better cover. It occurred to Danny that she should have called Wolf to cover her. He was a badly damaged human being, but he was vigilant as hell, and he could shoot. The town radiated fading heat and emptiness. There were even tumbleweeds down by the railroad tracks. Danny slid along the facade of the store and knelt by the trash barrels at the side of the gas station lot. No signs of life. Even the dead weren't moving. She broke open the gun and checked it. It was fully loaded. "Come out," Danny called. Somebody had to be around. These people didn't die of mutual suicide. "My deputies and me are here to take you to safety." No answer. Danny looked around her at the low, falling-apart buildings, the cracked pavement, the short, scrubby trees. There were a couple of old cars parked at the curb in both directions, in and out of town. Maybe the entire population was holed up in the church, or maybe they all got out of town in one school bus. Probably no more people lived in Riverton Junction than Danny had under her tender care in the convoy. She decided to take a risk, because otherwise she could spend the rest of the night crouched by the stinking trash, and her knees were too sore for that. She rose slowly, holding the shotgun in a relaxed position, but ready to switch up if circumstances changed. Then she did her breathing for a few seconds, and walked as casually as she could toward the gas pumps. It was the same casual walk she had developed in Iraq. It was bullshit, but she couldn't tell from a distance. 2 of the corpses by the scooters were dressed in dusty, worn-out, ordinary clothing that had been washed too seldom and yet too often. Locals. A man in his 50s and a woman some years older. The 3rd corpse was a smallish man with a long mustache. He was dressed to ride in chaps, leather jacket, and red bandana. He had some very good boots on, and Danny found part of her mind wondering if they were her size. Her own boots were ruined, the soles melted and cracked. All 3 corpses had been shot in the head. She squatted down among them, looking at the wounds. Then she heard a soft noise behind her and spun around. Amy was out of the Interceptor and strolling across the street. Danny made throat-cutting motions, but Amy just made them back. Hopeless. "Troy wants to know if it's clear," Amy asked, in an ordinary speaking voice. Danny all but threw herself flat on the ground. This was exactly how to draw enemy fire. "Obviously not," Danny hissed. "That's what I told him. They say the rest of the town is empty." "Awesome," Danny said. "What's the problem here?" Amy asked. "We've been seeing dead people all day." "Look at the blood," Danny said. 2 of the corpses, the locals, had bled the dark slime of the zombie. The biker had bled red blood, and plenty of it. "Murder," Danny said, and Amy crouched down beside her. Danny was trying to figure out what to do next. Whoever killed these 3 were well within their rights to shoot zombies, as far as Danny was concerned. But the biker was alive, red-blooded and aware when he went down. No matter how bad the situation was murder. Yet whoever had done this didn't seem to have a motive. The bikes were gassed up and ready to go. Didn't they want to steal them? Unless the bikes belonged to companions of the dead man. Maybe they had been attacked and were hiding somewhere. Danny absent-mindedly reached over and touched the cylinder head of one of the choppers. It was hot, running hot. Now she had an idea. But at this moment a sound was rising from the distance. She looked down Lecce Street and saw the motorhome rumbling toward them, the headlights like big bug eyes in the fading light. It pulled up behind the interceptor and rumbled to a stop. Troy jumped down out of the driver's seat, and moments later several of the survivors came out of the side door. "What the fuck?" Danny said, standing up. In a target-rich environment like this, there was no point in keeping low. Troy hitched a thumb over his shoulder. "Ask him," he said, and knelt to examine the bodies. Ted, in the Hawaiian shirt, was coming up behind Troy, a look of vindication on his face. Patrick and Wolf, an unexpected pair, emerged together. Danny realized a few moments later that they were deep into an argument. Then Ted was standing at the curb, surveying the scene at the gas pumps. "Did you kill them?" he asked. Danny's vision grew red again, and she thought she was going to go over there and skull-fuck the son of a bitch with the shotgun. She counted to 10, breathed, and waited. Then she said, "We have a murder on our hands here, and the murderer is probably still in town. Murder, as opposed to a mass epidemic of cannibal corpses." Danny could see Ted was showing off for the bunch of survivors that were standing off to the side, listening. He must have been rehearsing his arguments during the long afternoon drive in the back of the motorhome. She walked over to Ted and spoke quietly. "What's your damage? You want to go off on your own? Go. There's nothing stopping you." "Yeah, right," he said. "Off on my own. Great idea. I have another idea. How about we all agree where we're going to go, together, in a group? Because you seem pretty determined to take us all to the middle of ass nowhere." "That's about right." "And now we have to fart around here while you investigate a murder. What are you going to do? Catch the guy and put him in jail?" By this time, Wolf had disengaged himself from Patrick and was crossing the street, rifle tucked loosely under his arm. "Dude, cut the shit," he said. "Seriously?" Ted continued. Now he was facing the others, not Danny. "You gonna find the killer and put him in front of a judge? You know any judges that are still around? Or are you gonna pop 'em in the head like you do the zombies?" Everybody was listening now. Troy and Amy and Wolf on Danny's side of the line, the rest in the street with the shadows gathering around them. Maria shoved her way to the front of the onlookers and pointed indignantly at Ted. "Why do you have to make so much trouble? The whole way you make all this trouble." Danny turned to Troy. "How about you and Wolf go around the station and see if the lights work?" "You want us to stick around?" "I got this handled." She turned back to Ted as the other men walked off toward the garage office and repair shop. "There are laws. This is a country of laws, no matter what happens," she said. Ted put his hands on his hips and laughed at the ground, bent over at the waist, a pose that reminded Danny of professional baseball players. The smile fell from his face. "Country? What country? We were trying the radio all the way down that mountain, Sheriff. You know what we found? Nothing. There's nobody out there. Got a nice satellite TV in that bus, too. Nothing. I think the country may be gone. And I think the laws are gone, too. We need new laws, even if they're temporary. Like, you don't get to run the show. We all do. The floodlights under the tin canopy over the pumps popped and sizzled and lit up, and now the shadows were 10 times darker in the town, but the gas station was lit up with a lurid greenish light that made the corpses look especially dead. Danny didn't know what to say. Her arguments had run out, but she could change the subject. She picked up the shotgun, and the triumph in Ted's face went out like a shaken match. There was fear in his eyes. Then Danny shouted, unexpectedly loud in the quiet of early evening despite her cracking voice. "Okay, listen up. I know you can hear me. I got a 12-gauge pump here. This is the sound of me shooting the shovelhead cruiser." Danny squeezed the trigger, and a spurt of flame jumped halfway to the vintage bike. The roar of the gunshot was loud enough to make Ted throw himself to the ground, Danny was pleased to observe. The bike's instrument cluster blew apart, and several holes speckled the immaculate paint of the gas tank. The bike toppled like a wounded buffalo and crashed to the tar. After about 20 seconds, the gunshot came echoing back off the mountains. Danny could hear people running behind her, survivors deciding to get out of range of the crazy sheriff, presumably. Scrupulously not looking to see how Ted was reacting to her actions, she walked over to the nearest chopper and shouted again, "You hear that? Next, I got what looks like an early 70s 1000 Sportster chopper with an eagle on the tank. I'm going to count to 3, because I'm guessing you can't count any higher than that. 1. She could hear more people running away, and someone was crying. It sounded like Maria's voice. 2. Danny cocked the shotgun. It made such a muscular sound. As she trained the barrel on the chopper, she wondered if this was a deliberate design feature. Now it was just what was needed. "Don't shoot! For the love of God, don't shoot!" The voice came from beyond a shed out in the darkness. An enormous biker came out of the shadows and stepped into the edge of the light. He had a huge gut, hands like catcher's mitts, and a black chin beard 5 inches long. His leathers were old and well broken. Not a city biker like the dead man. This was all outlaw, as big as Wolf must have been in his prime. But he looked scared, his fingerless gloves raised to collar height. Danny turned to face him squarely, the shotgun pointed easy at the ground. "Didn't hear us roll into town, Easy Rider?" "Jesus, Billie Jean." "Who's Billie Jean?" "You blew her up." The big man wanted to go over and look at the bike, but Danny put herself between him and the machines. Could be a weapon in one of the saddlebags. The biker slumped and rubbed his face in both hands, pressed a finger alongside his sunburned nose, and cleared a nostril with a violent snort. "Hell, I guess it don't matter any more." "Down on your knees, hands behind your head," Danny said, advancing on the big man. She reached her handcuffs off the back of her belt, shotgun braced against her hip with its bore trained at the biker's waist. He dropped to his knees, hands up, but he was angry now. "What the hell gives you the right—" "Murder." Danny circled around behind him and plucked a nickel-plated revolver from the back of his wide, studded belt, skidded it away from her, toward Wolf and Troy. "Has it been fired?" she asked, clapping the cuffs around the biker's thick wrists. Wolf scooped up the gun and sniffed the barrel. "Sure enough." "You think I killed Mike?" the biker suddenly roared. Danny backed up a couple of feet to see where this was going. "You think I done that to him?" He was enraged, his face the color of raw steak. He twisted around to look at Danny, his small eyes bright with hatred. There was spittle on his lips. Ernie, you jumped-up cat-fucker, get over here!" Danny turned sideways to take in both the biker and the shadows toward which he was directing his voice, out in back of the gas station where the wrecked cars were kept. Moments later, a bizarre figure emerged from the darkness. It was a skeletally thin man with a long, curving body, like a weasel. He wore a beat-up beaver top hat with feathers stuck in the band, a leather cowboy-style vest, and no shirt. His thin arms were cabled with veins. He had the face of a much older man than the rest of him suggested. and he wore thick-lensed glasses that made his eyes look like twin goldfish. He held his hands up just high enough to indicate they were empty.
"Topper's all right,"
Ernie said in a high, whistling voice.
"You can take my word on it."
Wolf stood behind Ernie, taking him into custody simply by proximity. "Up," Danny said. The big man called Topper heaved himself upright and walked over to the corpse of Mike without consulting her. He was muttering under his breath. He knelt beside his dead comrade and brought his cuffed hands down in front of his head, then reverently pulled back the sleeve of the corpse and slid a rag down the wrist, exposing a deep wound in which Danny could see tendons and bone. Danny had assumed it was a red handkerchief protruding from the sleeve, but the fabric had originally been white. Topper let the limb fall back and rose to his full height, towering up past Danny like an oak tree. Ernie spoke first.
"See?"
Topper sighed, and the anger seemed to seep out of him. He wasn't done grieving, same as everybody else. "He got bit back in Palmdale, where we came from," Topper said. "We rode this far, but he couldn't go on. He lost too much blood. He said it was taking hold of him." Amy knelt by the body now, shining a flashlight on the dead man's face.
"Did he show any symptoms? This would be a good thing to know."
"Not now, Amy," Danny said. But Topper hadn't heard. He went on, lost in his thoughts. "He wouldn't have got bit at all except he went to his ex-wife's place to see if she was all right, and she wasn't. I don't know why he took care of her. She never did shit for him. But I guess you could say she took care of him after all, in a way."
"She sure did,"
Ernie said, shivering all over like a dog.
"So old Mike," Topper continued, "he had that piece on him, and he told us to get some beer from somewhere as a goodbye present. We turn our backs, he shot himself in the head. Sure, we shot the other two. They was already dead and looking for munchies. But Mike, he went and shot himself."
Ted pushed to the front of the onlookers. He spoke too loudly, probably trying to get his stolen thunder back. He'd been forgotten in all the excitement, and this was supposed to be his scene.
"He did the right thing, man," he said.
Danny held out her hand to Topper, who was still glaring down at her. Topper extended his own cuffed hands, and Danny opened the bracelets with her key. She now knew what she wanted to say, how to respond to Ted's argument that the laws were gone. "Ted here asked an important question. Until we get our country back, how can we have laws? No judge, no jury. And I'm not the executioner, whatever you people think. Let me make this simple. A few days ago, this was a country with laws. Until we get that back, all we have is rules. My rules. You don't like my rules? It's a long way to run from here. Am I clear?" Nobody spoke. Topper folded his thick, tattooed arms. Danny could see the globe and fouled anchor drawn on there among the other, mostly lewd designs. She stuck her hand out at him. "Lance Corporal Danny Adelman, 3 tours in Iraq." Topper's surprise was almost comical. From the corner of her eye, Danny could see Ernie's glasses reflecting the lights as he looked back and forth between them, the enormous man looming over the small woman with the scorched hair. There was a long silence, broken only by the buzzing of insects around the lights. "Semper Fi," Topper said, and shook Danny's hand. Her hand hurt like hell, but she felt as much relief in that moment as she had driving out of Forest Peak. Wolf stepped up. "Where did you do your time?" he asked Topper. "Gulf War. Nam, 65 through 69. Spent the summer of love killing zipperheads, God love 'em." Wolf shook Topper's hand as well. Then a petulant voice came out of the darkness in the street. It was Patrick, unimpressed. "Okay, oorah, everybody. We have the first in and the last out. Can we get on with our lives now?" They slept on the rooftop of the grocery store. An old aluminum ladder provided access, and one of the survivors had dragged a charcoal barbecue up so they had light from the burning twigs heaped on the grill. The survivors had sorted themselves into vague groups, people having formed fragile alliances of one kind and another during the stressful but boring drive up the desert roads. Danny sat up, her back against a vent pipe that jutted up through the roof. Amy was sleeping next to her, mumbling occasionally. She had her filthy doctor's coat wrapped around her like a blanket. Patrick was next to Amy, lying on cushions from one of the RV's deck chairs. The girl was sleeping under a pile of curtains with her little brother in her arms, with Maria snoring on the other side of him. The girl's name was Michelle, Danny had finally learned. She was talking a little before they dozed off, which had to be a good sign. Danny remembered seeing their mother as one of the undead, empty-eyed, mouth open, before the hunger set in. She had a perm, as Danny recalled, and her dress was soiled. Unless she was one of the things caught in the fire, she would remain like that until she rotted away. Danny hoped neither of the kids was thinking that far ahead. That prick Ted was sprawled across the roof nearest where they had pulled the ladder up, probably so he could book out of there at the first sign of trouble. Various people were lying in between, under all manner of blankets, tarpaulins, and tablecloths. There was a young mother, a pretty woman with a small baby that never cried. Danny hoped the baby was all right. She should have Amy check it out in the morning. An undead infant wasn't something Danny wanted around. There were a couple of college-age kids, too, boy and girl, who looked like they had been very well cared for before all this happened. His name was Matt, or Mark, or something like that. Danny hadn't heard what she was called. They were not so much younger than Danny, but they were kids to her, untried by life, untempered in the hot forge of violence. There weren't many intact couples, Danny observed. Most people lost the person right next to them, somehow, and now they were all alone together. She was lucky to have Amy. What a stupid thing to do, coming back for Danny the way Amy had. Danny silently toasted Amy's dumb courage, then took another pull on the hip flask she'd appropriated from behind the counter of the store. She chased the whiskey with a swig of beer from a warm can. Why wasn't she asleep? She'd been struggling not to fall asleep at the wheel all afternoon, going in and out of a trance that had her eyeballs spinning and her eyelids dragging down as if weighted. Now she was alert, though exhausted. Topper and Wolf and the weasel man Ernie were sleeping on top of the motorhome. Or rather, the bikers were sleeping. Danny suspected the old derelict was probably as awake as she was, although lying down with the Winchester rifle cradled against his cheek. Troy was inside the motorhome, the only person in the group who was close to the ground, but he had agreed to stay there in case something happened. If there was a situation, the driver of the huge machine should be able to take the wheel within moments. Anyway, he was safe enough, fairly high off the ground and surrounded by metal. There was no moon, but this far from mankind, or the remains of mankind, the voice reminded Danny, there wasn't any light clouding the sky, or smog, or smoke. The stars made it down to the horizon, only blurring to the south, where, presumably, Los Angeles still burned. The gunshot had come from the left. Danny took her eyes off the woman in black, the woman with an explosive device in her hands. In the farmhouse, at the front window, Danny saw the sand-scoured muzzle of an automatic weapon. She fired 2 rounds from the shotgun without an instant's thought, and the rifle jerked back into the house. Danny whipped the shotgun around at the woman, only to see her falling. The black robes, the veil, were of much lighter weight stuff than they appeared. They caught the thick, hot air as the woman fell, billowing up around her. The satchel mine tumbled from her fingers. An instant later, a tank gun banged, and the farmhouse seemed to jump 3 feet sideways. Dust and smoke billowed out of the window in which Danny had seen the gun. Danny awoke when she heard a squeaking sound. It was very late. She hadn't known she was falling asleep. She looked around and saw the ladder had been lowered over the side of the building. She moved carefully to the parapet and looked down. Below, in the street, Ted and a couple of others were rolling a car away from the store. Danny knew it was Ted because he wasn't on the roof anymore. Another person joined them down there, having completed the trip down the ladder. Danny looked over and saw Wolf was also awake, watching. He saw her looking at him and made an open hands gesture. Now what? Danny gave a dismissive flip of the wrist and settled back to watch the escapees roll the car away. They started it up outside town, but didn't put the lights on until they were well down the road. Danny supposed Ted was laughing at her, exhilarated to have outwitted such a formidable opponent as herself. When he was dying beneath the throat-shredding jaws of a ravenous corpse, maybe he would remember her, Danny thought sourly. She didn't feel like she was going to get back to sleep. Wolf was now sitting and smoking over there atop the RV. She hadn't known he was a smoker. She opened her shirt pocket and took out Kelly's note, threw some twigs on the barbecue. Then she hunkered down in the dim, red firelight and read her sister's words. And when she was done reading them through for the second time, she wept silent and bitter tears until dawn. 4. It was time to get their shit wired down tight. The following morning brought another bright, cloudless day. 3 zombies were wandering the street at first light. Danny noticed Wolf waited for a while, probably so the people on the roof could catch a little more sleep before he shot the zombies down. Several people didn't wake up even then. Ted, Gluck, and the guy with the goatee had fled in the night, and a couple of others that Danny could only vaguely picture. She'd been too busy so far to become familiar with all of the faces around her, but she knew they'd be well known within a day or two, and now there weren't so many of them. The unexpected thing was that they hadn't picked up any stragglers while they were leaving the mountains of home. Danny had expected roads lined with hitchhikers and lost vehicles, but their way had been mostly deserted. If this was Kelly's route, it was a brilliant choice. Nobody knew it existed. They could make good progress on the journey ahead. Before they pulled out, Danny arranged a foraging party with orders to take only what they needed and only part of what they found. She got everybody doing something, and she knew the reason she was keeping them busy, to keep herself busy, to take her mind off Kelly's note, which had slashed her soul open to the bone. There was a whirling trail of dust behind the Interceptor as it raced up the road out of Agua Rojo. Up ahead on the main road, the RV was parked, less than a mile distant, with its tail of smaller vehicles strung out along the shoulder. Agua Rojo was a fair-sized town, and Danny had told everyone to stay put while she scouted for survivors. She didn't mention she was also looking for a red vintage Mustang. She'd seen a Mustang there, but it was the wrong color. There had been hundreds of bodies lying in the street when she arrived. Danny assumed they were ordinary corpses. Danny looked back and saw the first of the zombies reach the pavement behind her, crawling out of their hiding places along the road. It would take them 10 minutes to get within range of the survivors. Danny raced up to the intersection where several of her companions were standing around in a knot. She threw on the brakes and the Interceptor rose up on its shocks. There was a zombie on the ground right beside the RV, with a fantail of black brains a few feet away. It must have been Wolf who shot it, based on the direction of the spatter. The grimy rifleman was at his post on the roof of the motorhome, shading his eyes to look down the road Danny had come up. He raised the rifle and sighted down the scope, and whistled. "You sure as fuck got some attention, Sheriff," he hollered. Danny ignored him, sprinting from the Interceptor to where Michelle lay on the ground, sobbing and gripping her elbow, blue hair hiding her face. Amy was bent over the girl, and Jimmy James was kneeling beside her, clutching his sister. There was a collection of frightened faces in each of the motorhome's windows, looking down. "Danny," Amy said coolly, "glad you could make it. Some zombies showed up while you were doing your thing." "We need to get out of here. Did she get bit?" "No, she fell on a rock, but it was this close, Danny." Amy snapped her fingers under Danny's nose. Topper came storming around the RV, a claw hammer in his fist. "I found another one back over there and busted its head," he said. "Hey, look who's fucking back." "We can talk later," Danny said. "There's a swarm coming." "Wolf caught that one coming up out of the ditch," Topper continued, ignoring the urgency in Danny's voice. "It came after the blue kid there when she was trying to take a piss in the bushes." "But don't leave us hanging again," Amy said, her voice low, "no matter how good you think your reason is." So Amy hadn't told the others about Kelly. Thank God for that. It gave Danny the boost she needed to get back into leadership mode. "We need to get out of this area," Danny said. "A lot of them coming up the road, but here's what happened. Those things, those zombies, they go dormant. You follow me? They go to sleep and wait. They just lie there until something comes along, and then they get up and move, okay? So no dead body is a dead body until there's a big goddamn hole in its head, do you understand? When I drove into town, they were all dead bodies. When I drove out, it looked like a goddamn Halloween party. Hundreds of them." She looked around at the faces inside and outside the vehicles, taking everybody in. They needed to absorb this lesson or people were going to die. Wolf called down from above. "They're coming closer, Sheriff." Danny ignored him. They had another couple of minutes. Amy had Michelle on her feet. Patrick emerged from the motorhome and guided the girl toward the steps. Her brother offered his shoulder to lean on. Between the bruises on her knees and the one she would soon have on her elbow, Michelle's hair wasn't her only blue feature anymore. Danny pointed at the headshot zombie lying between her and the interceptor. "They could be anywhere, so here's the deal. The time of being private is over. I don't care if you need to take a 10-pound crap, you bring somebody with you. From now on, nobody goes anywhere alone." "Except you," Topper noted. "You get to do whatever you want." Danny got up close to him, fuming with annoyance. She needed everybody to get with the program, not change the subject. She had been scrupulous about avoiding any mention of Kelly until now, but Topper's accusation had lit her fuse. She simply forgot herself. "I'm looking for my fucking sister," she shouted, and instantly regretted it. Topper's pockmarked face registered surprise, then anger. He swung around and punched the side of the motorhome with enough force to dimple the sheet metal, but he spoke carefully, without raising his voice. "Damn it, Sheriff, we all lost somebody. You want rules? Here's one for you. None of this vigilante crap. We're all in this together." He paused and looked up at the faces in the windows, the faces waiting to get the hell out of there. They could all see the swarm of zombies coming up the road now. People were pointing. Topper wasn't finished. This country was built on the vote. Let's have a vote. Amy walked over to Topper. She raised her hand. "I vote we go straight to the nearest military base. They can't shoot us. We're Americans." Danny was boiling with shame and anger and defiance all at once. They didn't need a vote. She'd lost herself, so she'd lost control of the situation. They knew she had other plans. There was nothing for it. She would have to pretend she'd seen the light. Maria shoved open one of the windows at the front of the motorhome and pointed down the road at the horde of slow figures shambling toward them. "Can we go now?" she asked. They went. 5. The solid black smoke rose half a mile straight up into the afternoon sky, then blurred as if smudged by the stroke of a giant's thumb. It had taken Danny, Wolf, and Topper the better part of an hour to reach their vantage point above the base, high up on a mountain ridge. It took them less than 10 seconds to realize there wasn't any refuge in Fort Irwin. "It's on fire," Danny said to the crowd gathered around her. "Our safe place is on fire?" Patrick said. "Burning like love," Wolf said, and spat on the ground. Topper was the last one down the hill. "The ammo dump went up while we were watching," he said. "Big old bang that made." "Maybe a bunch of army guys will come to put it out," Amy said hopefully. Something clicked in Danny's mind. She had an idea, but she needed a name. Danny rubbed her temples with both hands and felt hunks of brittle hair snap off. It was dawning on her that she'd been going about this all wrong. She was desperate to find that Mustang, because if she found the car, she might find Kelly. Might find her. like she might find a giant gorilla at the local Walmart. But she'd been dragging along this heavy tale of malcontents and feebles, dealing with their getting upset if she walked away for 10 minutes. The whole process had become so unwieldy that Kelly could be halfway across the country by now, and Danny hadn't made it to the Nevada border. Kelly's welfare was the dominant theme of Danny's waking hours, driving her crazier than she'd been before. Danny felt the bitter rebuke of that farewell note every time her sister's name came into her head, but there were little clues. Kelly wrote that she might decide to go to college, for example. Kelly was highly predictable in Danny's experience, and not adventurous. She hadn't been many places. It didn't sound like Kelly planned to go anywhere new, just somewhere away. That narrowed the field to half a dozen places, and the only big college town she'd ever seen outside the Los Angeles area was San Francisco. How much pain was inside that girl that Danny hadn't seen? Danny had been so wrapped up in her own crap that she failed in the single most important task of her life. Now Kelly was out there, maybe alive, maybe reanimated, maybe bloating in the sun, tangled up in one of those wrecks down on the 15. What Danny needed to do was get these people to a safe place, as they had wanted all along. They were absolutely right. She needed to find a refuge like they wanted, with showers and beds and great big fences around it. And then she would have some options. "Amy, do you remember that helicopter demonstration?" Danny had changed the subject so fast, Amy was taken up short. "What?" "Before I went to Iraq, they brought that heavy lifter up over the mountains to demonstrate firefighting techniques." "Yeah, and?" "Remember where the chopper came from?" "The sky? I don't know." The name was flickering in the corner of her mind. She needed to check her map, but there was a real chance they could find refuge before nightfall. Danny pictured the massive helicopter with its belly full of red firefighting dust, the white lettering on its tail, the insignia on the side, the name of its home base lettered across the cockpit door. She saw it in her memory. Boscombe Field. Danny rode alone again, her thoughts turning in gloomy circles around her mind. She had already been forced to refill her flask from the bottle concealed in the trunk of the Interceptor. You couldn't get a proper buzz on in this kind of air. It wasn't the heat, it was the dryness. They were traveling on the old 379 now, a short leg that took them into the heart of the baddest badlands in a bad countryside. Then it showed a little pity and returned to the shadow of a spine of mountains in the Panamint Range that eventually led to Telescope Peak, the highest point in Death Valley. The mountain was already visible in the distance, jutting up 11,000 feet above their present location. The convoy rolled past several accident scenes, a tractor-trailer overturned against some rocks. A motorcycle with rider tumbled in a strew of chrome fragments around a curve. The rider's head was missing. Topper and Ernie stopped to see if it was anybody they knew. In a place less than 2 miles from their destination, between two sandstone steeps where the intensity of the reflected sunlight was so bright it wrung the eyes, there was a highway patrol car. It was a Chevy Impala, a 9C1 police package model Danny had never had the opportunity to drive. It was parked on the shoulder with its driver's side door open. There was a green Buick Century a dozen yards in front of it. The Buick's front door was also open, and its hood was up. Danny slowed to a crawl. The patrol car was empty. She radioed back for the motorhome to stop for a minute while she checked the scene. A coyote slunk away through the boulders. She had started seeing them everywhere. Danny climbed out, shotgun in hand, and walked down the center of the road. Staying in the middle of the paved surface was a habit formed in Iraq, because improvised explosive devices were usually buried under the shoulders. But it was also an effective way to keep plenty of space between her and anything lurking among the rocks on either side. She found herself instinctually glancing at the ridgelines above her, looking for snipers, which was absurd. She was going to have to change her habits. Charlie don't surf. Zombies don't shoot. There was something huddled at the front of the Buick. Danny walked around the vehicle, giving it plenty of room. There was a cell phone lying on the ground, and beside it, turned upside down, a dusty campaign hat, similar to the one Danny had lost. Hunched over the radiator was the highway patrolman. His body was swollen, already decaying. The back of his head had been smashed in with a rock. The rock still lay inside the engine compartment, lodged between the firewall and the plastic engine cover. There was blood spatter on the underside of the hood of the car. But whoever had killed this man hadn't taken his vehicle, which was strange. What was the motive? Danny was at once enraged to discover such a vicious crime, and analyzing the circumstances for clues. She wanted to smash the perpetrator's head with the same rock. She also wanted to know why it had happened at all. She looked inside the Buick and had part of the answer. There was a zombie in the back seat, lying on its back and staring at her. The thing had been hog-tied. It was still active, but appeared to be in an advanced state of decay, considering it couldn't have been dead more than 3 or 4 days. Then Danny saw it was the corpse of an old woman with tangled silver-gray hair and skinny, wrinkled limbs. It couldn't turn its glazed eyes to follow her, rather it turned its entire head. And when Danny walked out of view toward the back of the vehicle, the zombie struggled into a sitting position and watched her through the rear window, its chin pressed against the seat back. Danny heard scraping footsteps. Down the road, coming around the corner past a furrowed jut of stone, was an undead adult male. One of its hands had been wrapped with strips of cloth. The bandaging had been done while the thing was still alive, because the cloth was stained with red blood, not black. There were big oily stains in the crotch of its khakis and under the arms. Now Danny thought she knew what had happened. This man had been bitten by the old woman in the back seat. He'd tied her up and was driving down the road when the Buick broke down. The cell phone suggested he had called the police while the system still worked, or maybe he never got through and the cop rolled by serendipitously. For some reason he got paranoid, or the patrolman said something he didn't like. Danny thought the old woman was probably the subject, and the man smashed the officer's head while he was looking at the engine. But the man died of the infection before he could switch vehicles. Danny was angry. She was in a state of near-permanent hangover. Her skin was blistered and sore, and she stank, and she hated this whole nightmare situation. The zombie shuffled toward her. The motorhome was around a bend, nobody watching. Danny considered the shotgun, but picked up the fatal rock instead. She took a chance getting close. The zombie was secreting foul-smelling fluid from its armpits, crotch, and mouth, as if the heat was causing it to dissolve. Its eyes were nearly opaque, but the thing knew right where she was, mouth yawning open. Could it taste her? Smell her? Whatever. Danny crushed its temple with a single hard swing of the rock, and when the thing collapsed, she threw the rock at its head with both hands. She thought of her deputies, dead because she had needed them, and she wished there was some kind of built-in justice in the world. But there wasn't. You had to make it yourself, and it was easy to get wrong. Then Danny walked back to the Buick, picked up the slain officer's hat, slipped the Beretta out of the holster on his belt, and went back to the Interceptor. She saluted the dead with her hip flask and took a long, burning pull of the liquor. Then she swallowed a mouthful of stale, bottled water, radioed the all-clear to the rest of the convoy, and moved on. The convoy rolled to a stop at the gates of Boscombe Field. The sun was going down. They had left the 137 behind for an even smaller road called Ore Creek Highway. It ran in a series of straight runs joined by long curves, the old wagon route, along the edge of Death Valley. They were now at least 100 feet below sea level. Dim crags, almost 2 billion years old, imprisoned a lunar plain of jagged rock and sand. Rumpled yellow hills rose out of the dust at long intervals. The landscape was inhuman, ancient. It seemed too harsh to support life, yet there were Joshua trees and golden grass and gnarled creosote bushes, tough survivors half buried in the grit. Ore Creek Highway ran through a series of old flat-bottomed river washes, shaped like branched lightning on the map. It was surrounded by tan sandstone hills, worn down until they resembled the biting surfaces of immense back teeth. Beyond the hills were low mountains, lacquered with rust, and beyond those were the distant blue crags. The road was in poor repair, having long been relegated to supporting the scant local traffic of prospectors, eccentrics, and park rangers, for whom potholes and cracks were a negligible inconvenience. But Danny's map had included the thing she was looking for, Boscombe Field, represented by a tiny airplane silhouette, right at the edge of the valley in a place called Shoshone Springs. There was no town, only the airfield. The nearest settlements of any size were Lone Pine to the west and Pahrump to the east. There were a few tiny towns along the 190 that ran straight through Death Valley, but their populations were minuscule, and Danny didn't think zombies could walk that far in the Death Valley heat. Unless a lot of other people had thought of hiding out at Boscombe Field, it would be an ideal refuge in which to spend a couple of weeks, waiting to see what happened out in the world. Danny rolled up first, according to the system they had agreed upon, with the rest of the vehicles idling a quarter of a mile down the road. She was wearing the dead officer's hat and sidearm when she stepped out of the car. The airfield was laid out in the middle of a long, shallow slope of gravel that extended for another half-mile before abruptly jutting up into fang-topped cliffs of dark dolomite. The entire installation was surrounded by a 12-foot chain-link fence topped with accordion wire. It looked to be a couple of square miles in area. The entire near end of the place was paved, and there was a single paved runway jutting across the dirt beyond. Several helipads were painted on the tarmac at the near end, upon one of which squatted the big red Sikorsky S-61 Sea King helicopter Danny remembered. Its 5 drooping rotor blades made it look as if the machine was asleep. Behind the helicopter, 2 large sheet metal hangars dominated the field. A Cessna high-wing spotting plane was parked in front of the far hangar, and there were a couple of civilian aircraft visible behind the enormous building. 5 large metal tanks were ranged along the fence at the back of the hangars. There was a low control tower on the opposite side of the runway. Not far from the main gates, along the same axis as the runway, was a terminal building, according to the routed wood sign above the door. This was a low ranch-style structure with big, broad windows and a 2-story addition at one end. Assorted sheds and outbuildings completed the infrastructure. Danny knew there would be generators and a machine shop. Because the Death Valley Fire Suppression Arsenal was based here, there might also be emergency medical facilities. And there were probably showers. Nobody was there. After a few attempts to raise someone on the radio and another with the interceptor's loudspeaker, Danny used the regulation bolt cutters to lop through the chain that bound the gates shut. Then she drove through the gates over a cast-iron cattle guard into the parking area in front of the terminal. There were no crows in the sky, but a couple of hawks circled a mile away at a tremendous height. Danny had seen no zombies and no sign of traffic on the road. This remote corner of the world appeared to be deserted. She drove around the outsides of all the major structures at Boscombe Field, then up and down the runway, watching the surrounding landscape for the undead. Over the last couple of days they'd seen them occasionally, away in the distance, little apostrophes punctuating the empty desert. How they got where they were, and where they were going, it was impossible to guess. Danny knew that for every standing zombie she saw, there could be 10 more lying prone out of sight. She saw none here at the airfield, so she reported back by radio, "Come in, white whale and minnows. There may be a few zombies, but I haven't seen them yet. Shut the gates behind you. This place could be sterile, and if it is, we're going to keep it that way." There was a collection of vehicles parked in the foremost hangar near the gates. In the front rank there was a small tanker truck for spraying firefighting chemicals, and a pushback tractor with wheels as tall as its body. Behind those was a light-duty pickup, an older sedan, a couple of golf carts, and a portable generator. In the back, hidden under a tarpaulin, was an immaculate 1957 Thunderbird with the original star-mist blue paint. Wolf emerged from the second hangar and gave the all-clear. At the same moment, Topper got the generator going inside a big shed between the 2 hangars. Danny stepped out of the control tower building across the asphalt yard and raised her thumb in the air.
They had already cleared the terminal building, and most of the survivors were inside it. Patrick hadn't yet joined the party. He was once again cleaning out the white whale. "Topper, let's do the perimeter together," Danny called. Topper sketched a salute and headed for the fence that surrounded the airfield. He took a position opposite Danny, with Ernie following after him. Wolf shambled toward the RV, one hand thrust down the back of his evil pants, scratching. Danny started walking down the fence, Topper keeping pace on the far side. All members of the search team were equipped with short-range walkie-talkies that Troy had found inside the first hangar, neatly pegged onto a charging rack over a workbench. The paved runway surface was about 3,000 feet long, and before they'd gone a quarter of that distance, Danny could feel the sun eating into her skin through the rips in her shirt. She was glad for the hat. They all needed new clothes, except maybe Wolf. For him, 4 or 5 days in the same underwear was just the beginning. If he wore underwear, Danny reflected. The desert beyond the fence wobbled in the heat, the horizon lost in a salty haze. Danny could see a mirage of glittering water out there on the flat desert floor. "I got a couple here, Sheriff," Topper said over the walkie-talkie, about halfway down the runway. "I'll drop 'em." "No," Danny replied. "Wait for me." She trotted across the tarmac to where Ernie and Topper were leaning against the wire, watching a pair of the undead lurch toward them over the margin of crushed gravel rip-rap around the fence. Topper had his dead friend Mike's automatic in his hand, but he refrained from the coup de grace according to Danny's wishes. Both bikers seemed to respect her commands, Danny was glad to observe. She'd been on her best behavior since Agua Rojo, and between that and taking most of the dangerous jobs herself, she seemed to have gotten everybody to trust her again. Danny hooked her fingers through the fence and looked at the undead. One was a small Hispanic girl in a pink princess dress. She was missing her right arm at the shoulder, except for an elbow-length flap of skin that hung down her side. The other one was a portly adult male in boxer shorts and a wife-beater t-shirt. His bare feet were in tatters. How the zombies got here, Danny could not imagine. Maybe they rolled off one of those trucks full of corpses. Maybe the things had walked all the way over the mountains. Maybe... Danny couldn't come up with anything. She looked at the little girl. She was wearing scuffed black patent leather shoes with straps across the instep. Kelly had always wanted a pair of those when she was small, but had to make do with no-name running shoes from Walmart instead. "Let's take 'em down," Topper said. He was obviously unnerved by the walking corpse of the child. "No," Danny said. "Is this one of your rules, or is it a law?" Topper said, turning to face Danny. Maybe her hold on them wasn't as strong as she thought. "Let's watch them. We can see if they have any problem-solving ability, and they'll show us any gaps in the perimeter." Ernie nodded vigorously. "She's good, Topper. You should ask her out," he said. Topper handed Ernie the gun. "You keep watch, Cochise." Despite its name, the terminal building wasn't so much a way station as a bunkhouse, loosely modeled after the live-in facilities of a fire station. There was a communal kitchen, a dining hall, and a recreation room, both leading off a broad foyer at the front door. There were large bathrooms with multiple stall showers and wall-length mirrors over counters inset with half a dozen sinks. One was marked Aviators and the other Aviatrixes. The male facilities were twice the capacity of the female ones, reflecting the demographics of the relatively male world of aviation. In the upstairs addition was a long dormitory with 3 small private rooms, each with 2 single beds, and communal sleeping quarters with bunks for another 20 people, divided into male and female rooms. This arrangement was usually altogether empty, but during an outbreak of wildfires the entire place would be crammed with pilots, firefighters, and ground crew. Between the canned goods, the showers, and the commercial washing machine, the survivors felt like they'd landed in heaven. Danny was no longer the crazy hard-ass cop. She was their savior. 6. Amy took the second-to-last shower.
Among the women, only Danny had yet to bathe. It was the 4th night of the disaster, the 5th night since Kelly ran away, and they had, at last, found a scrap of normalcy in the mad universe. The hot water seemed to be inexhaustible, and there was a gallon jug of cheap strawberry-scented shampoo. The lights were on, there was a 1,000-gallon tank of diesel feeding the generator, and everybody had feasted on boiled rice, Vienna sausages from jars, and succotash from a huge tin that reminded Danny of the spilled jalapenos on the floor of the wooden spoon, and therefore of scorched human flesh. She had skipped the meal on the pretext of checking the perimeter one more time, but the rest of them were fed and clean and feeling a little more secure on the safe side of a 12-foot fence. The 2 zombies, the man and the girl, had wandered listlessly along the wire for a couple of hours, but showed no intelligence at all. They clutched at the fence mesh and hung their mouths open and moaned periodically, staring at the lights that burned in the buildings, but they didn't have the wits to creep toward the gate or climb over or dig under the fence. Danny was also keeping herself scarce because she didn't want to listen to the compliments and enthusiasms of her motley band of survivors. Some of them, like Michelle and her brother Jimmy James, remained subdued, their grief still fresh. The college-age couple, Martin and the girl, whose name Danny was not surprised to find was Pfeiffer, were also sad and kept mostly to themselves, sitting on the brown naugahyde couch in the rec room with their backs to 4 shelves full of National Geographic and aviation magazines. At last, however, most of them were upstairs or in the rec room, and Danny was able to slip unobserved into the aviatrix's room, where Amy was luxuriating under an old-fashioned sunflower showerhead. Danny pulled off her boots and unbuttoned her shirt, but she didn't want to stand around naked in front of the big mirror on the wall over the sinks. She wanted to get straight into the shower. "Hey, Amy," she said. Amy jumped, spun around, and wiped the suds out of her eyes. "Don't scare me. I have this fear thing." "Sorry," Danny said. She contemplatively picked a couple of chunks of fried hair off her head. She glanced sidelong at the mirror and saw what the others saw. She was an apparition, covered in dirty, peeling skin, the flesh red and raw underneath. Lips like fried bacon. No eyebrows, no eyelashes, her hair a mass of rusty gristle, burned to stubble in front. Her ragged uniform was so filthy it looked like camouflage cloth. "What?" Amy said. "You read Kelly's note, right?" Amy rinsed the shampoo out of her hair, bent double so the water ran her hair to a point that hung from her forehead. She didn't answer right away. Danny figured she was trying to second-guess which one of the 500 points addressed in the note Danny wanted to discuss. "Yeah?" Amy said, drawing the middle of the word out into a question. "Are you really into women?" Danny asked. "Not if they smell like you," Amy said. In the end, Danny had to shower with the water almost entirely cold. Her skin was so thoroughly burned, scraped, cut, and bruised that the hot water felt like boiling pickle juice. Still, she stayed under the cool spray for a long time, allowing the dead skin to soak off and gently working out the worst of the burnt parts of her hair. Then she put on the clothes Amy had gathered for her, an extra-large T-shirt that went to her knees, and a pair of disposable Tyvek painter's pants from one of the hangers. Stinging all over, but much refreshed, Danny allowed Amy to lead her to the motorhome, inside which Patrick intended to stay the night now that it was safely behind a fence. It was around 10 p.m., with a deep black sky frosted with stars overhead. A man named Simon, an accountant by trade, was taking first watch up in the control tower. Beyond the gates, Danny's interceptor was parked facing down the long slope of Boscombe Field Road. She had decided to leave it out there, she explained to the others, to serve as an indication that someone was in residence at the airfield. Depending on the motives of such travelers as might happen by, it would serve as a welcome or a warning. The zombies wouldn't care. "Look at you," Patrick said, spreading his arms and smiling.
Danny was touched to realize he was genuinely pleased to see her. There were bags under his eyes, and his skin was chalky. But he'd put on a clean shirt from one of the hidden closets in the bedroom. There was music playing low and soft on the 7-channel sound system, and the interior of the White Whale was invitingly clean and orderly. Danny saw a small framed picture of Weaver on the wet bar. There was a narrow black ribbon draped across one corner of the frame. Patrick gave Danny a hug, rubbing her back. Then he held her at arm's length and looked straight into her eyes with a look of concern he'd perfected on television when revealing to hapless homeowners that they had made fatal decorating decisions. "Sheriff D, I have to ask you something embarrassing." "Okay," Danny said, thinking, this is the night for embarrassing questions. Amy was looking in the fridge of the galley kitchen. "What," Patrick asked, "did you do to your back?" Danny felt her face go hot and redder than ever. She looked around for help. Amy was scrupulously avoiding eye contact, head halfway into the fridge. "I got burned," Danny said, "in Iraq." Patrick nodded. "So that's why there's a running joke about you got wounded but you won't say where." "Yeah, they all know I broke my leg, but they don't know what else. When I say they, I mean back in Forest Peak." "Have you ever heard of La Mer? It's a skin cream." Patrick bustled off to the bathroom and emerged with a small jar. "This stuff is $120 an ounce. Great for scars, burns, the works." "Amy gave me this stuff called bag balm. It's like $5 a pound." Amy chimed in. "It's for cow udders, but it greases up the old scorcheroos on Danny, too. I don't think that mare stuff would last for more than a day. Show him, Danny, it's amazing." "Oh, no," Danny said. Patrick made a face and set the jar down in front of Danny, who was now sitting on one of the bar stools. Danny indicated the bottles locked in the cabinet behind the bar. "You got any Black Label?" "I can't believe it," he said, his eyes growing wet. "What?" "The only reason I have Black Label is Weaver liked it." "Peas in a pod," Danny said, thirsting for a drink. She watched Patrick fool around with glasses and ice cubes for what felt like a year and a half, but at last she had the drink in front of her, swizzle stick and paper napkin and everything, like in a real bar. Amy was sitting on the couch by now, head tipped back. Danny drank most of the scotch and then pretended to savor the rest. "So what brings you estimable ladies to my humble abode?" Patrick asked, fussing around. He was getting self-conscious, Danny saw. She hated that. She wanted to relax, and he was feeling awkward. "I'm looking to feel normal for a few minutes. You have a drink, too," Danny suggested. "These may be the last ice cubes on Earth." 2 hours later, the three of them were fairly well plastered. Troy Huppert lay on his bunk with an open window beside his head, listening to faint sounds of revelry coming from the RV. It was good to know that Danny Adelman was letting what was left of her hair down. They all needed her to take care of herself, and that included R&R. Troy liked her as a person. She'd been one of the first people to welcome him to Forest Peak and mean it. But Troy also needed Danny to keep herself alive and functional for another, more selfish reason. He was probably second in line to command the group if Danny was out of commission. Troy was a capable leader and an effective part of any team, but he never imposed his personality on a situation. That came from the inner-city upbringing. You could join the ever-escalating gangsta sweepstakes and walk with the most elaborate bop, wear the latest fashions, and live in a state of crippling self-consciousness at all times, or you could fade into the background and make your small plans to get out of town. Contrary to popular imagery, life in Watts wasn't, for most people, a battle with gangs, drugs, and the lure of easy money. There was such a battle, and it was waged right out in front of decent folks' homes, but most of them weren't involved in the party. Most of them were living 3 generations to a house, putting together an income 1 month at a time. The problem was jobs. If you wanted to work, you spent half your time finding it and the other half doing it. Troy had gotten out of town. Way out of town, until he was what his grandmother referred to as a Negro pioneer. He was living up in a remote, wild place where most people were white. He was trailblazing. It wasn't intentional. He'd never even heard of Forest Peak. He had been a trainee at the fire station 5 blocks from the house he grew up in. There was a notice on the bulletin board. Summer training program for wilderness firefighting. That was where the overtime was. Fighting blazes during the ever-worsening wildfire seasons deep in the mountains where rich idiots built mansions. He was in. 2 years later, he was still in and settled in Forest Peak. No mansions there, but every morning he woke up feeling free. Who gave a damn if he was the only brother in town? The other dudes at the firehouse knew he was cooler than them. They welcomed the change, and he knew somebody had helped make all that possible. The locals figured if they could have a lady sheriff, they could even have a colored fireman. But now it was only the lady sheriff between him and leadership in a time of unprecedented crisis. He didn't feel like he was ready for it. Amy the veterinarian was Danny's understudy, but she wasn't a leader. She was the sidekick type. Troy listened to the faraway laughter and wondered how many of them would be called to lead, regardless of their qualifications, as the boldest among them continued to die. Danny woke up suddenly from a dreamless sleep. The sun was slanting in through the windows. The air conditioning hummed in the ceiling. She was disoriented for a few seconds. Strange bed, strange room. Then she understood where she was. She'd passed out inside the motorhome. It was morning. She was still alive, so her schedule of watches must have been kept overnight. A surge of panic hit her, but she stayed still. If something was wrong, she would have heard about it. Boscombe Field was apparently still peaceful. Danny yawned and stretched, which hurt all over. Then she rolled over and saw, on the bedside console, the empty jar of La Mer cream. She stumbled down the short passage past the bathroom into the living area of the RV, the empty jar in her hand. Patrick was lying on the converted sofa bed, watching a movie on the big TV that flipped out of the bulkhead wall. The sound was almost inaudible. Danny ran her fingers through her hair and realized her scalp felt cool and her fingers were running through a downy layer of short fluff, not hair. "Good morning," Patrick said, as Danny ducked back into the bathroom for a look in the triple-view mirror. Someone had cut her hair to about 1/2 inch long, all over her head. Only in a few places was there any sign of the burning. "Did you cut my hair?" Danny asked. "Yes," Patrick said. "I had to wait till you passed out, though." "And what about this?" She emerged from the bathroom and held up the cream jar in what she hoped was an accusatory manner. "It's empty," Patrick said. The movie on the TV was in black and white, and Gregory Peck was in it. He was a submarine captain. Danny had no idea what movie it was. The only thing she'd seen Gregory Peck in was The Omen on television. Her father had let her stay up late to watch it. "Yes," said Danny, "I noticed that too. And I was wondering where all that cream went." "On you, of course. Your arms, your face, and your back." "So you've seen my back?" "And more. You have no secrets from me, Sheriff D." Danny's face turned red. She was blushing so hard her ears were hot. "Way to go. Have a blackout in front of people," the voice said. "And now he knows you're deformed." "I must have passed out." "It was your idea to put the cream on," Patrick said. "You ate some of it, if I remember right. But the haircut was my idea. I didn't want you shedding all over the bed." There was no judgment in his voice. He had no problem making eye contact. And if he felt any kind of revulsion for Danny's condition, he was hiding it extremely well, which Danny knew by now he was incapable of. So, incredibly, he must have had no problem with it. "It's disgusting," Danny said. "My back." "It's impressive," Patrick said. "I assume you got burned in the line of duty?" "Yeah," hid an IED, an improvised bomb, on the side of the road in Basra. Blew our M3 Bradley upside down with me in it. My buddy Harlan got thrown out, except for part of his brain that stayed with me. Fucking thing caught fire, so I crawled out and went after Harlan, and I didn't even know I was on fire until one of the other guys started throwing dirt on me." As she spoke, Danny felt an immense, almost physical weight lift inside her, like an iron plate that had been clamped down on some part of her mind. A sore, cramped mental limb was free again that had been bent double all this time. She had never told anybody outside the military exactly what had happened that day, not even Amy. Now, in a few words, it was out. She was trusting Patrick with things she didn't trust to herself, and she didn't know why. Along with the rush of freedom inside her came a rush of fear, like parachuting for the first time. "Don't tell anybody," she said, too quickly. It felt ridiculous to have said it, and she understood on some level that she was letting Patrick down, dishonoring him by doubting her own trust in him. "I mean, I know you won't, but I never—" Patrick raised a languid hand. "Lie down, I'm safe," he said, and patted the bed beside him. Danny took a chair by the bed. It was the best she could do. "What movie is that?" she said, desperate to change the subject. "On the Beach, Gregory Peck, Ava Gardner, and Fred Astaire. And Anthony Perkins, 1 year before Psycho, with the worst Australian accent you ever heard. It's about the end of the world, this cloud of radiation that circles the planet and kills everybody except in Australia, where they have a few extra months. And it's what they do with their time until the cloud comes." "No shit. How can you watch that?" "Under the circumstances? I'm looking for ideas. Did you ever see The Day the World Ended? That was awesome. I saw it when I was 6. It scared the hell out of me. Also black and white," Danny concluded lamely. "Starring who?" "It has a 3-eyed mutant with extra arms." "I see. We also have Night of the Living Dead here. Weaver's choice, not mine. Maybe we should watch it to see if there are any pointers we could use." "Weird how much this situation—" Danny trailed off, thoughtful. That was something that mystified her. The real plague was so similar to the made-up one in the old movies. Not in every way, of course. But the idea that it bore any similarity was weird. How could the dead get up again? That was strange enough. But the dead eating the living? It was as if God was having a laugh at mankind's expense, or the other way around. The theory had been forming in Danny's head that this disease must be engineered somehow. She didn't go in much for theories that lacked practical applications, but the more you knew your enemy, the more you knew how to win. "You know how they figured out how to splice genes to order?" Danny said. Patrick's eyebrows went up. "Apropos of what?" "What's apropos?" "I mean, where did that come from?" "Zombies. Real zombies. We're talking about old movies, and I'm wondering if maybe the Iranians or North Korea or somebody has a disease factory set up and made this thing to order. Especially North Korea. I hear their guy, Kim Jing-ding or whatever his name is, he's a big movie buff. Maybe they chopped up some DNA and sewed it back together for him. A little of this, a little of that, right? And made a zombie disease." Patrick shook his head. "Jesus, I don't know. I'm still trying to get my head around everything that's happened, and you're doing detective work to figure out who done it." Danny stood up and ran her fingers over her short-cropped head again. Patrick was right. No point speculating on the big picture. She was thinking way ahead of where they needed to be. "I gotta go see if my uniform is dry yet," she said. "How does it feel?" Patrick asked as Danny reached for the door handle. She paused. "I guess I'm glad I told you." "I mean, how does your back feel? We rubbed $200 on it last night." In the end, it came down to this. Once the supplies were counted and the rate of burn estimated, they could last a month without ever setting foot outside the airfield fence, if they lived modestly. Food was the shortest supply, but foraging parties could probably reach out into the sparse communities around Boscombe Field and put together enough sustenance for another few weeks, after which they would have to venture into the big cities. A long-distance supply run would have been the perfect excuse for Danny to leave the airfield for a few days, but nobody liked the idea. Ultimately, Danny didn't argue the point. They could wait until the supplies were low, then make the foraging run. It was all the same to Danny. She was leaving either way. Seven. There was a narrow slice of moon hung low in the starry sky. The night was hot, but a little breeze was blowing down off the mountains, and it might be quite chilly by morning. The Milky Way arched up through the velvet darkness, a bridge of stars halfway to infinity, and the world below was bathed in darkness and quiet. A hermit come down from the mountains would not have known there was anything amiss. Boscombe Field showed a couple of cheerful lights in windows, the generator rumbled in its shed, and except for the evening watch patrolling the perimeter fence, it was a scene of reassuring order and calm. Danny didn't like it. She wasn't the only one. On her patrol around the airfield, Danny found Wolf sitting in the depths of a hangar doorway. He was staring out into the darkness beyond the perimeter. Danny studied his profile. His skin was so wrinkled, each line as sharply defined as a razor cut, that he almost appeared to have been shattered and reassembled by someone unhandy. His bent purple nose and the wilderness of yellowed whiskers beneath it caught the overhead light and seemed to glow on their own. Danny wanted to thank Wolf for saving her life and Amy's, but she knew he'd shrug it off with a curse. He liked shooting the undead, that was all. She saw that he had a way of moving his lips as if speaking, even when he was not. She wondered if there was a voice in there, below the surface, making his lips move. She wondered if she moved her own lips when the voice was speaking inside her own head. Then Wolf spoke aloud, surprising Danny. "You having trouble sleeping, Sheriff? Nightmares?" "None of your business." "I been there. Come back after 3 years in combat, nobody gets what you've been through, so you shut them out. Can't keep a relationship going. Sent that man of yours packing, right? Don't let anybody too close. Feelings are dangerous. You even kept your little sister at arm's length." Danny didn't like this line of reasoning at all. This old bag of shit wasn't allowed to mention Kelly. We were talking about you, not me. I'm talking about both of us. Can't trust people, don't like surprises. Always got one eye on the tree line looking for VC or the Mujahideen or whoever it is. Other eye still seeing what you went through back there. Ain't no way to live. If I want a shrink, Danny said with great dignity, I'll find one that lives indoors, okay? Wolf spat on the ground and turned to confront Danny, and now the light caught only half of his face, like a close-up picture of a quarter moon, with the rims of craters and mountains lit up on one side and darkness on the other. His one illuminated, bloodshot eye glistened in its nest of ravaged skin. Every day it gets a little worse, he said, and spittle flecked his beard. Right now you can bury yourself in the job. Folks think you're a hard-working little girl. But 10 years from now, if you're still around, the ghosts will still be crawling up on you, the enemy coming to kill you in the dark, and you'll be drowning the sons of bitches in alcohol, just so's you can get out of bed. And one day you won't even go to bed. Then we can talk about me. You're not telling me anything I don't know, Danny retorted. Post-traumatic stress disorder. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I can handle it. Not everybody that goes through combat ends up a fucking derelict like you. Wolf wasn't listening. He was looking out into the darkness again, combing his beard with his fingers. Every night your buddies die in the mud again, and you kill some foreign shithead right back for it, and you bury 'em all in the back of your mind. Every day you're surrounded by civilians so goddamn useless they couldn't pour piss out of a boot if the instructions weren't written on the bottom. It makes you mad, don't it? Makes you so damn mad you hate your friends for it. You get to feeling pretty alone after a while. And then, a while after that, you are alone. And what do you do about it? The question came out of Danny's mouth without her permission. Wolf had her full attention. She wanted to know if he had an answer, despite the shape he was in. Maybe something that would work better for her than it worked for him. He turned his old eyes back upon her, and Danny felt a dislocated sense of shame again. I go camping, Wolf said. I've been camping pretty steady since 1991. Danny walked into the tower building. The downstairs consisted of an office and a place to park a vending machine. The rest was occupied by a flight of perforated metal stairs leading upward. She paused to inspect the contents of the vending machine. It was the usual assortment of brand-name candy and weird snack items nobody would ever eat. Unless they were surrounded by zombies and there was nothing else, the voice reminded her. Amy came in through the same door behind Danny, yawning. Danny waved her away and put her boot on the bottom step of the stairs. Amy put her hand over Danny's, pressing it to the handrail. Wait, Amy said. I'm worried about what you've got in mind. I got nothing in mind, Danny said. Amy was looking right through her. Now that we're here, you're thinking of going off alone. Danny turned her eyes to the window. She could see nothing there but her own reflection. Why do you say— Listen, Amy interrupted. I read Kelly's note, and I know you. You don't like people handing you problems you can't solve. It's got to be eating you up. But there's 2 ways it can go. Kelly is alive, or Kelly is not alive. In either case, your job is to keep on living. No lone wolfing it. Where do you get that idea? Come on, you know it's true. Danny scrubbed her face with her hands, stinging both face and hands, neither of which were fit to be scrubbed. She felt tired and itchy and stupid again. She didn't want to be questioned. I gotta find her, Amy, even if she's one of them. In her letter, she said I promised to come back, and I never did. I gotta do better this time. That guy, Patrick. You passed out, but I stayed up with him. While you were snoring, he was crying, all last night, because of his friend Weaver. Yeah, but he knows Weaver is dead. Kelly is in mumbo. Amy laughed out loud. In limbo, you mean? Danny was angry again, emotion flashing up. She wished it wasn't so much easier to be pissed off than to try to figure everything out and explain herself. Okay, limbo. Big fucking deal. You said we were in Doom Valley before. It's Death Valley. You always call things the wrong thing." Amy was not set back by this speech. She laughed again, fondly, and that was even worse. Danny didn't want Amy to be affectionate with her. It made her plans harder to carry out. "You got a damn weird sense of humor, you know that?" Danny said, looking for a reaction. Amy smiled, but now her eyes were sad. "And you have no sense of humor whatsoever. It's part of your charm. Things will get back to normal, Danny. I think they will." Danny flailed her free hand around her head, shooing the idea away. "For who? The survivors? The zombies? Normal is gone." Danny pulled away from Amy and walked up the perforated metal stairs to the control tower. She could hear the door below slam as Amy left, and she felt guilty and mean. The control tower's air traffic control room was a small space with walls of green glass that angled sharply outward from the bottom to the top to reduce glare in the daytime. Maria was at the radio. Most of the gear looked ancient and barely adequate, the technology utterly outmoded, but the satellite radio was extraordinarily good gear for such a remote outpost. Danny got the sense that they had built this place to expand, but had never expanded it, except for the glorious communications device before which Maria now sat. "How long have you been at it?" Danny asked. Maria carefully rotated a coffee cup on the console so that the handle made a full circuit. "Since morning." "Take any breaks?" "A couple. I'll sleep up here for now." She looked exhausted, her brown face yellowish. "Save your energy," Danny said. "We'll be here at least another week, no matter what happens, okay? If they heard you, they heard you. They know where the signal is coming from." "Who is they?" Maria asked. "I don't know," Danny said, and wished she had any talent for lying. A bad liar, but perfectly capable of omission, the negative space surrounding a lie. Danny had intended to wait another night to make sure things were entirely quiet and everyone was settled. But after tonight's unpleasant interviews, it was time. She'd had the plan in place since before Riverton Junction, but originally it was supposed to be a kind of side venture along with protecting as many living people as she could. Now, however, the people she had were safe enough. She could easily be back before they ran out of supplies. Unless she died, in which case it was a moot point. But they were only going to hold her back and make speeches about how fucked up she was, and wander off to piss in the bushes and get attacked by zombies. There were a couple of gallons of water stashed in the interceptor and some energy bars. She had enough ammunition to stage the end of the Wild Bunch, thanks to the zeal of the California Highway Patrol Purchasing Department. She even had a box of roadblocker rounds, shotgun casings with a single ball inside, capable of penetrating an engine block. And she had Kelly's note, once again tucked in her shirt pocket. She waited until 1 in the morning, pretending to sleep on the couch in the downstairs office of the tower. Maria was snoring upstairs. It was time. One of the light aircraft parked on the edge of the tarmac was a high-wing Piper, and the tip of its wing was only a couple of feet from one of the pressurized fire-retardant tanks. These tanks stood higher than the fence and less than 4 feet away from it. The fence was there to keep people out, not in. Danny's presence around the airport at all hours was expected by the watches, so when Simon, sitting out his watch in the control tower, saw her walk across the pavement with a rucksack in her hand, he thought nothing of it. She moved off into the shadows behind the hangars. It didn't occur to him to make note of her return, so he didn't realize it never happened. The interceptor was parked on the far side of the illuminated area beneath the single exterior light that burned above the airfield gates. That was also part of Danny's plan. A watchman's eyes would get accustomed to the darkness. From the tower he could see miles of desert, but he would have one blind spot, the glare of that single light. The light was exactly positioned between the tower and the interceptor. When Danny pushed the car down the shallow slope of Boscombe Field Road, following the example of Ted and his fellow escapees, Simon didn't see it. Whether or not he saw the tail lights when she started the engine a half-mile away, it hardly mattered. She was gone. 8.